Hello everyone, welcome to the end-to-end learning solution for Power BI. So here in this video we are going to cover quite a wide range of topics into this particular tutorial, right? So in this, let me give you a very brief what all we are going to start with, and what all are the things that we will be covering under this tutorial. All right, so we are going to be starting with how you can download and install the Power BI, and then once you are done with, maybe if you want, you can also you may also like to uninstall it, right? So that's a part which we also covered into this video, right? And after that we are going to give you a walkthrough of the Power BI visual interface. Right over here, what element that you see on the screen is called what, and where is the part which you can refer to fulfill a particular purpose, right? These all are the things which we are going to cover in this video. Then after that we are going to be focusing on all the visual elements provided into the Power BI. We will be covering wide range of the visuals which are most frequently used, right? And that is going to be quite significant in numbers, such as creating a stacked column or bar chart, then creating a table and applying the conditional formatting, creating a matrix. What is the difference between table and matrix? Then very most important chart, that is that is none other than map charts, which is very frequently used and gives a very good feature to your dashboard or report. Okay, specifically when it comes to the reporting by area or any location, right? So that's going to be covered into this video and in a very simple way. All right, then we are going to use pie chart, how we can create a pie chart, then how you can apply slicers on your dashboard, and how you can have a KPI chart created, how you can work on the ribbon charts. Ribbon chart is a very interesting feature. You're gonna enjoy it. Remember, these visuals are not visual tutorial is not going to be limited to these visuals only. We are going to cover way more than this what you are seeing over here, right? Once we are done with these visuals, then we are going to start with, we will be starting with DAX functions. So in DAX function, primarily we're going to start with introduction and what data modeling is, how joining works, and then we will be focusing on the very shouted thing, which is nothing but columns and measures and the differences between it. It's a very important part of in Power BI DAX functions, right? It's very important to understand what is the difference between both of these two and how we can make use of it. Okay, and then we will be starting with the important DAX functions, for such as calculate, which is a very powerful DAX function. Then we will look into switch function, which is a great alternate to if else. Then we will also learn about the if else then and advanced if else as well. Okay, we will see how does the filter function works, and then we will start with date and time intelligent functions, such as dates in period, parallel period, date add, and same period last year. Again, remember, like the visuals, we are also not going to be limited with the DAX functions which you see over here. We are going to be covering DAX functions somewhere in the range of 25 to 30, even more than that. Okay, so these are the number of DAX functions we are going to cover over here. So that's why I'm saying it is going to be very comprehensive. Once we are done with the DAX functions, then few of the very important topics, such as finding top n areas in a given map. For example, what are the top three states in India where the sales happened most, right? Or what are the top three states in India which has the most population? Okay, such as those kind of stuff we are going to look into this after completing the series of DAX function, or maybe in between itself. Okay, and then we will also see how we can leverage AI in Power BI. What are the AI features which we can easily use, and how we can simplify our work into the Power BI. Then we will have a look on this brand new launch in November itself, which is nothing but the new slicer. How does this works? We're gonna learn about it. What is the append and merge query we have in Power BI, that we are also going to look into, and what are the differences between both of these two. Once we are done with all of these things, we are going to cover two interesting projects, which is end-to-end creating the dashboard, where first one is going to be on credit risk reporting, then it is going to be loan application approval and performance. So we are going to learn a lot into this video, so just stay tuned with this video and with this video, and follow this till the end. I'm very much sure you'll learn so much enough in this video that will be much more than, I mean, I would rather say that it will be way too sufficient enough to crack any interview. So just stay tuned with the video, with this video, and let's start with the topics one by one. Now what you're going to do is you open up the browser. Here I have my Chrome browser opened up, and over here I'm just going to say download Power BI desktop version, right? And the first link which I'm going to get, I'm just going to click on that first link. And now over here, if you see this first segment, Microsoft Power BI desktop, so there are two options. One is customized, then the other one is download directly, right? So I'm going to click on download, and then let's see on this also, right? So when you click on the customized one, it's gonna give you the option where you can choose the language, etc., and then you can download. So if you are someone who wants to follow the things in different language, go ahead with this option, and if you get any difficulty, put that into the comment section. I'll definitely try to help you out. Now let's come back over here and click on open Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft Store. Now as soon as I get it, not this page, I'm going to get my Microsoft Store opened. So here it is opening up. All right, so I have my Microsoft Store opened over here. Now you can see here I'm getting an option for install. When you're doing it for the very first time, you might get an option where it says get, right? You don't need to worry, just click on that. It will download that, and then it will be automatically installed. Okay, here I have already downloaded it previously, and that's why I'm getting an option to install. But don't worry about it, whatever option you get over here, just hit on that. Okay, so I just clicked on that, and now it's saying that starting to download. Looks like it's going to download it again. Okay, so it's gonna take approximately 2 minutes. Until the time I'm going to pause the video, so you don't worry about it. I'll be back soon. Quick. All right, so it looks like it is downloaded for me. Now I'm going to get and click on open. So as soon as I click on open, it will start Power BI on my desktop. That's very exciting. Okay, let's just give it a second. So here, like you can see over here, it has started to open the Power BI applications, and it's just taking a few seconds. Let's just bear with it. And this is something which will depend on the system configuration and the internet speed. So you might have some better speed compared to what I have in my system. Okay, so if it is so, then you're gonna get this quickly. All right, so here looks like we got it. And what happens when if it opens up, it will give an option. You can start with the community and all those things, right? So if you want to use your email and you want to contribute to the community, you can go ahead and do that. So if you're getting this kind of box, you can simply come over here and hit the cross button so that it will close. No, here it is asking for some information. Subscribe to the email list, receive helpful tutorials and useful information. So if you want, you can go ahead and subscribe for it. If you not, then what you can do is you can just click on cross and click on this cross. This is done. Now over here, what is the source that you want to get the data from? You just click that and you will get the option to import the data. So if you already have Power BI installed in your machine, and if you're looking for a way how to uninstall that, then here you go, right? The simplest way is open the start menu, look for settings, and as soon as you get the settings, you gonna go into the apps option, right? So where is the apps option? That's right over here. Okay, and from here you need to go in installed apps, and over here you might have a lot of apps installed in your machine. So what you can do is you can take advantage of this search apps option, right? So here I'm just going to write quickly, very quickly. It's just processing for me, please bear with it. So the system is pretty slow, right? So here I'm just going to write Power BI. Let's see what is it we're gonna get. Okay, here's what I got, Power BI. Now I'm going to click on these three dots and click on uninstall, right? So as soon as I click on uninstall, this app and its related info will be uninstalled. I'm okay. let's go ahead and uninstall this. So like you can see over here, it is saying that it's on uninstalling. So let's just wait till the time it's uninstalled. Looks like it is done. We couldn't find anything to show here. So this is uninstalled, I guess, right? Let's just look for Power BI in my machine. Power, I'm not getting anything else other than PowerPoint, right? So this is how you can just quickly uninstall it. This was on Windows 10. I hope it was easy for you to understand. In this video, I'm going to give you a very quick walkthrough of Power BI desktop interface so that we could understand which part is referred with what name, and when we progress further in the tutorial we don't get confused with that. So here in the start menu I have my Power BI desktop. I'm just going to click on this and it will launch the Power BI. As soon as it launches that, we're gonna see the different elements of the Power BI interface. Now, as you can see, I have my Power BI desktop window open. Now over here, if you see, this is the pop-up which we get whenever we open the Power BI desktop free version, right? And into this, like you can see over here, it says what's new. Where you can go here and here you get all the information, whatever the new upgrade has been done into the Power BI. Then next come Power BI blog. If there are bloggers who keep on writing about the Power BI, that you can go of course and check out the resources which are available over here. uh, Microsoft also provides a very good community of the Microsoft Power BI experts who, you know, where you can post your questions and they have a look on your questions, right, doubts, suggestion, etc., and they try to support with your problems in case if you are suggesting something and if that's a common suggestion across the world and that's very obvious thing, and maybe we can say that if that is something which is in demand, they also think of, you know, implementing that into the Power BI. So you can of course take advantage of this. Next comes is tutorial. Over here you can see some pre-recorded videos which can turn out to be useful for your development and learning, right? So for now, currently what I'm going to do is I'll just close this, and into this window, this is the main window which you can see whenever you start working in Power BI, right? So like you can see, you can divide this into the four part. First part is ribbon area, second this views, third this lower segment where you can see the sheet name or dashboard name, and fourth this pane area, right, at the right hand side. So here primarily you can see there are three panes. One is filter, visualization, and data. Visualization pane is by default expanded. Now let me start with the ribbon area. In the ribbon area, first tab is home tab where you can see multiple options. This particular segment is holding all those options from where you can import the data into Power BI, or maybe you can directly connect to the data which is available into the database. So Power BI offers a good range of data source connectivity, which is, you know, quite which is much better than other BI tools available when it comes to the comparison with ClickSense or maybe Tableau, etc. It provides the flexibility to connect with the databases or import files approximately from 95 different sources, right? So if you want to see all of the sources, of course you can go in get data and click on more option, and as soon as you do that, you're gonna get a box into which you can see all over here you can see all of the sources from where you can fetch the data, or you can even connect to the PDF and you can do the query on that. You can use Facebook data as well, LinkedIn data, Twitter data, etc. And if you want, you can these all sources are segmented like this also, so you can click on any one of this specific and you can see from here. Okay, now in the ribbon area you will get insert also, where using which you can import or insert the items from different files or different sources. In the modeling is something which is majorly useful when you are working on the model building. When I say model building means the snowflake schema, star schema, these all are the things which you might have heard about, the architectural model kind of stuff, right? Then you gonna get the options which can turn out to be useful. Then in view you're gonna get multiple options through which you can customize the view of the Power BI. For example, if you want to lock certain object on a particular position, then you can do do this. As we move forward into the tutorial, we will be using these things, right? If you want to see the change the layout of the page, that you can also do. Click on actual size and this is what you're gonna get, right? And over here, you if you click on fit to page, the what we were seeing previously, that's one here. You can also see the view in mobile layout format. When it comes to optimization, over here you can you might get the performance optimizer options, right? When it comes to help, over here there are many options available, using which many resources available. For example, if you see over here, you have training videos which you can refer for the learning purpose, right? Power for developer support is available over here. Power BI blog is available over here. Most importantly, one of the thing which I really like is this sample data set, right? I can just go over here and load sample data set. So by default, Power BI is providing some of the data sets which we can utilize in our dashboard, report building, or analysis, or many other things, right? So like you can see, I'm just trying to load the data. So it is fetching the data, and in the data we have two tables or sheets, rather you can say, right? So here you see this is the first one which says financials. I'm just going to click on this. So when you're clicking on this, it makes sure that you get this check highlighted, right? And as soon as you do this, here you're gonna get option load transformation. What is the different, why do we do transform, etc.? That's something which we will cover as we progress in. For now, what I'm going to do is I'll load the data, right? So as soon as I click that, now it has started to load the data in Power BI from its original source, right? Or maybe connect to its original source. So let's just give it some time. Like you can see over here, you are getting a message. So you can try to cut this and this will go away. Okay, that will just go away, and let it just load the data. Now as soon as we have the data loaded, this is what we're gonna see over here. Now at the right hand side, previously it was blank. Now you can see the financial table is available, and into that you can see all of the columns, right? So what happens is over here you see all the columns are available over here. So now wherever you see this kind of icon, which we usually refer as sigma in statistics, right? So you can consider that these all are the numeric fields where you can perform the mathematical operations, right? Now you see this calendar type icon. This is nothing but the date variable or date column, which also provides the hierarchical structure from year, quarter, month, and day, etc. Okay, other than that, if you are getting certain column which does not have either of these two icon, you can consider those are the categorical or character columns. Okay, now let's talk about these three icons which you see over here. The first one is report view, the current view which we are seeing over here. This is the report view where we usually create different kind of visualization, charts, graphs, etc. Now this is the data view where you can see your whole bunch of data, whatever data that you have imported or connected to, and you can also perform the EDA work over here, which is exploratory data analysis, and you can perform data cleaning majorly over here, and Power BI is very much efficient. Other than that, you know, the best part of this Power BI is whatever actions you perform over here, it does the recording of that, and next time when you have to do the similar thing, you don't need to do that one by one. You can simply play the recording and it will automatically do that. That's the power feature of this Power BI. Okay, then then comes the model view, right? So in the model view you see those all those tables which you are using in your reports or in Power BI. So for example, if you have more than one table, so you might be having joins, some star schema structure or snowflake schema, all those kind of stuff you will get to see over here. All right, so this is what the model view. Now I'll take you back to the report view. In the report view you see three pans, right? One data, which we just discussed. The other one comes visualization, where you get the option to create any kind of charts. I mean, you get the option to choose a chart type from this list, right? So there are multiple charts which are given over here. You can choose that and you can create your visualization, which we'll discuss further as we progress, right? Then comes a filter pane, which provides you the flexibility to apply filter on a specific page or to the entire document, right? on all of the pages. Other than that, here you have sheets. Of course, you can click this plus button and you can add the sheets as many as you want, and then if you want to delete either of them, you can simply click on the cross button. When you hover over here, you're gonna get the cross button. We are going to build a column chart, right, and that to analyze our data. So to get, first step is to get the data in Power BI, and for that you have multiple options. What I'm going to use is Excel, right? From Excel I'll be getting the data. If you have the data in multiple some other sources, what you can do is on home tab you see this option get data. Go over here. If you can find your source over here, that is good. If not, then click on more, and from there you can find that. So I'm just going to click over this, and this gives me this dialog box, and from here I'm going to choose my data which I am going to use, which is tips. Now this is going to take couple of seconds, not couple of few seconds, to import the data. Now as soon as it is connected to the data, this kind of view we're gonna get. So if you are having multiple sheets into the Excel file which you have imported, all the sheets will be listed over here. But in my file I have only one sheet, so I'm just going to select that. Whatever sheet you want to import, you can just select that and click on load. So as soon as you do that, the data will start loading over here. Alright, the data is loaded now. If you want to see what all are the columns that we have in the data, you can just expand this over here in the data pane, and these are the columns which I have. If you want to have a quick view of your data, go on the data view, and over here you're gonna see the how your data looks like. Okay, it's just gonna take few seconds. Now here you can see all the data. Total bill, it's the amount which the customer has paid. Tips amount which customer paid on top of the bill, then the gender, then the whether the customer was a smoker or non-smoker, the day when the customer visited the restaurant, right, the time when the customer visited the restaurant, and how many people were into that group where it incurred this much of the bill. Now let's go back to the data, and to create the column chart, these all are the views we have. There are two part of column chart. One is stacked and then the other one clustered. I'm going to start with stacked. So all that you need to do is just click on this. As soon as you do that, this kind of view you gonna get. So what I'll do is I'll make it little bigger to make it simple for you to see and understand. Now from this, I am not going to use filter pan as of now, so I'm going to just collapse that. Now what you see over here is x-axis. Let me make it. Here you see x-axis, y-axis, right? And then you see legend, and you see small units, tooltips, etc. I'm going to explain these things. So in x-axis, what is the value that we want to see? We want to see on what date. By date we want to see the revenues, right? So date I'm going to put in x-axis, and revenue I will get to know with the help of total bill, so that I'm going to put in y-axis. As soon as I do that, this is what you're gonna see. So now we can clearly see that on Saturday the revenue was highest, and it follows in the descending order. If you want to put it into the ascending order, just click on this three dot and go on sort axis, and from here you can choose ascending. Like you can see, it is sorted. Next thing, if you see over here, the dates are not sorted. It says Friday, Thursday, Sunday, Saturday, right? If you want to do the sorting on date, go on here, and from here to the two value which we have is showing over here. I just need to choose date, and then on day basis it is sorted, but it doesn't looks pretty cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it on bill only, and that I'm going to put in descending order. All right, so this is how you can create the column chart. Now the next part is, this was by date. Now what if I want to understand on Saturday, what is the time when the revenue was highest, whether it was on dinner or on lunch? Same for Friday, Thursday, etc. So what is it that I can do? So here I have the time column. What I'm going to do is I'll take time and I'll put it in legends. All right, so now you can see over here the dark blue is showing the lunch time, and light blue is showing the dinner time. So now we can clearly observe on Saturday it was all dinner, Sunday it was all dinner, Thursday it was more than approximately 99% was lunch, and 1% was somewhere dinner. Okay, like you can see over here. Then on Friday 90% was lunch, sorry, 90% was dinner, and 10% approximately was lunch. So this is how you see. Now if you want to split the date itself, if you want to split this date into multiple columns basis on the gender, that's what you can also do, right? So what I'm going to do is I'll take gender and put it into the axis, x-axis. Now what you see, on Sunday we have male who have the highest who have paid the highest amount for dinner. Now if you see over here, Sunday you see over here as well as Sunday you see over here as well. If you want to keep dates together, what you can do is go again over here and sort on legends or sort on axis, whatever you want. I want to sort on axis, and into that I want to use day and sex, right? And then this is how you see, on Sunday male and female are here, on Saturday male and female are here. To make it simple, I'm just going to remove it from here and just going to come back with this sort axis sum by total bill and into the descending order. Now the next thing, let's say if I want to see two separate column charts basis on the gender, what is it that I can do? I take this, I'll take a gender column and I'll put it in small multiples. As soon as I do that, I'm going to get the split of the data. So whatever the values that you have in gender column, basis on that it will be splitted. I had only two values, female and male. Now that is splitted on that part. So this is how you can create multiple segment of the column chart. Let's focus on, let's see little bit of visualization part. So to keep it simple, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove this small multiple, and to keep it simple I'm going to go with this. I will go on this visualization tab, and let's say I want to show the values as well, right? The numbers are not showing over here. So what I can do is I'll scroll down, and here you see the data labels. I'll just click it and make it on. Now if I want to increase the font size, etc., I will just expand this, and into this what you see is values, right? Just click on that, and from there you can increase the fonts as well. From here we can increase the font values, right? Now you can see it clearly. If you want to change the color of the columns, what you're gonna do is you can change the font color and etc., other visuals on the font as well, right? Now if you want to change the columns appearance, right, what you're gonna do is come on columns, and from here you can change the colors like this, and you can choose, let's say, light yellow, something like that, right? So this is how you can see it. So here we have the restaurant data, where you can see we have total bill, tips, sex, smoker, whether the customer was smoker or non-smoker, on what day the customer visited, and whether he or she visited for dinner, lunch, etc., right? So now we are going to analyze this data with the help of pie chart. Let's see, what exactly we want to analyze is the revenue. All right, so let's go to the report view over here, and to create the pie chart, you see this visualization pane. Into that you can just click on this pie chart. That is it, right? Now for feasibility, I'm going to expand this data pane as well. Right now it looks little better to you, I'm just going to make it a little bigger. Okay, now what exactly that we want to analyze? What we want to analyze is the revenue, and the total revenue we can get with the help of total bill, right? So I'm just going to take this total bill and I'm going to put that into the values. Here we got the all values, which is the total is 4.63 or 83. It is 83, right? And that is 100%. Now I want to split it by days, weekdays. Okay, so here I got the days, so that I need to take and put it into the legends, right? As soon as you do this, this is what you're gonna get. Now there is one thing which you may notice over here. The total revenue is splitted in 4 parts. Now what each of these slices are representing to, how would you know that? For that you have the legends over here. Now it is making it little difficult to find what date it is. Here you see you have just 4 slices. You might have more slices, right? Then in that case it might be cumbersome to come back over here and see it again. What if we just include the days also over here in this value itself? Yes, that will make life pretty simple. So how can we do that? Go on this part right over here, on this part, format your visuals. And over here in the details label, you see, just scroll it down, and here you see label content, what exactly that you want to see in the labels. So just click on that, and into this, currently it is showing data value, which is the whole number 1.78k in this case, and the percentage of total, right? What I want to see is category and percentage of total. I just need to click that. Now you see it has changed. It is showing Saturday 36.84%, right? You see how simple was it? Now I don't want to show these labels, right? So what I can do is, because this is of no use now, so I can just, what I can do is I can just do this. No, sorry, I made a mistake. Rather, I should off this one. Okay, now this is done. Next thing which we need to do is, I need to make the font size look a little bigger, right? So how can I do that? So for that, I'm going to go on values, and into this over here I can just increase the font size, and it is showing bigger, right? Now the other part is, if you, in many of the scenarios, you want to show these labels on the chart itself, right? How can I do that? So for that, I need to go on legends, and in the options, sorry, I just had switched off the legends. Let's see if we get in data labels and come back over here in the options. It is showing outside, and what we can choose is inside. Now you see that is inside. That's how you can choose where you want to show it. All right, so now you can clearly understand that the revenue which is coming on Sunday is highest, which is 33.7%, and on Saturday it is 36.84%. So it's Saturday which is the highest, not the Sunday. All right, so I just hope that it was pretty easy for you to understand, and it was useful how you can analyze the data using the pie chart. Now the question comes, you might get a question, when to use pie chart and when to use bar chart, right, for the storytelling with the data. So what I discovered is this website, right? It looks very, I went through its content, and the content was pretty good, right? So I also recommend you to go through this, and you would realize when and how to use the pie chart. That's really gonna be very, very useful, right? I'll leave the link of this website somewhere into the description. Just check that out. I just learned about slicer in Power BI. This is a very useful element, rather I can say, this is a very useful element to have on your dashboard, right? So slicer is nothing, you can just consider as the filters, right? Let me show you some example of it. For example, if you see here, I have my data or values showing over here. Now if I want to see this value for some specific city, what I can do is I can just choose that city name. Now if you observe, the values have changed. Now it is showing for that particular city only. Similarly, if I want to see for this city, I can do that also. If I want to see for two cities, what I can do is I can press and hold control, and I can click on the other tile. So now you see it is showing for multiple cities. If I want to remove, I can just click on them, and that is gone, right? So this is the tile city. If I want to see it for a certain branch only, so from here I can choose the branch for whatever the branch I want to see this. Now you see, now in that particular branch, if I want to see for a specific gender only, for example for female only I want to see, so that's what I can also do. Now let's say if I want to see this detail for a specific time period, right? So what I can do is, from here, let's say I want to see it for last 1 week, so here I can come and I can say for last 1 week, right? If I want to see it for next 1 week, I can choose next, and here it is week, it can show for next 1 week. You can do it for next 2 weeks also, right? You can change that value. Similarly, if you want to see this information between a certain price range, that you can also do, which we usually do while we are doing the online shopping, right? So let's say I want to see this information for the price range between 29 to somewhere 56. So this is how you can adjust that, and you can see it. So you see how simple is this. So these are the all of these things which you just saw, these are nothing but the slicers. Slicers functionality or options will change by the kind of column we are going to use for a particular slicer. For example, if you see over here, we used date. So here you have different kind of options. Here we just applied branches, hierarchies, right? So this is a different kind of column. These are character columns, right? Text columns. Here you see these are numeric values. So for that, the best suitable one is slider. Okay, so these all type of slicers which we can use to give the filtering capability on your dashboard to the users. Now let's just jump to our next page and let me show you how you can create that. So I will start from this kind of slicer, right, and I will take you further. So for that, like you saw, that was a style slicer where you were having the facility to choose a particular city. How can you create that? So for that, all that you need to do is go in visualization, and here you have this slicer. Just click that. Now the next thing is you need to put your column, whatever you want to use for this. So here I got city, so I just click city. So this is the default view of the text slicer. Rather, I can say a slicer for the text column. Now we need to change the style of this slicer. So for that, I need to come on this, select this slicer, come on the visualization, slicer setting, and into this you can choose style. Right, when you choose style, this is what you get. Now you can arrange this, right, you just arrange this, and this is how you are going to get it, and just put it over here. Now you see this thing, city, this is the header, which is not required over here because this is obviously clear that these are the cities, right? So that you can also do from right over here. The city is gone. Next comes to format these values, that you can also do. For that, the values format are given, values styling and formats are given over here, if you can see like this. Okay, so over here you can, let's just try bold. So now you see it is bold. Now if you want to change the font size, it will also increase a bit. Okay, similarly if you want to make it italic or maybe underline, that you can also do. So all sort of all sort of changes you can do over here. Next, let's try to create this type of slicer branch where we can have the drop down and we can combine two columns into that. So for that, again, I'm going to create this, take this slicer, right, and into that what I require is branch first of all. So now I got the branch also over here, but the kind of view which I'm getting is not the one which I am expecting. So for that, I require drop down. So I will go on this format visuals. In the slicer setting, from here I'm going to choose drop down. Right, now here I got the drop down, like you can see over here. Next thing which I'm going to do is a bit of visuals formatting. So for that, what I'm going to do on general, and then in the effects, I'm going to do is, let me just first make the header little bigger. Okay, now from here I will just change the font size for header. Now you see header font size is increasing. Now I will also change the font size for values, right? So here I will change the font size for value. That is also changed. Now what you can do is you can go over here and you can choose whatever you want. Now the next thing which I need to combine with this is and create a hierarchy, that is gender, right? So for that, what I'm going to do is in the data pan, I'm just clicking this gender button. Okay, now if you come back over here and you see this type of arrows, you can see now when you click this, it is showing the other values. Now when you click this, it is showing the further other value. If you want to create the next branch, that you can also next hierarchy, that you can also do. For example, I want to combine payment also into it. So what I can do is I can choose payment from here and I can drop right over here. Now if I come back over here and if I go in branch A, and if I go in female gender, and if from here you can see all these options, right? So these are the functionalities which you can do. Next, if you want to change the style of this expansion button, that you can also do. How can you do that? For that, you need to come over here in the hierarchy and over here expand and collapse button, and from here what you can do is plus or minus. You can just choose plus or minus, and that's what you get over here. You can expand this and see whatever you want. So I think this is very simple. Now if you want to change this name, if you want to change whatever is written over here, that you can also do. For that, you need to go on slicer setting, and over here you can see branches by branches, and gender. Currently I'm putting only this name. If you want, you can write something further as well. So this is how we got this style. Now the next thing which we're gonna do is create another slicer that is for date. So if I come over here for the date, what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose the transaction date from here. Now I got it over here. Again, I need to apply the formattings which I previously applied. So what I can do is I'll select this, go on home and click on this format painter. I copied that format and I will come back over here and I apply this. Like you can see, it has increased whatever the suitable it could be, right? So now this, you see, this has been increased to this level. Now still I want to increase the font size and etc for all of these things. So what I can do is I go on visuals, now slice header or values, right? So in the values I can just click on this. Like you can see, the values have increased. If you want to change the format of slicer also, in the slicer you can come back and over here, from here you can choose whatever formatting that you want to, whatever style that you want to have, slicer styles. Okay, now in the general, if you want, you can go and you can, in the effects, you can choose, apply a lot of formattings onto this thing. Okay, now over here you see this is date, but what we are looking for is something else. We require this format something like this. So for that, what we can do is I need to select this again, go back to the visuals, and into this over here in the slicer setting, here you have the between time, but instead you need to choose relative date. Now when you do that, this is what you get. Again, we would require to increase the font. So let's come back over here and change the font. Now here it is asking, it is saying no filter applied, right? So here what you can do is, let's say I want to say next week, there is nothing because the anchor date which it is taking is 23rd. So that we need to change. So for anchor date, to change the anchor date over here, you see this, let me remove this and let me just try this now. This is still not working because it is taking for 2023, right? So what I can do is I have the data for the month of June 2022. So for that's exactly what I'm going to do, June, and I will take a mid date of the June so that I could easily apply any filter. Now if I choose next 1 week, then I can easily see the data changing. Whatever you want, you can do that. Now we are done with this. Next thing which comes is having the price slicer. So for that, what I'm going to do is, I mean, you can create from here also, but here I'm just going to select this, copy and paste, control V, control C and control V, right? So just over here, now in this I want to use a different column which is price, unit price. So that I got right over here. I'm just going to take it and just drag and drop over here. Now here I got the unit price. If I require this formatting, I'll just copy format painter and I'll just click on this. I can expand it a bit, so that's how it will look a little bigger. Now if you want, you can adjust the prices, right? I'm sorry, you can adjust the prices in between, etc. Other settings are also available. I highly encourage you go into this and check out the settings for slicer settings. Instead of having in between, what you can do is you can choose less than or equal to also. So the moment you do is you have only this limit, so you can increase that. It will never go I mean, this particular box is not needed anymore. Okay, so that is disabled. Similarly, you can choose it for other thing greater than equals to. So minimum amount is this, and you can increase it to the greater than whatever amount you want. So this is how you can use the slicers very effectively to make your dashboard more interesting and interactive. This kind of visuals is, undoubtedly, it gives a very good estimation of your data, but the problem is we don't get to know the exact number easily. So how can we get to know that exact number? For example, you see it is showing that this city has the highest gross income, but what is that income amount? That you can estimate by looking at this, which is something greater than 5,000, but what exactly that number is, how would you get to know that? So for that, you require some sort of tabular data. How can you create that? So for that, what you can do is just right click on this as and just click on show as table, and now over here you get the exact numbers. You see how important the role of tabular data is in your analysis, right? So this is how you can get the tabular data behind your visuals. Now the question you might be thinking, is this all about this video? Is this how we are going to create the table? The answer is no. This was just to show you the importance of the table. Now let's come over here and try to create a table in very simple steps. So all that you need to do is go in visualization pane, and from here you choose the button table, right, or option table. Now the next thing, you require content for this, means the column which you want to use in your table. So for that, what I'm going to use is I'm going to use city. So here I got all my cities. Now for each of the city, I'm going to see the total unit price, right? So that's what I got over here, the total unit price for each of the city. Now further, I want to segregate it by gender also, right? So what I can do is I can just drag and drop the gender over here, but you see the sequence is not right. Okay, over here what you see is city, then unit price, and then the gender. How to work it out? So for that, what you can do is, in the previous videos you might have seen here multiple columns, right, x-axis, y-axis, but in case of table we get only box, which is columns. Now in this you see the sequence, city, unit price, and then the gender. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change their sequence. The moment I do it, it is adjusted. All right, now after this, if I want to include some other column into it, for example, let's say I want to see the total income as well, so that's something which I can drag and drop over here, and I get this income also over here. Now you see how simple was it. This is how you can create the table in Power BI. Now this was something creating a very basic table. Let's talk about applying a little bit of formatting into it. So to apply any formatting, all that you need to do is go on this particular option, which is format your visual, and over here you get a lot of option to apply the formatting. I highly encourage you to go in each of the options, and these are going to be very simple, and observe what sort of options are available over here. I'm going to show you some of the basic and very important thing, or most commonly used things. So for example, column headers. So for column headers, what you can do is, here I'm just going to change the background color for my column headers and the font color also. Right now you see this is giving a very good impression of the headings, right? I'm also going to make it bold. Now in the same fashion, I'm going to change the color for the total part also. So how can I do that? So for that, I just scroll down, and over here I have the options. Okay, now over here, if I want to change the colors, I can do the same thing over here as well, and the font color I'm going to put like this. All right, so color is not looking pretty cool. Let me make it same as the headers. Now this is looking good. Now if I want to put some grid also, means lining in my table, that I can also do. And for that, what I need to do is I would require to come over here, and into this over here you can choose the grid line. For example, I'm going to choose black, and I am going to, now you can see the lines as well. Now I'm going to increase the width. Now you can clearly see the lines, right? But it completely depends on your requirement. I recommend to keep it thinner. Right now this was the horizontal line. If you want to show the vertical lines also, so just click on this on, and over here you choose a different color for, or maybe whatever color you want, right? So I'm just going to make it visible, so that's why I choose this color, and I'm going to increase the width of that. So now you saw how simple was it, right? And if you want to increase the font size of the cell values, that you can also do. For that, what you can do is you go in cell elements, and over here, not over here but in values, over here you can come and you can increase the say font size of the values as well, and you can do other formattings. So I highly encourage you to go through all these options and try this. All right, so this is, you see how simple is it to create a table into the Power BI. Now the next and very important thing which I'm going to tell you is conditional formatting. So for that, let me first very quickly create a table for you, and that is city, then comes gender, and then comes the gross income. Let me put the gross income over here. I'm just going to put I'm just going to use 3 columns as of now, right? Or maybe if you want me to use other columns, you can let me know. Let me put the put unit price as well. Okay, so here is what here is what I all got. Okay, now the next thing is I'm going to apply the conditional formatting. So what is the conditional formatting? First of all, if you're someone who has worked in Excel previously, then you must be knowing what conditional formatting is. If not, then conditional formatting is something using which you can highlight the cell values. For example, in the unit price, I want to highlight all those values which are, which are greater than 9,000, which are greater than 9,000. Okay, or maybe which are less than 9,000. I want to highlight all those values. And in the income, I want to highlight all those values which are greater than 2,500 or maybe less than 2,500. So how can you do that? So for that, you're going to use the conditional formatting. And how to apply that? So for that, all that you need to do is come in this column box and choose your column on which you want to apply the conditional formatting. For example, in unit price, I want to highlight all those cells which has value less than 8,500 or greater than 8,500, or let's say greater than 9,000. Okay, so let me just say this. Right click on this unit price and come over here in the conditional formatting, and I'm going to choose background color. There are other options also for font color, data bar, icons, and etc. Many more things. I highly encourage you to try these options. And if you would like me to make a separate video for this, do let me know into the comment section. I'll cover all of these things. I'll create a separate video on advanced conditional formatting, but for now let's focus on this background color. Over here, what I'm going to do is, from here format style, I'm going to choose rules, and into this my condition is to look for the value which are greater than 8,500, right? So let me put 8,500, and the value must be less than, let's say, any number which I can put, which should be greater than 10. I mean, I want to highlight all those values which are between 8,500 to 10,000. Okay, so and then the color which I want to choose is, let's say, green. Okay, I just choose that color also. So here it seems okay. Here it is percentage. I require the number, so I just choose the numbers over here. Now let's just do this. Okay, so everything is greater than 8,500. Oh god. Now let me just make it let me change the conditions into it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say 9,000. Let's say 9,000. Okay, now let me do this. Now we got fewer cells highlighted. You see over here, same way, if I want to apply the conditional formatting on gender, what I can do is I right click on this gender column, go in conditional formatting, background, and into this I'm going to choose rules. And here it says, because that is the text column, so here it completely says if value is female, then I'm just going to highlight that as this color. Let's choose the pink color. All right, so here is what we got. So you see now, after applying the conditional formatting, we can easily see that these all are the female entries, and for those, these are the unit prices which they have paid off, right? So you see how this was, right? To create a table, to have the tabular data behind a visual, create a table from scratch, and apply the conditional formatting on a table, right? So I just hope that it was very simple and interesting for you to understand. Just in case if you get any doubt, put that into the comment section. If you would like me to make an advanced video on any of the topic which we discussed today, let me know into the comment section. What is matrix? Matrix is nothing but it's another form of a table itself. Now, at this point, the question comes, when matrix is also a table, what is the use of learning it separately when we have already learned about table in previous video? And at this point, it becomes important where we understand the limitation of a table. For that, let's come to this particular sheet. And over here, if you see, this is the table which I have created on two labels, right? One is product, the other one is city. Now if you want to find food and beverages sold for a particular city, then you need to look for food and beverages, then look for a particular city, for example Yangon, and then look for that particular number. All right, and otherwise if you are looking for some other item, then you need to go all the way down and then look for that, or you may be expanding this a lot. But remember, while you are creating a dashboard, you may not always have the luxury to expand the table a lot. So in that situation, it will become very difficult to show maximum amount of the values on one view, right? So in that case, if you can have something two-dimensional, something like this, isn't it going to be very useful? Yeah, I heard you. It is looking. Let me show you. So here, if you see here, it says home and lifestyle, right? And home and lifestyle products sold in Yangon city are 371. So it is pretty simple. You see, just a cross table, right? Cross tabulate, you can also say cross tab table. You can also say this, right? So this is nothing but a matrix table. So precisely, a matrix table is something which can work in more than one dimension. In two dimension, you can have hierarchies also created into that. And to make it more clear to you, matrix is nothing much different from a pivot table. If you are someone who has worked in Excel, so the pivot table which you used to create in Excel, this is exactly what the matrix is. Now let's just jump to this particular sheet and try to create a matrix table. So for that, you need to go on the visualization pane, choose the matrix option, and from the data tab you need to choose the columns which you want to use. Now thing which you should notice over here is, here you have three boxes. One is rows, columns, and the values. In the rows boxes, you can put all those columns which you want to see on the row level. So for us, those were product line. So I'm going to take product line from here and put it over here. Now we got the product line right over here created. Okay. Next thing which comes is city, where those things were sold, that we want to see as column heading. So for that, I'm going to take city from here and put it into the column box. Next thing is quantity, which we want to see as value, right? So take quantity from here and put it into the values. As soon as you do that, this is the kind of structure you are going to get. Now you see how simple is it to read the things. All right, so if you are someone who is creating this, and if you are getting the font size too small, not as this, so I highly recommend you go into the view tab and into the themes. From here, go down and choose customize current theme, and here choose text, and over here you specify the font size. I have kept it 15. You can keep it as per your comfort level. Now you see over here, once you do this kind of font size setting, that will be applicable for all the objects available into this particular file. So keep that into the mind. So now we got this thing created. Next important feature of this matrix is you can have the hierarchies also created. So what hierarchy means is, for example, you see this is electronic accessories sold in Yangon and the quantity is 322. Now if you want to see how many male population and the female population purchase this, right, electronic accessories, if you want to have a breakdown for this thing, how can you check that? Or maybe you also have the payment method over here. So if you want to check through what payment method, what are the payment methods were used to sell the electronic accessories and in what quantity. So for that, what I'm going to do is take payment method and put in a row box just below the product line. Now you see this plus icon over here. If I just click on this plus icon, this is what I get. Now I can easily understand electronic accessories sold in Yangon through cash were 85 and through e-wallet it was 116. So this is how you can have the breakdown. If you want to break down further, or if you want to create further hierarchy, you can again choose another column from here and put that below the payment in the row box itself. Now if you want to, you can further expand this and you can see. So electronic accessories sold through cash to the female in Yangon city were 37. Isn't it simple? Yes. So this is how you can do. Now if you want to control this drill down or collapse or etc., so you can use these buttons also. Just hover on this and you will see the button name. For example, drill up. So you just click this, it is closed, right? Then again you click this, it is further closed. If you want to expand this, just click this. First you need to select this item and then click on this, it will be expanded. Then further click on this, select this and click on this, it will be expanded. Okay. Or maybe what you can do is you can come back over here, collapse everything and just click this particular button, everything will be expanded. In the same fashion, the way we created hierarchy over here at the row level, you can also create that at the column level. So for that purpose, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this gender from the row level and put it into the column level over here. Now what you see is electronic is broken down basis on the payment method. Now you don't see anything on the column level. So for that, in on drill down box, you need to choose other option, which is columns, and then you expand this all, and this is what you are going to see. Now you see this. Let me make it, let me do a little bit of adjustment on this. I'm just going to do some bit of adjustment on this. Yes, so this is done, right? So you see everything is expanded. So this is how you can create a matrix table and advance it as much as you want. Now let's look at the next thing. How can we do the formatting over here? So I'm going to go into over here and paste the same sort of, let me copy this visuals from here. I'm going to select this visual and Control C, come back on this sheet and Control V. Now over here, if I want to do the formatting, what all that I need to do is select this table, go on visuals, and from here you can apply whatever the things that you want. So here I'm going to try this. The way we applied the formatting in table, same way you can do over here. So here I'm just going to apply some templates over here. Let's say sparse, right? Let's see how is that going to, this is how it looks. Apparently it's not looking much better. So what we can do is I can just come back over here and choose the default. Similarly, you have others also, for example, minimal. You can choose that, and this is how you're going to see it, right? So this is the same way you can apply multiple formattings from here: headers, row headers, column headers, etc. Everything. I highly encourage you to go through them and try to do it. In case of any problem, put that into the comment section. I'll be more than happy to help you on that. Now let me take you to the conditional formatting directly. So here you see the values. In the values box, you have one column which is sum of quantity. Right click on that and go on conditional formatting. From there I choose background color. Now in the format style, I'm going to choose rules. So what is the rule that I want to apply? I want to highlight all those values which are where the quantity is greater than 50, right? So I'm just going to put over here 50, greater than or equals to 50. Now I also need to provide the upper limit. So for that I'm going to choose 1000. You can put any number, right? And the color which I want to use is red. Now you see, you say okay, and you are going to have those values highlighted over here. If you want to change the font color also, same way, you need to right click on this, go in conditional formatting and choose font color, apply the same rules over here. From format style, choose rules, and over here let's say 50, and over here I'm just going to say 1000, and over here I'm going to choose the font color as white. Let me just say it. There is one problem which I missed over here. Again, let me go over here. In the, instead of percent, I need to choose number. Okay, same thing I would require to do in font also. That was a small mistake which I just made. Okay, here I have already chosen number. That's fantastic, but it is not showing that way. Let me go back over here, come into the font color. Oops, that is not for font color. Here font color, and over here numbers, and now you do this. So here exactly you see the conditional formatting is applied. The first question comes is why to have a line chart, right? So let me give you an example. Let's say here you have the data. This is nothing but the stock price for three companies, and that is given by the time. Right now, if you want to analyze or observe how the prices, stock prices of IBM have changed by the time, right? What has been the trend? How would you analyze that? It's going to be really difficult to look at each of the values and say whether it was increasing or decreasing, and that too you can only see for IBM. If you have to see for Intel, again you need to scroll down a lot, and it's gonna be really difficult when it is to analyze when it is changing and when it is, sorry, when it is growing and when it is falling. Okay, so for that purpose, if you can get a view which looks something like this, it's going to be very easy for you to see and analyze the thing. For example, if you see in 1999 there was a spike for all of these three companies, right? And after that there was fall, and you can see the trend of all of these three companies at the same time, right? If you want to move to certain other days, you can also, if you want to move to the day years, you can also do that, right? If you want to have whole picture at the same time, you can do that as well, right? So it's gonna, the line graph is going to make it very simple for you to analyze the things timely, trend rather, you can say, or pattern. By the time it shows a very clear view of pattern by the time, right? So what you see over here is the stock price pattern for the three companies, which is IBM, Intel, and Microsoft. Now let me take you to this tab and help you understand how you can create this. For example, so for that, to create the line graph, what you need to do is go on visualization pane, and here you got the line chart. Just click on that. Now comes to put the data into it, and for that I have date given over here, and then the closing price. So I'm just going to put it over here. Now here I got my line chart created, but what I see is only one line, right? Because this is showing the price of all the three companies on overall level. So I want to split it further, so I just need to put this thing over here, click this thing over here. Or maybe if you want, you can, what you can do is you take this stock price and put it into the legends. Now you're gonna see all these three things over here, isn't it? Now the once this is done, you can see the things coming over, you can see the things clearly, very clearly over here, right? Now if you want to make adjustment of the dates, you can do that as well. If you you see over here. Now if you want to see by years only, you can just remove all of the rest of the things, and this is by year only. If you want to include all of these things, you can keep all of them. If you want to remove year and see it by quarter, month, and day only, that you can also do. Notice the values at x-axis, right? How it is changing, right? So this is how you can play around with a line chart, right? And it makes your visualization or analytical work really simple. Now let's just have a quick look on how can we make some sort of modification, the kind of zoom slider you saw. Now when you come over here, you have many options. You can edit the x-axis title, y-axis title, etc. Now I'll quickly take you to the zoom slider. On the visualization tab itself, you can see over here the zoom slider is given. Now I don't want this zoom slider. You can see the slider is available on X and Y both axis. I don't need it on Y axis, so I can just switch it off from the Y axis. All right, this is done. Now after that, if I need to just focus on by the level of month and year, you see I can see that as well. Now if I want to focus on certain specific period of time, that I can also do, right? You see over here. Now you see how the year is changing over here. Now if you want to analyze this part only, you can just adjust the zooming on that part itself, and then you can see the things how it is changing, you see. So this is how you can play around with a line chart. Other than, there are many visual options you can play around that. One of the more important thing which I want to show you is this, right? So if you see over here, if you see all of the stock price for all of these three companies are showing right over here. Now if you want to see it for a specific company, for example Microsoft, so you can see it, you can see that the Microsoft is highlighted in blue, but rest of the things are gray. How can you create this kind of visualization with the line chart? That you can also do. Let me show you very quickly how can you do that. First, this is not a rocket science, and there isn't any option specifically given for this purpose. You need to put your creativity into that. So let's create the first graph, which is as simple as what we created on the first tab. I'm just going to put all of these things over here and the stock, right? I got this part. Now let me just bring it over here. Few of the modifications which I will formatting which I will do over here is, I'll go in visualization and I'm going to hide the y-axis. I don't require it. Secondary y-axis, I don't require it. Legend, I don't require it. And what else? This looks good. I'll try to make the lines little thicker, right? So I'll go in lines, and from here I'm going to use the stroke width over here. So I'll just increase the stroke width little bit. Okay, now this looks pretty much well. Next thing which comes is creating the slicer. So I'll just take this slicer over here, and in this slicer the value which I require is stock price. And for that, the format I need to change. This is showing as a list. Now I need to make it as a tile. So what I need to do is I would have my slicer selected, and in the visualization pane I need to come on this format and slicer setting. From here I need to choose style, and then after that I need to make adjustment of this. Let me make it like this. All right, and then in the values I'm going to change the size of it. You see, I'm just going to make it a little big, big, and I'll make it bold. Now this is it. Okay, now after this I need to have this in gray color, right? So how can I do that? For that, first of all, let's focus over here. If you choose any of the tile, it is showing the stock price for that tile only, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to see for all of these three. Now this this slicer is nothing but the but the filter itself. Now there is one option which you see over here, stock. I don't want to see this, so over here I'll come and slicer header, I'll just switch it off, the slicer header. Now I got only this, right? And let me just make it like this. Now after that, what I need to do is I require to make this kind of effect, right? Oops, this kind of effect. So for that, what I need to do is, first of all, I need to change the color of the lines. Okay, I need to make it look gray. So for that I need to go in visuals, and then over here in the line style, line color, in the lines I must get the option to change the color. Yeah, here we got the color. Now from here I need to choose this. This is too light, let me make it look a little darker. This is still, I'll choose this. Okay, now from here also I'll choose the same color. From here also I'll choose the same color. Now what I see is all the three are in same color. Next thing which I need to do is I need to make a copy of this. Okay, for my better understanding, what I'll do is I'll create the borders also, right? I'll go in general, in the effect, I'll put the borders also, visual border, so that it will be easy for me to check it up, check the boundary of it, right? Now you see the next thing, whenever I click on this, it is changing the filter of this line, right? So what I need, let me first make a copy of this. Okay, I'll just make a copy of this. So copy done. After this, what I need to do is on this part I need to put the color, right? Line color. So I'll again go back to the visuals, and in the lines I'm going to choose the color. So line color, I will pick the same color for all of these three lines. Done. And then after that, what I need to do is I need to play with the background. Okay, plot, not plot area background. Let's go over here in the effects. You see over here background, I just need to make it transparent. All right, this is done. Now there is one more part. If you click on any of the option, you see the filter is getting applied on both of the chart. I need to have this, that in a way that filter gets applied on this chart which is in blue, but not on the chart which is in gray. So for that, first of all, let me remove the filter at all, and then what I'll do is I'll go on format, and in the format, first of all, I need to select a chart. Oops, sorry, please bear with me. In the format here, you see edit interaction, right? On this, after selecting this, I need to go on this, select the filters, select the slicers, and then what I need to do is I need to just say none. Okay, that is done. Now let me just put it on this. All right, okay, now if I choose this, what's gonna happen? You see how it is happening. So the things are changing for one, but not for, you see, only for Microsoft it is changing. Wherever it is Microsoft, it is showing in blue, and for rest of them it is showing in gray. So this is how you can play around it, and you can add more formatting. But this is something which was really interesting, right? You can play more around it, and if you want to add any other effect into it, use this visuals, use this pen effectively and extensively, you're gonna make it really more interesting. Area chart is also something which is used in pretty much same context where we use the line chart. Let's have a comparative view. For example, here you see you have got a line chart which is representing the trend of the stock price for three companies by the time, right? So that's the purpose. When you want to see the trend by time, for that the best suitable thing which we create is line chart. And in the same context, you can represent the same kind of trend, or you can use the visualization to show the same trend or maybe same kind of representation. For that purpose, you can create an area chart. The only difference is you might have already seen the area chart, right? So what you see in line chart, you only see the lines, but in area chart what you would find is the space between x-axis and the line are filled with some color, something like this, right? So when you have the area chart, you're gonna have the view something like this. This is an stacked area chart, right? You can have different form of the area charts, right? But this is just stacked. So for example, let's take the value, let's consider about this IBM price. Okay, IBM price. So what you see over here, so in area chart, if you would observe the IBM price which has the highest is coming in the front and etc. So it does not have to do much with the stack, much with the sequence, but it is just a way of stacking of this. Okay, so let's focus on this. So if you see over here, the space between line and the x-axis are empty, but in this that space is filled. So exactly this is how I mean, in this context we use the area chart. Now let's quickly see how can we create the one. So to create the one, all that you require to do is go on visualization tab and choose the area chart. There you can find two kind of area chart. One is simple area chart, the other one is stacked area chart. So I'm going to start with the simple one. So I just clicked on this and here is what I got. Right now I need to put some value into this. How can I do that? So for that I would just choose date first to show on x-axis, then close price to show the values. Now here what you see the overall pricing. Right now, to split that into multiple parts, I just clicked the stock, that is categorical part. Let me show it again to you through different method, right? So over here you see x-axis, right? In x-axis what I'm going to do is take date and drop it over here, then close price I'm going to put in y-axis. For that I need to scroll down, and then in the y-axis I'll put this, and then the stocks which I'm going to put in legends, right, over here. Now you see I got my area chart created. Over here you can see the each of the area chart is overlapping to the other. If you don't find it look visually appealing, you can change it to the stacked one, right? Now you can see this is showing each of these three in sequence and in a stacked manner. So you see this how simple is it to create an area chart. It's just a different method of visualizing the trend by the time. That is it. Now to play with the visualization, what you can do is you can go on this visual tab, and from here you can edit the visual representation from here. From shape you can play with the shape style as well. So now you can see the lines are dashed. If you want to make it thicker, you can do that as well. Now let's see over here, if you want you can change this as well. All right, so this all will play some role into it. If you want to change the color can be changed from here. Let me put it gray, and you see that area is grayed out. Okay, so similar in the similar fashion you can make the edits as many as you want from using this visual tab, rather I can say, in the visualization pane. And from here also you can edit the overall graph level effects. Okay, from over here if you come, you can change the background as well, something like this, right? So you can make it more effective as per your uses, right? Chart is pretty much used in the similar context as pie chart, right? that is to show the proportion of categorical values in total volume. For example, if you have total sales for a supermart and you want to split it by particular area, so this kind of things, this kind of donut chart you may create, right? Now donut chart was really difficult to create in ClickSense and Tableau, but Power BI has made it very simply. Just on click of button you can create a donut chart. So here in this video we're gonna start with creating a simplest donut chart, and the one which you are seeing at the screen, this is the simplest form. Now other than this, we would also go little extra and try to be little creative, and we will create this kind of donut chart as well, right? So if you are interested in learning this donut chart creation, stay tuned to the video till the end, and we will definitely learn all of these things now. Now let's just start with the very basic one over here which we have to create. So like here we have the supermart sales data which we want to show by city. So first thing which I need to do is go in visualization pane, and from here you have the donut chart, just pick that. Now after that what we need to do is go down little, right over here, take city and put it in legends, right? And then total, I need to take total and I will put that into the values. All right, this is done. You see how simple is it? So we are done with creating the simplest donut chart. Now I don't require to see this, so for that I will go over here and in the visuals tab over here you will see detail label. I just need to switch, sorry, not this, the legend. I just need to switch it off. Now the second thing which you see, the values over here, it is showing the value and the percentage of that. Instead what I want to do is I want to see the city and the total percentage for that. How can I do that? So for that what I'll do is I will go and on here in this, actually on visuals tab only, in we're gonna go on details label, and in position you see it is showing outside, and over here just below that you have label content. So in that what you're gonna do is category percentage of total. Now you got this. Now let me look at little bigger. Done. And we are done with creating the donut chart, a simplest donut chart. Now if you want to put some sort of visualization, if you want to change the color, all of those stuff you can do on just click of on just a click, right? All that you need to do is select the chart, go on over here and explore all of these options. You're gonna do it very simply. For example, if you have to change the slice color, just come into over here and you can change the slice color. All right, so without further ado, I'm going to take you and create a most creative one. So for that, when I say most creative one, which means this type of the one, right? So let me take you this. For that what I'll do is I'll copy this. I'm just going to take a copy of this, come on the creative one, and I'll just paste it over here, right? So that I could use the same one, right? I don't need to see the data pane. I'll just hide that. And over here also I don't need to see all these details. So from over here I just remove that. Title also I don't require to see, I just remove that. Okay, now I need to create 3 copies of this, so I just copied and pasted it 3 times. What I need to do is, so you see each of these one will be representing to a different city, nothing else. So we just need to show some bit of creativity. And we don't have any direct option to create this kind of chart, this kind of donut chart. So I'm just going to help you understand how can you make it further. First of all what I'll do, I'll just keep this as original, and into this, in this I'm going to hide this particular slice from here. And for that, to do that, what I'll do is I'll make it white, and this one I want to put it in gray so that it could show that this is the targeted part which needs to be achieved. Now after that, same thing I need to do over here. Just one second. If I select this is going to look pretty well. Now over here what I'll do is I will just let me make this, I will just put this in original color, this in gray and this in white. Let me just go over here again, slices, and this I'm going to put in white, this in gray. You can do as per your requirement whatever you want. All right, this is also done. Now the time comes for this one. So over here I'm going to put this in gray and this in white. Now you see how it is looking. Now the next thing which I need to do is I'll make these two in I'll make their background as transparent. For that I need to select both of these two. How to select both of these two in the same time? Just click the first one, hold control key, and then click the other one. Then come over here, visuals, in the general tab, in effects, go and background. You just click this, switch it off. Okay, that is it. Now it is transparent. Okay, next thing which I need to do is I need to make it little thinner. So for that I will select all the three one, and in the slices I will go down and in spacing I'm just going to make it 80%. All right, now the things are slicer thinner. Now what I need to do is next is just rotate them all, right? So what I will do is, again, I'll go over here in the rotation. I'm just going to rotate it. All right, let me rotate it a bit more so that I'm just trying to adjust it. This looks pretty aligned. Little bit more I need to make the adjustment. Yes, this is pretty much aligned. Now next which I will do, next thing which I'm gonna do is adjust it inside this so that it looks like it's baby, right over here. All right, I'm done, almost done. Little bit of tilting, little bit of more tilting. Okay, this is done. Next thing which comes is this. So I'm just going to move this as well, and then like this. I'm just trying to adjust its rotation, and then I will again bring it back over here, and I need to make it smaller over here. Maybe if you want you can watch it in the fast forward mode, right, so that it does not take much of your time. I'm just trying to, nothing else, I'm just trying to make the adjustment. That is it. Once the adjustment, this is completely your artistic part and creativity, rather I can also say, right? Otherwise this is pretty much done. Now the next thing which I would require you to see and understand is this part. So you see this is done. Now spacing part is something which you can see as per your requirement. Now the next thing which we need to look for is putting this kind of information. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'll be using a table, right? So for that I take this table and I will again go back to the data pane and I will take city. I'll put city from here, and then the next thing which I require is total. So from here I will take the total. This is it. Now the visualization part comes into the picture. So I don't need to see the totals from here, this grand total which you see at the bottom. So I'm just going to hide that. The style which I am going to style present, I'm going to use none, right, so that it looks pretty like this. Okay, and then after that I don't need to see the column header also. So for that what I'm going to do is I'll put the column header in white color so that it doesn't looks at all. Then I require to change the values style so that it could look little thick, right? So here I'm going to go in values, and from here I'll make it bold and I'll make it little bigger. Then again here it is showing as a whole number. What I want is the percentage, right? So for that again I need to come on this visuals tab, and into this you see over here it is showing sum of total. Now from this I would say show value as percentage of grand total. Now I got this thing right. So the next thing which I will do is I'll just take this from here and I'll put it right over here. Again, I need to make it, transparent background. So for that, I'll go again over here in the effects. I'm just going to remove the background. Okay. Now I need to make it little wider. So for that, in the horizontal grid, I am going to do is I'll enhance the grid size. Okay, this is pretty much sufficient. Okay, now I'll put this in white color so that it is not visible, and let me just plug it in over here. Now here is what you got, right? You got your donut chart created in this style. Now if you want to apply further style on it, you can please go ahead and try this. If you require any suggestion, any support, put that into the comment section and I'll definitely try to help you out. Line and column chart, right? People also call it a combo chart. So where we have a visualization which is combination of column chart and the line chart. Now in that you can get the variation also. Let me explain you them quickly. So when I start how I'm going to take it, I'll provide you a little bit of context in what scenario you may require this kind of visualization, and then I tell you bit of technicality how you can create, how do we create that, and little bit of formatting things which we always cover in most of the visualization videos, right? So let me take you over here in the visualization pane, and right over here you get line and stacked column chart. There are two variation of this, line and stacked column and line and clustered column. So I'm going to start with line and stacked column. So let's you just need to click that, and after this here I have the supermart sales data. Now what I want to analyze is I want to see the sales by month, right? I have the data for 1 year. So what I'm going to do is I'll take the date column and I'll put it on x-axis. Now what you see is nothing. Excellent. Now I'll scroll down, and in column y-axis, so this is y-axis for column, into that I'm going to put the total. Now what you see is just one column because the sale is for 1 year. Now I want to split it in month. So for that, what I can do is I can just drill it down, right? So this is showing by quarter, and now we got it by month. This is another interesting feature. This I got the sales by each of the month. Now what if I want to see the margin also by month, right? How do I see that? So for that we can combine a line on this column chart, and just here I have gross income. I'm going to take that and put it in line y-axis. That is it. Now here you got the line. This is it. Now you must be thinking we started with stacked line and stacked column chart. Here we are simply saying one column, right? So let's say if I want to split the total sales by city, so what I'll do is I'll take city and I'll put that in column legend. And as soon as I do that, let me scroll it down a bit, take this and put it in column legend. Now you see this is what we got. This is done. Our chart is ready, and this is the purpose for which we use the combo chart, means which is combination of line and column chart. Now let's look into the little bit of formatting part. So over here in the lines I will go and I'll make the line little thicker, stroke width 4. Now there are option to change the line style as well, line type as well. So the one currently we are saying is linear. We can make it smooth also. So I'm going to make it smooth. On top of this, I am also planning to put some marker. So let me put this marker there, so you can see the marker over here. What I'll do is I will also change the column colors, right? So here I need to go in columns, and into the colors I will choose the color of my choice, which could be entirely different from what you want to have, and that is absolutely fine because everybody has different choice of colors, right? So you see here is what we are looking for, and you got a combination of both of these two. Now if you want to change it to cluster one, you can do that as well. Now here is what you got. Here you don't see the secondary axis and line is showing at the bottom. For that we have the solution. Go on this, and in the secondary y-axis just switch it on, and here is what you get. All right, so you see how interesting this chart is, and you can utilize it in your visualization to make it more interesting and informative. Let's understand how can we create a ribbon chart. Before we get into the technicalities how to create a ribbon chart, let's understand the context. Why exactly do we require it? Now let's have a look on this example. Over here you see the sales data for a supermarket across three cities, which are Delhi, Mumbai and Patna. Okay, so these three cities are available over here. Now what you observe over here is in the month of January, Patna is the city where the supermarket has highest sell. But is that true for the month of February? No, that's not true, because more than Patna, Mumbai has the sales. Then why Patna is at the top? Same goes for March. Delhi has sales more than Patna, but still Patna is at the top, while Delhi has the bottom, while it should be at the top, right? So this is making the things, little meaningless, right? Because no matter how the sales is performing in each of the city, one city is always going to be at the top. One category is always going to be at the top. Now, imagine if you get a solution where these boxes shift as per their performance, and that's exactly what can be solved with the help of ribbon. Now if I just transform this chart in the form of ribbon chart, this is what you're going to get. Now if you observe over here, look at this. Patna city has the highest sale in the month of January, and that's why it is at the top. Now in the month of Feb it is the second highest, and that's where you see at the second rank, and in the month of March still it is at the second. Look at Delhi in here in the column chart, you see Delhi at the bottom despite of having the highest sell, but in the ribbon chart you have it at the top. So this is the problem which gets solved when you start using a ribbon chart. Now is the time when I should show you how to create a ribbon chart. So let's come back over here, and here we get the data, and here we have the visualization pane. Here you can find the ribbon chart, and once you get this you can expand this over here, and the date column I'm going to take and put it into the axis, and the total column I'm going to take and put that into the y-axis. Okay, now this is what we get. Now I just need to do this thing. So this is showing as column chart because we have only one category. We need to put city also, so I'm going to put city in the legend. Now here is what you get. Next thing which comes is making it as you saw that in the example, so that is cosmetic part which you can adjust. So first of all, it is showing the data for the entire year, and in the example I showed you data for 3 months only. So for that, to filter that, what you can do is you can create a slicer from here. I got the slicer and I'm going to use date into that, and I just need to keep it specific to till March 31st. This is it, right? Now I can see the data till March 31st only. Now the next thing which I need to do is show the data labels on this, and this is that you can do from here. Just make it a little bigger. Let's make it a little bigger. Right, in the values you're gonna increase the font size for the data label, maybe this, and then just make it bold. This is it. If you want to play around the color of these ribbons, you can also do that. So you have the options to play around the ribbon colors. I'll just show you over here. Now here you can play around the ribbon colors. Now you see this, the color has been changed. So there are a lot of formatting which you can do to make it make it visually appealing, but the main problem statement which we need to learn over here is it is solving the ranking problem which we have in column chart, right? This problem gets solved in the ribbon. I just hope that it was interesting for you and easy for you to understand. Just in case if you get any question, put that into the comment section. I'll be more than happy to help you on that. Everyone, let's talk about the waterfall chart. So let's first understand the context when we really use the waterfall chart. So primarily when this is kind of very insightful thing, and it makes more sense to have in your dashboard. So for example, you see here over here we have this blue bars which is representing to the quarter of a year, which is 2022, right? And these bars which you see, these are representing to each of the product. Now let's understand this. For example, over here if you see, what it's simply telling you is this is quarter 1 and this is quarter 2. Between quarter and 1 and 2, the total sales of health and beauty product has fallen down, right? So if you see in over here in quarter one, the sum total for this particular product was 33,303, but in quarter 2 it is turning out to be 7,659. So there is a fall of 77%, which is nothing but 25,644. Similarly, when you see the things between quarter 2 and quarter 3, what it says is fashion accessories sales have increased by 7,000. How? So when you hover your mouse pointer on top of this is what it says. You can see the quarter 2 sum total was just 3.5 thousand, while in quarter 3 it was 6,000, right? So I just did is I just did a drill down. Okay, forget about that. Now over here you see over here, so there is a difference of 186% in this. So this is how this waterfall chart makes our visualization and dashboard more insightful and visualizes the information pretty well. All right, so this is it. I'll quickly take you to the technical part, how to build a waterfall chart. So for that, from this visualization pane, you need to choose this waterfall chart. Here we got it, right? And what I'll do is I'll just make it a little bigger. And from the data pane, what I'm going to do is I'll take the date columns. So date column, and I put it in categories because it's a hierarchical attribute or column, so we will have the drill down functionality available for this thing. Now on y-axis I want to see the total sales, so this is what you see, but over here you see the total sales in 2019, and this is the total bar. So I just need to drill it down a bit. How do I drill it down? So for that, what I can do is, here you see this drill down button. Okay, I can just do this is to drill down one level down. Now this has divided it into, like you can see, this has divided it into the quarters. Now the next breakdown which I want to do is by the products. So in this over here I have product line. I'll drag and drop it into the breakdown. Now you got it over here. So what you see over here is, here it says this green line green represents to increase, red decrease, and blue to total, and this is other. So other means the products which are not covered over here, if there is something which is left out, that all combined and reported in this color. If you want to see all of the products, what you can do is go in this visualization area in the breakdown, and you see over here maximum breakdowns are 5. So I'm just going to increase this. Now the moment I increased it, you can see that one more thing increased, and the color is again between these two. Okay, similarly you can play around it. If you want to minimize it, you can minimize it more, and you're gonna see like this, only three categories, right? So it's completely on you how you want to take this. All right, so I just hope that it is clear. Similarly, if you want to show the data labels, that you can also do. All that you require to do is go over here and just switch it on data label. Now you can see the data labels also. So this is how you can create a waterfall chart and include that into your dashboard. Just in case if you get a question or you require clarity on more about the context, and also if you want to understand more on technicality part, put that into the comment section. I'll definitely make another video and help you out. And let's understand about the funnel chart, which looks simply like this, and it is damn simple to create in Power BI. But the question comes in what context one should be using the funnel chart, right? Why should we create the funnel chart? So a simplest answer is, a funnel chart is used to measure the performance by stages. Now what does that mean? For example, you take the example of any sales department. So how many customers were sold a product? Out of them, how many customers were provided the product? Out of that, how many customers were actually used the product? So there are three stages you see, right? And if you want to see the performance by each of these stages, that's where you should create the funnel chart. Now let me make it very clear to you with the help of an example. Let's take an example of a credit card company where a successful sale of credit card is considered when the customer makes first purchase on the credit card. Now in that company, you are working in a sales department and your boss notices that the new purchase of the credit card is only 13%, 13.9% for a given month. Then he speaks to the salesperson wherein he says that he reached out to the approximately 1000 customers. So out of 1000, only 13% of the customers are making purchase on the credit card. So where is the gap? Right, that's the point which your boss would like to understand. So first of all, it will become important for you to understand what are the stages which comes between reaching to the customer and a purchase takes place on the credit card for a customer. So the stages could be something like this. So the successful stage is transaction made on the credit card, and the first stage is when salesperson approaches to the customer. After that, what happens is customer hears to the pitch of the salesperson, then he applies for the credit card, then his application is evaluated, and if it is passed, then the card is issued to that customer, and then the card is delivered to the customer, and then the customer makes the transaction on the credit card. So approximately 7 stages here we can study, and we can see how the sales has performed on each of these stages. So let me show you the data. Over here I have the data. For example, you take the example of this customer, right? The salesperson approached to this customer, he heard the pitch, then he applied for the credit card, evaluation passed, then card was issued, and then the card was delivered to that customer also, and then finally that customer made a purchase. But let's take an example of this customer. Right here all the things happen, but after the card issued there is no entry available, which means card was issued but the card could not be delivered to the customer, and because the card could not be delivered to the customer, we cannot expect him to make a purchase. Now let's take another example for this customer. Only salesperson approached to this customer, nothing else happened. Right, means while the salesperson approached to this customer completely might have denied. Right, so this is exactly what we are going to study while creating the funnel chart. Let me take you to the Power BI quickly, and here in Power BI what I have done is I have already imported the data to save the time, and now I'll go in chart view, and from here I will take the funnel chart, and from the data pane here I will take the stages and I will put that in category, right? Whatever stages comes in, and if I want to use the same, I can use the same. If I want to use the different one, I can use the different one. So I took this. By default you can see that it has taken the count of all the IDs, right? But in case if it is not taking the count, what you can do is you just click on this, right click on this, and from here you can choose count. Okay, now once this is done, let's understand this interesting part. Right, let me make it a little bigger and explain you well. So what you see over here, all right, so it is becoming a little difficult to study to read it out, right? So let me do a little bit of formatting. So from here in the visuals I will go, and in the data label what I'll do is I'll make it a little bigger. In the values I'll make it bold, and then I'll make it bigger. All right, and then on this part I'm going to do this study, make some visualization change, which is category labels, and I'll make it bold and I'll make it a little bigger so that we could study each of this. Right, now see this interesting graph. Right, what it says is 633 customers were approached by our salesperson. Out of that 545 heard the pitch, and then out of that 458 are someone who applied for the credit card, and then 359 for whom the evaluation passed, and 278 were issued the card. Out of 278 only 175 were delivered the credit card, and out of 175 only 88 customers made purchase on that credit card. So see, now this is giving you a very good breakup of everything. So you see the major gap over here, 278 customers are being issued the credit card, but out of that only 175 are being delivered. right? And out of that only 88 customers are making the transactions. So now your boss can figure out the solution why 175 customers were delivered but 88 made only purchase, right? So maybe they can offer some rewards or etc which encourages customer to make the purchase, right? So those kind of strategies can be made by analyzing the performance by stage. Now a little bit of more formatting I would like to show you. For example, over here it shows in the whole number. Now if I want to show it in terms of percentage, I can show that as well, right? Data value and percentage of first, right? So what it shows is 633 customers were approached out of 86, heard the page 72%, applied for it, and so on. So this is one way. Now over here if you see 43% customers were issued the credit card, however only 27% got their credit card delivered, right? If you want you can use other as a previous percentage of the previous stage also, right? For example 278 were issued and out of which how many percentage were delivered. So let's say let me do this. So 278 customers were issued the credit card, out of which only 62% of the customer received the credit card. So this is how you can play around all of these things. So I'm going to keep it like this, right? And now you see this makes a very good sense for you for the analytics purpose. Let's understand about the scatter plot. So first of all, why do we create these scatter plots? A scatter plot is generally used to see the relational distribution of data. So primarily here we consume at least two numeric column. So whatever you put on x-axis, whatever you put on y-axis, both of them must be numeric, right? So let me show you with the help of an example how do you create the scatter plot. So first of all, in the visualization pane you're going to choose this scatter plot. Now here I have the stock price data. Before I move further, let me show you the data. So what you see over here is I have, oops, I'm showing you a different data set, sorry. So now here what you see is here I have the company names for which I'm showing the stock price, their opening value and their closing value, right? So I'm going to find the relation between opening and closing. If it is opening with or at higher price, is it closing at higher price as well, or it is just opening at higher price and closing at lower price? That's what I'm going to see over here. So here is what we had just created from here. Now I need to find the relation between open and close. So what I'll do is I'll take open and I'll put in x-axis. I'll take close from here and I'll put it in y-axis. Now here what you see is just one dot. That is because it is by default summing them up all, which we don't require. So what you need to do is just either right click on this or click this button, okay? And from here just choose don't summarize. And you need to do the same thing for this as well, right? Now what you see over here is it shows quite a significant linear relationship between opening price and closing price, which means if it is opening at higher rate, it is closing also at the higher rate, right? So you see this is the closing price and this is the opening price. Let's take this point for example. So opening price was 92 and closing price was 53. Now if you see this, opening price was 75, which was lesser, and closing price was also lesser. Now let's talk about this. Here opening price was 208 and closing price was also 116. So if you see opening price, if opening price is increasing, closing price is also increasing. So this is why we use the scatter plot. Now let's talk about little bit of cosmetic things and making it more meaningful. So here what we see is just the relationship between opening and closing. Now what if I want to see it by company, for which company how it is performing? So here I have the companies and I'll just take that and put it into the legends. Now you can see over here, see this saffron color is Microsoft, dark blue is Intel, and light blue is, or sky blue is IBM, right? So these are looking quite cluttered. Let's do some bit of formatting, and here I have the markers. These dots are called the markers, nothing else, okay? So from here what I can do is, in this series what we have, these all are the name, all the series which we have, right? If you want to see some particular one, you can just choose that. Now from here if you want, you can choose the different style, you can choose different marker. I'm going to keep it oval only. I can increase the size a bit, right? This is looking much dirtier. Okay, so let me keep this, let me make it like this. All right, so this is how you can play around the play around the market size and all. Right, so you see now we can clearly see that this saffron color is for Microsoft. If you click this, you are only going to see this saffron color, and that is for Microsoft. Right, same way if you want to see the Intel, you can do this. If you want to see it for IBM, and just click on this to see again for all of them. Now there is another interesting part of this, but for that what we would require to do is we would require to first summarize these values, right? So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'll just again bring it to the sum. If you want, you can do the average as well, right? It makes sense to do the average, right? Let's do the average part. And for opening and closing, for both of them I'm going to take a average of the prices. Okay, so this is showing it like this. Now the next thing which I am going to do is I'll make the marker little bigger. Let me just go in marker, and from here I'll make it little bigger. And also what I'll do is I should put the marker legends category level. Okay, so here comes category level. I just wanted to show the name of these three companies as well. Right, now what I see over here is I'm just going to make it make a little bit of modification. So it looks pretty fine, the size looks pretty fine. So now what you see over here is IBM opening price was 102, average opening price was 102, and closing price was also approximately similar, right? Almost similar. Okay, now the next part which I want to show you is this interesting part, play axis. Now in play axis, I'm going to take this date column and put it over here. Now you're gonna see the magic. You see here it is showing starting from 1st December 2005. Let me just, this is the end date, right? Let me just play this. Now you see it is starting from 1986, and you see how each of the companies are performing in terms of their average opening and closing by each of the day. Now you see this how it is moving up. Right, now if you want to check the movement of any particular company, you can do this also, and it will show how that particular stock is moving. Right, now if you find it moving little slow, what I can do is, this is the hierarchical data because this is date column, so I have luxury or flexibility to choose year instead of the whole date. So I'll take this year from here and I'll put it over here. Now this is going to show by years, average stock opening and closing price by year for each of these three stocks. Now you see how interestingly it is moving, right? And imagine if you put this kind of graph on your dashboard, everybody is going to just love it. Okay, so this is how you can create this scatter plot, and like I always encourage you, go ahead and explore this visual tab and try to make different type of modification to look it much better and attractive. Let's talk about the tree map, how to create a tree map and in what context we should be using it. So as usual, let's first understand the context. So for example, if you want to present some hierarchical analysis, so what hierarchical analysis I mean over here is, for example, you want to show the sales of a supermarket. So first of all, you want to show the sales by cities in a country, and then in the particular city by product. So this is, you see, this is the second hierarchy. Then in third hierarchy, maybe you want to show by gender, right? So let's say you take a name of a city, for example Mumbai. So in Mumbai, what is the highest sold product? Then in that product, which segment of the gender is buying this kind of product the most, right? So those kind of hierarchical analysis, if you want to visualize, that's where you can use the tree map most effectively. So let me take you over here, and to create a tree map, what you need to do is just click on this tree map, and here I have the supermarket sales data. Now what I'll do is I'll just, let me first make it a little bigger. So in this, first I want to see the sales by cities, right? So I have here city column, right? So what I'll do is I'll take it and drop in the category. All right, we are done. Now here we have the total sales. So total sales I'm going to put into the values box, and that's where you got
what you are looking for. So on a tree map, what do you see at the upper left corner? That is the highest, and what you see at the lower right corner, that is the list. So at the upper right corner you see this city, and the total sales into that particular city is 1,10,568, while you see in Mandalay, so it is 1,06,197. So like you can see, this is the highest one. Now this was the first level in the hierarchy. Next I want to segment further by gender, for example. All right, so what I can do is I will just take gender from here, and in the details tab maybe I can put gender. All right, over here. So in see in this particular city, female is someone who is doing the most amount of purchasing, so, which is 61,000, and male is spending just 48,000. But when it comes to this particular city, male is someone who is spending the most, which is 53,000, so, and female is someone who is spending the least. Right, now let's see each of this gender, what is the product they are buying the most. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'll take the product line from here and let me drop that into the category further. Now you don't see that, so what you can do is you can do a drill down. Okay, now I know this looks little clumsy, but this gives you the overall view, right? So in this city, if you see, female is spending a lot on food and beverages, right? A lot on food. They must spend, the maximum spend is on this food and beverages, right? So this is how you can use a tree map to show the significance of the thing. So what I'm going to do is, let's make it a little simple, and I'm going to put it over here. Right, so what you see in this particular city, the most purchased products group are food and beverages, right? And the list one is home and lifestyle in this particular city. Now you see the hierarchy, city and the product. Now in this city, if you see, the most sold products are sports and travel category, while the list one is food and beverages. Right, in this particular city, home and lifestyle is the most sold products, and health and beauty is the list. So it looks like in this particular city the people are mostly healthy, right? And that's where they are spending less on health and beauty, while in this one people appears to be more foodie type of persons, right? So that's where they are spending a lot on food and beverages. So it makes sense that we increase the supply of food and beverages into this and reduce the price, and then you can have a huge customer volume, right? So in short, this is how you can create a tree map. If you want to play around the visualization and visuals, you can go over here. For example, if you want to show the numbers, you can click this, and here you go and see the numbers. If you want to play around the size and the number size, etc., right? All of those things you can do from here, right? So this is how you can play around it. You can change the colors also from here, right? Each of these boxes color and the colors, and there are a lot that you can do over here, but I'll keep it limited over here, just in case if you want to understand any specific thing, put that into the comment section. I'll definitely make a separate video to understand what decomposition tree is. So for example, here is what we got. This is the supermarket store data. All right, superstore data. Let's consider that you are the founder of your superstore, and now it's year end. You want to analyze how your superstore did throughout the error. So sorry, not throughout the error, but throughout the year. Okay, so how would you start? So first thing which you would start with is the total amount of sell. What was the total amount of sell? So here we saw its total amount of sell is 3,22,000. All right, that's pretty fine. Now you might be interested in which product did the best. What sort of product was sold for the maximum amount, or I mean, how is the breakup of this total sale by the product line, right? So all that you require to do is just click this plus icon and choose the breakup by which you want to see. So I want to see it by product line. So here is what I got, right? So what it shows is that food and beverages are something which did fantastic, right? And if you see health and this one, health and beauty, this has the lowest sell, and accordingly you can see the breakup of all throughout all of the products, right? So this is how you can drill it down to the next level. Now all right, so here I got the food and beverages. All right, now I want to see this in what city it was sold the most, right? So I just need to click it again and choose city, and here is what I got, right? So in this particular city, most food and beverages were sold. Right, now I want to see the city breakup for this particular product, right? So I do this. Then if I want to see it for electronic and accessories, I will just require to click on this. If I want to see it for home and lifestyle, just click this, and here is what I got. All right, so you see how simple is it. Now in home and lifestyle, I saw the breakup by city. I also want to understand how, what is the breakup in this city for sales by gender, right? So let's just click on this and just click this, right? And here is what I got. Now all right, so here I can see female community is someone who is spending a lot in this particular city on home and lifestyle, which seems to be obvious, on home and lifestyle, right? Now then if I just click on this, and then if I try to observe what sort of those customer types are, just click on this. Mostly they were members. All right, mostly they were members, and then they were spending a lot in this particular city on home and lifestyle. And if I want to see the breakup on this member, what sort of payment method they have used the most, so that I could strategize the payment method on my supermart, whether it is by wallet or by some other method, card or so, right? So just click on this and see the payment method, right? So what I see is mostly they did the transaction through cash. All right, so now you see how simple was it to, just decompose each of the bars and see the details to the granular level, isn't it? Now if you want to see all these details by this, you can just click on this, and everything is just at the blink of your eye, right? You click on this, you click on this, and you click on this. Doesn't matter, wherever you click, you are going to get all of these things. If you don't want to see, let's say, gender, you can just remove this gender, and rest of things are coming over here. Let's say if I don't want to see the product line, but rather I want to start from city directly, I just click the product line, and everything is over here. Now I want to fix this city, but so that no one can remove it, I just click this lock. Now this is locked, and this will always be there, city will always be there, but rest of the item you can still remove. All right, I just hope that you are liking it a lot and this is interesting. Now let me show you how you can create this very, very quickly. So just come in this visualization pane, and over here is what you're looking for, right? Just decomposition tree. Click this, and here is what you got. Just let's make it a little bigger, and this is very simple to create. Now what you see over here is analyze. What is it exactly that you want to analyze? So in our case, we want to analyze the total sales. So here I take the total and I put it in sales. You might be willing to analyze the investment, etc., whatever you want, right? So you just put that, whatever you want to analyze. Now explain by category, by what breakup, what sort of breakup that you want to analyze these things, what all are the breakups that you may like to analyze these things. So let's put all this. So what I do usually is I'll put all those categorical variables which I may like, or even if the data set do not have a lot of columns, so I will put all the categorical columns, because that makes sense to me, because when I'm doing the analysis, I might jump from one category to another, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put almost all of the categorical columns. For example, city, then I will put customer type, then I'll put gender, and you don't need to worry about the sequence. You can put in whatever sequence you want, right? Then payment, and then you can put product line if you want. What else? I don't think anything else that I have. In time, what sort of value that we have in time column? Let me see what sort of value. Okay, so time does not make sense to put over here. Now we are done, right? So you are done with creating your decomposition tree. You see how simple it is. Now you just keep on clicking on this, and you just keep on clicking on this, and you are going to get that. Now the other AI feature in this you may get is high value and low value. It will automatically find in this particular city which one of these three can show the highest value. Let's say high value, right? So what do you see? Members are someone who are doing the highest purchase, right? So if you want to see low, then you can click on this, and here you see by product line, because all of these three columns were already taken. This was the left out of the, I mean this, and there is one more which is left, that is payment. So product line was describing it well, so that's where it picked over here, and it is showing health and beauty in this, in the member community in this particular city is doing the list. All right, so I just hope that it was clear to you and easy to understand. So this is the very basic of the decomposition tree. Now if you want to deep dive more, and if you want me to make a more detailed video on decomposition tree, do let me know into the comment section. I'll be more than happy to create that and help you on your doubt. So here you got the sales data for one of the supermarket in India, which is distributed by cities and by states. Now we have to analyze which state is doing how and which city is doing how. It really becomes a little difficult to see and visualize it. So that's where we use the maps in visualization, and in Power BI it is very simple to create the one. So just like this, like you can see over here, I have created that, I have just plotted that data which I was just showing you on the India map. This is the sales data for one of the supermart by cities and by states of India. So for example, if you see over here, so this represents to state Gujarat and city Surat, and the total amount of sale over there, this green color in this circle. If you hover your pointer on this orange color, it simply represents Ahmedabad in Gujarat and the total sales amount in Ahmedabad. All right, so you see how interesting it looks and how easy it is. All right, so now if you think that it could be very difficult to create this kind of visualization, let me tell you, it's going to be on blink of eyes, right? So let's just create that. You just go in the visualization pane and choose the map from here and from your data. All right, before I proceed further, let me tell you something over here. So first of all, if you are doing it for the first time, you might get some error, and hence it is important that you go in files menu and go in options and settings, and from here you need to go in options. All right, when you go in options, it's gonna give you this thing, and in the security pane you're gonna go back over here and just check this box, right, and then say okay. So once that is done, then you are very much in position to go ahead and utilize this. The second thing which you need to take care of is, in your data, the data must be clean, which means the state name, specifically the state name and the cities are should be very very clean. Okay, and the columns are named properly. So if it is a state, it must be named as a state. If it is city, it must be named as city. If it is country, it must be named as country. If you have some data with different name and you want to still use that, do let me know into the comment section. I'll make another video, and into that I'll explain that into more detail. But now let's focus on this, creating the map to represent our cells. All right, so like you saw that I already have clean data which I did in Excel itself. I'll upload this data on the GitHub. Do not forget to download that for your practice purpose. Okay, so over here I got this thing, and now what I'm going to do is I'll just take state and I'm going to put that into the location, and here is what I got. So this blue circle, each of this blue circle is representing a state in India where I have my supermart. Okay, not all the state, may not be all the states, but those states where I have my supermart. Now you see over here, each of these states are represented. Now the next thing, I want to show the sales by each of these states. So over here, the bubble size, you see, into that I'm going to drag and drop this. Now you see the size of these blue circles are different. The bigger the size, the highest the sales into that particular state. So for example, let's have a look over here. In Assam, we have this much of the sales. And if you look over here, in Dadar and Nagar Haveli, which is a union territory, we have the lowest sale. All right, low sale. I can't say the lowest because I didn't compare that, but it looks quite significantly lower. All right, so this is how we can show the states into the map. Now further, if I want to split it further by cities, what I can do is I will go in legends. here you see the legends box, right? So I will just take this city and put that into the legends. If you want to split it by product name, etc., you can feel free to do that. Now you see this is exactly what I was showing you in the beginning, right? So each of the state has its city where I have my supermart, and the sales amount are reflecting when I hover the mouse pointer on that. Little bit of formatting. This thing is something which is capturing the area. Let me quickly go into the format and switch off the legends. That is gone. Then I will go in general and I'll just switch off titles. That is also gone. So now you have this map looking pretty well. This is how you can create a map visualization in your Power BI. There are two categories of this. One is this, the other one is field map. So if you want to convert it into the field map, all that you require to do is just click on this field map, and here is what you got. Alright, so this is how you can create a map in your Power BI in simple steps. I would highly recommend you download the data and play around it, and let me know into the comment section if you get any doubt, any difficulty, or any challenge. Gauge chart. This is also known as the speedometer chart, and there are some other names as well which is used to represent this chart. Let's understand how does it looks like first of all. So primarily this looks like something like this. This is a very default version of it, right? So this is how gauge chart would look like. Some few people also pronounce it as gauge chart, so I'll be pronouncing it as gauge chart, not as gauge chart. So what it does is it gives you the information, what is your max, what is the mean, where you are in terms of performance, and what is the target, means what is the expectation. So most likely it is used in the kind of dashboarding or summary where performance is needed to be measured against a target. So let's take an example of sales, where the sales people would always have certain target, and the leader of that would require to measure the performance against that target. So for example, if you see over here, the minimum value is 0, max is this, the current situation is this, and this is the target. So this is the area which is yet need to be reached, right? So by now you might have understood that to create this gauge chart, you would require, you would mandatorily be required the target value, maximum value, and minimum. If you don't have, by default it takes 0. If you have, you can put the value which is needed, but recommended way is to start it from 0. I hope you understood in what context we require it. So now I'm going to show you how you can create this very quickly. For that, I'm going to use this data. Here you see this is the total sales for a supermarket. Now to create this gauge chart or gauge chart, what we require is the minimum value, which I'm going to keep as 0, and then maximum value, and then the target value. All right, and the current position, current situation. Let me first put the current situation, current position. All right, so the current position would be nothing but sum of this. All right, sum of this. So let me just take sum of that over here. I'm just putting it for the understanding purpose. So here is what we got, the sum of that. All right, and the maximum which I am trying to say over here is not max of sales, but what is the maximum limit of the sales, right? What is the maximum limit of that sales is something like what I want to say. So I would keep the maximum limit as twice of the current wherever we are, and then I would keep target as 1.5 times of the current situation. So here I would put 1.5 times of the current situation. So these are the values which I am going to consider for the creation of the gauge chart, right? So keep in mind these two things are mandatorily required, right, to create a meaningful gauge chart. So let me take you to the new window of the Power BI, and over here let me show you how you can do that. First of all, I'll just delete this because this is not needed for me. Now what I need to do is, first of all, I would require to create the three things which I just said. current value I would be already having minimum, I don't require max, and target I require, right? So for that, what I'll do is I'll go in the data view, and from here in new measure, you can do in the report view as well, but I just went over here, right? So in new measure, what I'm going to do is I will say target. What is the target? So the target is sum of total and 1.5 times of it, right? 1.5 times of it, right? So this is how my target is created. Now as soon as it is created, this is a measure, so you would see over here, you won't be able to see it as it will not be visible in your data, but somewhere in the virtual memory it will be stored, and this is something which is created on fly. Now I'll create another measure which is for max. All right, so let's create the another measure, new measure again, and that I'm going to say maximum limit. I'll just say maximum, and then again I will take sum of total, and then I'm going to make it double of the total sum. Okay, so this is how it is done. Now I'll quickly take you to the report view, and over here in the visualization pane you need to go over here, and just right over here you have the gauge chart, right? So just pull it out over here, the gauge chart, and now you see over here you are getting three options: value, minimum, maximum, and target. In fact, four. So in value, which I want to use is total sales. So by default it will sum it up, and it is going to show you right over here. Then the next thing, minimum, I'm not going to put because it is already showing 0. Then the maximum value, for that I have already created. For maximum I'm going to put this maximum, and then for target I'm going to use this target over here. All right, now let's just do a little bit of formatting on it. How can we make it look the way it was in the demo, right? Let me just take you over here. I don't need the data pane anymore. Now in the colors, I'm going to choose a color for this one, something like this. Yeah, yes, something like this. Then the color for this target line, that I'm going to put red. I will make it something like dark red. This is also done. Next thing, let's have a look at the data label, and these are the data labels. I'm just making it bold, and decimal place I will just say nothing. I don't require any decimal place. Then the target label again I'll make bold, and size I can make it a little smaller, and then in the decimal place again I'm going to make it 0. Now the call out value is this one, where we are, which represents where we are, right? So that I'm just going to show bold, and again the decimal place is null. All right, so this is done. You are done with creating a gauge chart, and you see how simple it was, and you can make it more interesting. There are, if you have paid version, there are other templates of this as well, which you can of course anytime can go over there, and from you can get it from get more visuals. Currently I don't have a paid version, so I would not be able to do it. That's what I assume. It require further exploration. Do let me know if we can do even if we don't have a paid version. When you look at this visual, you might find it something which gives you the good insight, which means it is telling you the sales by product line, in what product line how much the sales was done, and in which city how much the quantity of the products were sold. But this does not give you a good start of the story, because when you start the story, nobody wants to directly reach into the middle of this story, right? So this visual is something which tells you the next step of the start. But imagine if you just add this part to your visual, then it gives a good start. How does it works? So it works like over here you present that the total sales was this, and then it ignites the curiosity in the audience that this total sales was done across what sort of product lines, what is the breakup of it. So then it makes more sense and it becomes very interesting to look at this visual or this visual. So you see how important the role of this information is. Now the question comes, how to create this kind of boxes. So that's what we are going to learn in this video today. These boxes are nothing but called cards. So Power BI provides you two type of cards. If you have Power BI downloaded after June, so then you can get two types of card. But if you have the older version, you will get only this. So if you want, you can go ahead and download it again, or you can upgrade it. Anyway, I'm going to start with the basic one. So this is the basic one, how to put the value inside this. So like you saw, I just clicked on this, and what exactly I want to display into it, the total sales. So I just need to take it from here and put it over here. Now here is what I got. So this is nothing but the total sales. Now let's make the changes. Sum of total does not make much sense, so I would say I can rename it sales, total sales. Let's just say total sales. That is it. Now let's do some bit of formatting and understand it. So for the formatting, you need to go in this tab, and over here you get two options, call out values and category label. Let's have a look at category label. When you make it bold, you see this text which is written at the below, that gets changed, right? So this is called category label. Now I'm going to increase the font size of that category label so that it could look more, you know, it could be clear to the audience, as simple as that. Now I would like to change the font color of it as well. So this is the color which I'm going to make it. You may not like it, but you can choose the one which you like. Now the number which you see, that is called call out value. That I'm going to make a little bigger, bold, and in a different color, which I would like to put this. Now the next thing which I am interested in changing is the background color. So how do I do that? So I just need to go in general, in effects. Here I got the background option, and from here I'm going to choose this color. Now the next thing which I would like to add is visual border, and this is done. My call out box is ready. I'm not sure if you find it interesting or not, whether it is looking very attractive to you or not, but you saw how to change the visual formatting, right? So you can go ahead and do that whatever the way you want to see it. Now the next one which I need to add is for quantity. So what I'll do is I'll just copy paste it, right? So, and after doing the copy paste, all that I need to do is go in this tab, and from here, instead of total sales, what I'm going to use is the quantity. So here is what I got, and I'm going to do the same thing, just rename it total quantity sold. That is it. Now you see both of my cards are ready. So this was the basic version of the card which is available in the older version of Power BI. Now let's have a look in the new version of Power BI. That is very interesting, right? So all that I need to do is just click on this, which is called card new, and from here I can go in data point. Now what you observe was, if I had to show two values, I had to create two separate boxes, right? Now over here, that's not a problem. What you can do is just click all those things which you want to show it over here, and let's say I want to show total and quantity, and I also want to show the total gross income, right? The three things I want to show. Now I also want to show the sum total of unit price, though that may not make much sense, but that's what I want to do for the illustration purpose. Okay, now you see in the same visual I got four boxes created. I don't need to work on each of them separately and format them, right? So what I need to do is I can apply the formatting all together. So first of all, which I want to do is I want to change the name. So I'll quickly do that. This I'm going to say total sales, total, oops, please bear with me, total sales. Let me just say a total sales. All right, and here I will say total quantity sold, total quantity sold, bear with the spelling error, sold. All right, similarly you can make the changes in other titles also. Just in the interest of time, I don't want to do all those things. Now the next thing which I want to do is I want to change the formatting of all of them. So what I need to do is just go in, you know, shape, and from here I can change the shape as well. So it gives me the option of rounded rectangle. Now when you do this, this is what you got. This also gives you the option snipped tab for both, right? Other than this, the best part which I like is I have the option to do the customize the shape, right? So for that I need to just choose this snipped the both, or maybe I can choose this as well, and just from here I need to say customize style. And when I do so, from top left corner, what I can do is I can just make the little bit of adjustment, something like this. You see, now this is changing. Now the same thing I would do for bottom right corner, and you see this is giving it a look of some leaf, or so, right? So it is making it look more interesting. So this is how I would just change the shape. Now the next thing which I need to do is I will go and adjust the call out. But in the call out, what I want to do is I want to show the quantity as total number. So here if you see, the problem statement is till now we were applying the same style to all of the boxes. Now I need to apply the I need to change the style for one box only, right? So which is this unit. How can I do that? So for that, again I need to select this visual, go in this visual tab, and of course from here what I need to do is go in call out, and in the call out I need to choose the series. If you want to make changes in any specific box, all the boxes are showing over here, choose that. So the one which I want to change is total quantity sold, and into that I am just willing to do bold, not this one but this value, label value, right? And label value I want to make it bold. All right, so first of all, what exactly that I wanted to change in the very beginning, the unit, right? It is just showing 6k, which I don't like, right? So in display unit I am just going to make it none. Now this is going to give me the whole number, which is exactly how it was looking. Now the next thing, I want to make everything in center alignment. So again I need to come back over here and choose all, and from here I can go and do the center alignment. Now everything is in center alignment, you see. Now I need to change the background color of this box only, this one, sum of gross, right? So again what I'll do is I'll come over here in this series, sum of gross income I choose, and then I need to go in cards, and let's see, here is what I got, fill, and in the fill I'm going to choose this one. Oops, it applied on all. This is not good. I need to choose a series, but let me just see what is it that I have chosen. Sum of gross income, I choose that, but why is it applying on all of that? Because I made a stupid mistake, and that mistake was I choose this thing in the callout. So in callout I'm going to make it back to the all, and that thing I need to choose in cards. From here I need to choose sum of gross income, let's say, and into this I want to change the background color to this one, right? Now you see this is how it is looking. You can change that, right? Now I want to make the adjustment of this text as well. So that text, what is it exactly called? That's the question, right? So let's just figure it out. In the call out, that text is called the labels, and the label I'm just going to make bold, and you see it is changing for all because I want it, right? If you want to do it for specific one, again you need to come back over here and choose a series, right? But I want to keep it for all, right? And the font color which I want to use is, for that particular part I want to use white color. So now you see how is it looking. So this is how you can create the callouts, or let's say cards, in your visual, and you can utilize them most effectively. Now there is one last tips which I want to share with you is, currently you see it all in a sequence. It is arranged as a on a horizontal bar. If you want to make the adjustment, and if you want to look at vertical, that you can also do, come in layout, and from here you can choose vertical. So now you see this is how it is going to look like, and you just need to make some adjustment over here, something like this, and you're gonna get get it look great, right? If you want to show it as a grid, that you can also do. Just choose the grid, and from here you need to specify number of rows and columns, you see. And here is what you got. Now just make some bit of adjustment into it. That's adjustment is something you would require to make everywhere, you know. So you see, now you got this thing. So this is how you can create the cards in your visual and make it look more interesting. KPI, what does it stands for? It is nothing but key performance indicator. What does that mean now? So it means here we try to measure the performance of certain things by a given indicator. So that's where we call it as a key performance indicator. For example, you are working in marketing or in sales, so your performance of sales might be required to be measured against a given target. So that's what called the key performance indicator, right? So let's see how can you create that. So let me just remove this very quickly and show you the things. So for example, in visualization, when you see over here this particular item, this is called the KPI, which is nothing but key performance indicator. Let me drag it and put it over here so that we could see it all together. Now here's what I got. In this visual I have the data for a supermart sales, so where I want to see the, you know, total sales by the given target, how it is performing. So when you create this kind of chart, which is KPI, you are going to get these three boxes: value, trend, and target. Value, in value you want to put that key which you want to measure. So in my case I want to measure the total sales, so that's what I gave it over here. But you, what you see is you don't see any value over here, because it also require a trend. By what trend you want to see? So trend could be most preferred thing is date. So by date you want to see the performance of the sales, etc., right? So that's where we can use the date. But if you want, you can use product line, etc. For example, over here I want to go in date, and here I have it in the hierarchical structure, so I'm going to use the month from over here. Now what you see just right over here is this graph. All right, so this is called the KPI. But then there is one point, you see all that in gray color. Okay, before I just move forward, I just want to remove this title. For that I need to go on visuals, and in visuals, general and title, I just removed that. Now what you see is all it's showing in gray color, but I require to show it in different color. Why? And why is it happening something like this? Because we have not given the target. So for giving the target, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a target of 1.5 times of the sales. Okay, so this is a very, I won't say it's a recommended thing, you should not be doing it, but in your data you must have a target column. But over here, just for the learning purpose, I'm going to create a measure for target that I have already created, but I'll go ahead and create it again, and I'll remove it from here. I'm just removing it, and so that I could show you how to create this measure, how to create this kind of thing on fly. All right, so it is just removing. Now it is done. All that you need to do is go on your sheet or the table name, right? From here just click on new measure, and as soon as you do this, you are going to get a bar over here. You would require to just bear with me because the performance is too slow. Okay, now over here I get target, and into this I'm going to take sum of total sales, and I'm going to multiply that by 1.5. Now as soon as I do this, over here I'll get a target created. You see here the target is created. Now I'm going to put that into target column. Now what you see over here, it shows in red color. Why? Because it says the goal was 17.79, but what we achieved is 11.86, which is minus 33.33% compared to the target. All right, so this is how we create a KPI. Now the other point which you should notice is this 11.86 is not the total of cells. Then what it is? For that we require to see this label, right? So for that I'm going to go in over here, and you see this date, just click on this. Now you see this is showing it for the month of December only. Now you might be interested in seeing what was the sales for each of the month. So for that I'll create another matrix quickly so that I could show you it by month, and from here I'm going to take month into the rows and total into the values. Let me just put it in the values. Come down please over here. Now what you see over here, now you just have a look on this. You see for December it is 11.86, right? And what you're seeing over here is also 11.86. What we understand is it is not for 1 month. Okay, so it is not for total sales, right? This is for a given month. Now the question comes how to show it for other month, right? So for that what I can do is I can create a slicer over here just next to it, and into that what I'll do is I'll put the month over here. So here I'll take month, and here we go. Now we got month, and there is one more thing which I need to do. In slicer setting I need to enable the multi-select. Slicer setting options, I must be getting a selection. Okay, so over here I'm just going to say highlight this select all part as well, right? Now if I want to see it for all, first of all let me click this. So still it is showing for 1 month only, right? So I'm just going to remove this, and let me just take this January. Now this is for 1 month, so for 1 month it will only show the total value. Now the next month we require one more month so that we could compare it against it. So just click on this and this. Okay, I need to enable the multi-select as well. No, multi-select is already enabled. Okay, let me just quickly do this thing. I know this is very annoying thing, you should not be doing it, but this is just a temporary fix. Okay, if you want to understand in detail how to fix that, put that into the comment section. I'll definitely make a separate video for that. Okay, now what you see over here is just remove this, choose another month, and you see it for the other month. Now when you click this, you're seeing it for July. You can click this, so it is showing for January, February, May and July, right? So this is how you can play around this. Now let's look at the formatting part a bit. So for example, here is the goal. I don't want to see the goal over here, right? So what I can do is in target label I can go and I can just hide it, so that is gone. Now if I want to make some formatting changes into this February, so you can go inside this and you can make the changes whatever you want, right? So for example, I want to see it in a different color, so February is in a different color, make it big, that's all, right? So all these kind of things you can do change over here without any big struggle, right? So it's very simple over here. Moving forward, one best part which I want you to note over here is that is this you see in red. But what if you are not working in sales but you are working in fraud control unit? So in fraud control unit you might have a threshold. If you cross that threshold then it should be red. If you are below that threshold then it should be good, right? So higher is bad, lower is good in case of fraud, but in case of sales, lower is bad, higher is good compared to the target. So how would you change this? So for that what we're going to do is select this KPI and go into the visual, and over here in callout values, let me just show you that very quickly. Well, not in callout value but in trend no, trend axis. Yes, so you see over here it says high is good, but if when you do low is good, then it is showing in green, which means whatever the target was given, the achievement is below that, and which is a good thing, right? Whatever has been a actual, the actual is lower than the target, which is a good thing. So this is a very very important part you should take a note of, right? High is good and the low is good. Okay, and if you want to change the color, you can make the adjustment of that. If it is bad, it should be red, neutral, yellow, and good is green. If you want to show it in different color, you can show it in different color.
This data, this is nothing but the sales data, or the total, total business data rather, I can say, for a supermart, right? Total sales data for a supermart. And now if you look at this visual, it tells you what was the total sales of that particular supermart. Now what if I want to see it by product line? So what you observe over here is this is nothing but a cards, right, which we have understood in the previous videos, right? So this is just a card which simply shows you the total of sales or sum of sales for that particular supermart. Now what if I want to see it by product line? So you might come up with a suggestion that what we can do is we can just use a matrix, right? And over here it is showing the total, and what I can do is I can take a product line column from here and put it into the rows. And here is what I got, which exactly I was looking for. And you're not wrong, this is true. So you see the font is too small, so I'll do a quick setting which is out of this context, and that I can do from here, customize, and from here I'll go in text and I'll quickly increase it to 15. Now it will be applied to all of the text whatever I'm going to have over here. I'm assuming this is quite visible for you. Now you see here it is showing by category. Now what about applying some sort of formatting, like making it bold in a different color, those kind of limitation which you might have. And that's where Power BI provides you the another chart or another visual which is referred as multi-row cards, right? So you have this kind of table. All that you need to do is, or maybe even if you don't have it, let me show you both of the day. Let's say you have both of the ways. Let's say you have this kind of matrix. Now you want to show it as a multi-row card. All that you need to do is select this and go over here and just click this multi-row, and here's what you get. Now what do you observe over here? You see the product lines are written in over here, and their values are written accordingly just below that. You see, now you can apply all sort of formatting which you want. You can change the color. It is looking relatively much better than what we had previously. Okay, isn't it? Now this was the way where we just converted a matrix to a multi-row card. Now let me show you how you can create it from scratch. So to create it from scratch, don't need to do anything, just click on this multi-row card. I'm just going to hide this, bring it over here, and from here what I would do is, let me take total from here and put it into this, and then I require to see this by a category, so I'll just take it and drop it at the top, and here's what I get. You see, this is what I got. Now it is simply telling you the sum of sales amount. Now what if I want to see the total quantity also, which accounts for this amount? So in multi-row card you get that flexibility as well. So what you can do is you take quantity and drop it just over here. Now let's see how it's gonna look. Now what you see over here is for electronics accessories, total quantity sold was 971 and total amount was this much. So this is how the multi-row card is beneficial for you. Now let's try to do some bit of formatting on this. You can come back over here, and if you want to change this text, that you can do from here. Just go over here and in rename total quantity sold, total, let's say total quantity sold, total sales by product. Let's just keep it simple, okay, by product line. Okay, total sales by product on total quantity sold by product, etc. Or I can just keep it simple, total sales, because we already know that it is showing by product. Okay, So I'm just going to keep it simple. Now let's try to have a look. Let's have a quick look in formatting part. Alright, so here let me just first delete this one because this is not needed, and I'll come back over here, go in visuals and call out values. In call out values, let me make it bold. So these are the numbers. I think that should be fine if I keep it normal, right? And black color is good. Let me just see the other one, category labels. That's something which I would like to make a little bigger. Oops, not that one actually. Category label is also kind of good. I would just like to make it bold a little bit, and if I want to put it in a different color I can do that as well. So let me do this as the category color cards. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted to change, which is nothing but the product name, you see. So that's something which I would like to, I should put that in this color. Rather, I'm possibly I'm not good in choosing the color, so you can make your own choice, right? And in callouts, category labels, I would like to make it a little smaller so that it could be, less than the cards. Okay. Then the next thing which I would like to do is I would like to play around the color of these bars. So let's see if we get the option for that. So let's go in general, or maybe in visuals only. All right, so for that what I need to do is I need to go in category labels, in right over here, not in category label but in cards, right? I need to go in cards. Okay, and in cards what you see is accent bar over here, that I want to put that in blue color, and I want to increase its width as well. Now you see this is how it is looking, and this particular card value I still want to make it little bigger, little more bigger, right? Yes, now this looks little good, and let me make it on this color. And because if I make it matching to this bar color, now that would look much better, so let me make that way. Yeah, now it looks much better, you see. So this is the use of multi-row card. In one visual you can combine multiple items. If you want to put different measures, you can put different measures as well, but the advisable way is to keep two measures. That makes it look much better. Developing a dashboard, you are always in need to show huge amount of information on that particular dashboard, but it is not always feasible. For example, this dashboard here, we see the sales by product, quantity sold by city, but what if I want to see the sales made in this particular city by the gender, right? And then I also want to see the distribution of sales, gross income, gross margin, and all those kind of information. If I try to put them all over here, it will become quite hazy and may not look good, and may not be easy to understand. So for that purpose, here we have one functionality. For example, in this particular city, if I want to see further details, so I just need to right click on this, go and drill through and click on this city. As soon as I do this, here is what I get, all the information for this particular city only. Now if I go back to the dashboard again, and if I try to see the same information for this particular city, I need to right click on this city, click on drill through and click on city, right? So here it is showing the same detail for this particular city only. So this functionality is called the drilling through. So this is what is drill through. Now if you notice over here, I can do this kind of drilling using this button as well. So for example, I can click on this, and then I can control click on this button. As soon as I do this, it is taking me to the same information. All right, so in this video I'm going to show you a couple of things. Number one, I'll show you how to create the drill through functionality with dashboard from scratch, right? And how to link that to a graph. Then I will also show you how to create this kind of button to drill through. The other thing which you notice, which if you notice, if you are right clicking on this, you are getting an option to drill through, but when you right click on this, you are not getting it. How can you create a drill through for other graph on your dashboard as well, right? So let me start it with creating the drill through from scratch. So here is the new Power BI file, and here I am going to take up
pie chart for to illustrate the same thing which I was showing you. Now over here I require city and the total sales. Little bit of formatting. I don't require the legends, so I just remove this, and I want to make some adjustment into the title. Total quantity, okay, I just made a mistake here. I took total sales wherein I wanted to take quantity. Now it is done, right? So I would say quantity sold by city. All right, now little bit of adjustment in the values. Let me go back over here, and legends are off. In the details I would just make some bit of adjustment here. I want to show category and percentage. In the value I will make the adjustment bold, font size little bigger, and this is it. In the title I want to make the adjustment which I want to show in center. This is it. Now we got our chart created on the dashboard. So to keep it simple, I'm going to have only one chart. If you want to create other chart, you can of course do that. Link for this entire Power BI playlist I'm leaving into the description. Don't forget to check that out. All right, now let's get back creating the drill through for this particular chart. How can I do that? So for that, you all that you need to do is just create another page. So here is what I did, and on this page I can put all the elements which I require. So first thing which I am looking for is the city. So here is the city I got. Right now the next thing which I require is a bar graph which shows me the information. Let me just do something over here. The city is available. Now the next thing which I need is a bar graph, and into this I need gender, and then I need to show total. All right, so here is what we got. This is it. Now the next thing which I'm looking for is a line chart, and in the line chart I want to show the detail by dates, and the value which I want to show is total sales, gross income, and gross margin. So this is what I got, all of them. Okay, now let me make it for the detailed, and here is what we got. Right, so you can put it wherever you want, but primarily what we wanted to show is what we want to do is create some sort of elements. Okay, now let me see if I am getting the option to set border for all of them together. No, I'm not. So I'll keep it simple. I'll keep this much of the information only. If you want to make the changes in appearance on formatting, you can of course do that, which I always cover in all of my videos. You can refer to them. Right, okay, now the time comes to create the drill through. So I'll give it a meaningful name, city, and if you see over here in this bar, you need to click in the blank area, and in this pane over here you see add drill through fields. So we want to drill through this city, so I will just take it and put it over here. Right, as soon as you do this, you will get this particular button, which means the drill through has been created. Now let's get back to your dashboard, and into your dashboard, when you see this particular city and right click on this, you are getting the drill through, and when you click on city, then here you are. Right, let's go back over here, and over here if you try to click on this and click on this and click on this, this time you are on this particular city. Right, this is how you can create a drill through and link to a chart. Now let me show you how can you do the drill through using a button without any sort of coding. So for that, you just go on insert button, insert tab, and click choose a button. So I just took a button from here. All right, so I'm making it a little big. You can do the formatting as per your requirement, and in the action pane I will just switch it on, and in the action I will choose drill through, and destination it is asking, I will choose city. What if you have multiple pages, it will show all the pages, you can choose whatever you want. Right, so this is done, and into this you require to put some, if you want to put some text inside this, so what you can do is go in shape. If you're getting an option over here, no, in style, action, drill through is there, and I must get it in style, text, switch it on, and let's write drill it. I'm just writing drill it. Okay, you can put whatever you want. I am going to make it look black, big, white. All right, quite big enough. Now there is other functionality as well. If you want, you can put the tooltip as well. So in the tooltip, it is saying when the button is disabled, what is it that you want to show? So I want to show click to drill. When the button is enabled, what is it that you want to show? You can drill now. You can drill now, right? Drill now. This is, I mean, you can put something meaningful over there. So when I hover on this, it says click to drill, right? And now if you want to drill through using this button, what you need to do is select a city from here and then come back over here. You see it, the pop-up masses in the pop-up box, it shows you can drill now, right? So now you just control and click and you are over here. Again, you can control click this button and you are back over here. Now if you want to see through this city, just select this city and come over here, control and click. Now you are again back over here. All right, so you just saw how to drill through using a button. Now the next thing which I want to show you is creating drill through for this particular one. So for that, again, we require to have a page. So let's say I want to show similar sort of information but by product line, because this graph shows the information by product line. So let me make a copy of this particular page, duplicate page, and I will just rename it by product line. I will just say product line, right? And little bit of changes which I will make over here is, for example, over here instead of city, I will just show, if you want to, whatever you want you can keep, but over here I will just change it to product line so that it could make some sense and it could show clearly that which product we are drilling through, right? And for this graph it will become duplicate. So for example, over here it is showing the product line only, so I will change it to city, right? So instead of product line, I'm going to change it to city. All right, so this is changed to the city. Now let me just over from here, I needed to remove the drill option which was already there. Okay, now this is it, right? This is this is it. We got this page created. Now the next thing which we require to do is link with this one, right? So what I need to do is just come back over here and add a drill through. So in drill through, I want to have product line, right? Just put it, because you see over here this graph is showing the distribution by product line. So this has to be in drill through, we have to put the product line field over here, right? So now that is created, let's go back to the main dashboard page, and over here when you right click on this, now you're getting drill through, and into this you just click product line, and when you do so, you are over here seeing food and beverages, and further information are showing for that particular product only. Let's go back to the dashboard again, and over here let me just do the same thing for this particular product. Right click on this and go to drill through product line, and you see over here we are seeing the information for fashion accessories. So this is what we do in the drill through. I hope that it was easy for you to understand. Just in case of any doubt, put that into the comment section. I'll definitely try to help you out. And if let's talk about the DAX, which has been the most awaited one in our tutorial series. What does DAX stands for? It is an abbreviation of data analysis expressions. DAX precisely DAX is something which you can consider as a library of functions, or it's something which provides you a wide variety of the functions which you can utilize in your Power BI project to create different sort of calculations, to perform different sort of calculation. You can create using DAX function, you can create different sort of columns and measures. Now if you're thinking what is column and measures, don't get confused, we are going to cover it in the upcoming videos. For now, let's understand DAX is something which is a set of functions which you can utilize to create to perform different kind of calculation. This is a very important feature of Power BI, but at the same time it is equally simple and interesting to learn. So don't get don't get scared that this is something which is very scientific. If you're someone who has worked in Excel or in any of the coding language, this is going to be absolutely simple or nothing for you. But if you're someone who has not worked even in Excel, this is still going to be very simple for you to understand. Okay, now let's have a look at the definition of Microsoft Office, what it says about the DAX. It simply says DAX is a collection of functions, operators, and constants that can be used in the formula or expression to calculate and return one or more values, etc., etc., etc. Maybe you can go through them all and you can study about it. Okay, the functions which we can use into the DAX, which we use in DAX calculations, are something like mean, max, average, sum, count, dated if. These are the very basic ones. As we progress further, we will learn other functions as well. Okay, so before we progress further with the DAX functions or formulas, there are two things which we need to understand in advance. A little bit of data modeling, and second is columns and measures. What are the columns and measures? So let's start with data modeling. So for example, what I have done is, here I have three Excel files. First one which you see is quantity, second one which you see is price, third one you see is margin percentage, right? And what I have done is I have imported quantity and price into my Power BI project. Now over here, what I want to have is, I want to create a matrix which shows me the total price for each of the products. So for example, here I have the product line, and I want to see the total price, total sales amount, let's say total sales amount for each of the product line. So for that, what I need to do is, here I have this thing. Okay, these are the two tables which I have imported, and I just hope that you are pretty much aware about how to import the tables. If not, check out the initial video in this series. It is very, very simple. And if you want to, still if you want to do it right away, so here is the Excel workbook option. You can use this to import that. Okay, now let's come let's get back to this. So here is the matrix which I'm going to create, and the product line is, this is what I have. Okay, now what I require is the total sales amount for electronics and accessories, fashion and accessories, food and beverages, etc. But for that, what I require is, quantity is something which I have in quantity table, and price is something which I have in price table, and total sales I will get if I multiply this and this. Then can I do that? So let's say I'm doing it quantity, so I got the quantity over here. If I do unit price also, what I see is, it is simply giving me the sum of entire unit price and repeating it for each of the product, which is not right. That's mathematically incorrect. Okay, now let's see how can we solve this. So for that, what we need to do is go into the model view, and over here, let's see, these are the two tables. Now what we need to do is, in data modeling, what we basically do is, we create the architecture of all of our data sources, right? And we establish a flow or relationship, or we establish the association of the tables, which uh, gives the result that we can, utilize different information from different columns, and we can fetch the useful insights, right? So precisely that is what we can understand as what data modeling is, because I don't want to get into more detail. So over here, now you see you have two tables, quantity and price. Now what I need to do is, we need to link both of these two tables. So if you have worked in Excel, you must have used VLOOKUP, right? If you have worked in SQL or in any other coding programs, right, for data analysis, you must have used merging or joining. That's exactly what we need to do over here. So for that purpose, we require one common column, and over here what we have, the common column is invoice ID in quantity column, quantity table, and invoice number in price table. Okay, so what I'll do is, I'll pick the invoice ID and I'll drop it on invoice number, and this is going to give me a relation which is 1 to 1. Like you can notice over here, 1 to 1. What does 1 to 1 means in quantity table also we have unique invoice ID, and in price table also we have unique invoice ID. Means there is just one entry for one invoice ID. So this is why it is 1 to 1, right? So I'll keep this definition to this point only. Further, I don't want to get into more detail and confuse you. Right, now let's get back to the data view. Over here in this quantity table, right, what I require is one column which multiplies this unit price and quantity. For that, I will create a new column, and over here I will simply name it as total price let's call it total price. And over here what I'm going to do is I will simply say total price, and from quantity table what I require is, which means from the same table, into price tables. From price tables I can pull directly it from price table, but that's not how it's going to work, because we have to make it related, right? So we need to use one function which is called related, and then you see it automatically starts suggesting the second table, which is price, and from the price table I need to pull unit price. So I'll simply click this and close the bracket. This is it. And now we are going to have here one column which gives us the total price. Now I simply need to get into this, and from total price I need to take it and drop it over here. Now here is what we got. Now you see we got the total price for each of the product line. Now let's take another example. So for example, I'm quickly going to pull in the margin percentage over here, and I'm going to create another column right into it. Now what you will see over here is, as soon as I import this one, it will automatically establish the relation. Let me just check this and load. It is just taking a few moments to load the records. All right, so it is loaded. Now let's go to the data model view. When what you see this magic, this is the table which we just imported, and what you see is it has automatically created a relation with the master table. Why? Because both of these two table had same column name, common column had same name. Okay, so be very careful. If you have a common column name, make sure that both of those two column have same value. Okay, so that will be helpful for you, otherwise you would require to perform some sort of cleaning, etc. Okay, now let's get back to the data view again and create another column which will say margin, right? So let's just create margin column. It's a little bit slow, so let's bear with it. I'm going to say margin, and margin is nothing but, you know, total price. So total price which I need to take is from quantity table. We created another column, right, into related, and from the margin column I need to take margin percentage and divide by 100. So margin percentage was just given as 4.1, etc. So I need to divide it by 100, so that then only I will get the actual uh, value, right? So now we got the margin amount also calculated. Let's get back over here, and over here what I need to just do is, where is margin? This is the one, and let's just drag and drop it over here. So here is what we got, margin amount. All right, so this is what I wanted to show you in the modeling part and in the beginning of the DAX. Don't get, I just hope that it was very simple, right? And don't get afraid of, if you get any kind of doubt, just put that into the comment section. I'll definitely help you out. In the previous one, we talked about the data modeling. Let's talk about the columns and measures over here. So in columns, there are two types of column in Power BI which we get. Number one, existing. So let's say if you are importing some data in Power BI, then this set of columns which you already get. Other than this, you can create another column which is generally referred as calculated columns, which we can create using DAX functions or any other method, right? Which could be something like this: total price, which is nothing but the multiplication of unit price and the quantity. So few points which we should consider or we need to understand about the columns are, for columns, calculation is performed on each of the row. So if you multiply unit price and quantity, the multiplication will happen on each of the row, right? So what it means is, it does not happens on the aggregated level, rather it happens on the individual row level. Okay, the way it happens in Excel as well. Next thing is, it is visible in your data view. So in Power BI, when you switch to the data view, over there you will see your calculated columns, just like as we can see total price over here. Next, it occupies the memory, right? It occupies the memory in the data. Now let me take you to the Power BI and let me show you how we can create a calculated columns. Though we have seen that in the previous video, but let me recap that for you with a simple example, right? So I will quickly take you to the Power BI, and over here I have already imported a data frame, sorry, Excel file which contains quantity and price. Now I'm going to create another column which will be called as total sales, right, and which will be multiplication of quantity and unit price. So over here, just come back in the data view, just come into the data view, and in the data view what you can do is, let me go back over here and come back over here in the new column. You can go over here in the new column, let me see on, or on home tab also you will find the new column, right? So from anywhere you can just try it, okay? There are multiple ways. So I'm just going to say total sales. All right, and the formula which I'm going to use is very simple, right? So let's say I'm going to say sheet 1 quantity multiplied by, again, sheet 1 the unit price, and that is it. So we are going to get that value over here, produced over here, right? So this is called the calculated column, and this will be your DAX function, right? This is your DAX function where we just multiplied two columns and we created a calculated column. This is it. Now let's move forward and understand about the measures. So as we understood about the columns, so over here the points which we should understand is measures on works on aggregated level, right? It will not work on individual row level. And then next, it would never be visible in your data view. It is something which is created on fly and used on fly, okay? Then next is, it does not occupy any space in the memory, right? Now let me show you how you can create the measures. So for example, here I go in data view, and let's say I want to see the total sales by city. So I have, or let me just say that I want to see the total sales, right? So for that, what I need to do is I need to create a measure. So for that, I will hover on this table name. In this three dot, I just go and I click on new measure. There are multiple ways. This is the one which is visible one. You can create it from here also. So let's go ahead and create it from here. As soon as I do this, right, all that I require to do is take a sum of total sales, okay? So here I'm just going to say sum and total sales. That is it. It's done. I just hit the enter. It is created. Now sum of sales, rather I can rename this, right? Rename, and let me say sum sales, okay? This is sum of sales. Now this is done. Now the next thing, I need to see the total sales. So here is what I got. Now you might say that this is something which I can do by simply taking total sales and putting it over here, right? Both of these two are giving the same result, and you are absolutely right. Now let me show you another use case for the measures, right? So for example, in previous video I showed you to create a gauge chart. So let's try to create a gauge chart over here. Now to create a gauge chart, what we require is, we require three things, right? Minimum value, maximum value, and the target value, right? So for example, you can see over here, first of all, what is the value that you want to use? So I want to use total sales, which I already had calculated in calculated columns. Now I need to provide minimum value, maximum value, and the target value. Minimum value I don't need to provide because it is already taking 0. Maximum value, what I can do is I can put it as double of the actual value, right? So for that purpose, I would require to create a measure. So how can I create that measure? So let's just go over here, and into this I'm just going to say, let it just come, okay? Or maybe I can say, let's say maximum value, maximum sales. So I want to perform the I want to take 2.5 times of the total sales as the maximum value, right? So for that I need to do sheet of what I need to do is I just need to say sheet sum of sales. I think I can take, or rather what I can do is I can say sheet, and over here I should say, let me just try to put total. I'm not sure if it's going to work. because it seems like giving the error. Oh, oops, I just made a mistake, sorry. So what I need to do is I need to say sum, then here I need to take total sales, and then I need to multiply it, let's say 2.5 times, right? And then I got the maximum value created. I'll have the maximum value created. Yeah, you see, maximum value is created. Now what I can do is I can drag and drop that into the maximum value, and you see this is the maximum value. Then I need to create the target amount, right? So again I will go over here and I'll create new measure, and into the new measure I would require to put the target value. Target value I'm going to put 1.5 times of the total sales, right? So let's say target, and here I would say sum, and again I'm going to say total sales into 1.5 times. So it's just processing it, and as soon as it is processed we are going to have it over here. Now all that I need to do is take this target and put it into the target value. Now here I got the target value. So like you just saw, we created two columns on fly. One is target and then the maximum sales just right away. And when you go into the data view you won't find those columns, right? Which means both of these two are created on fly, and these are not occupying any space into the memory. How do you identify a measure from this list? To identify that, you will see this calculator like icon, right? This indicates that these are the these are the, what we can say, measures, right? These are the measures. So this is a very good use case of, you know, creating a what we can say is creating a measure. Now other use case could be, let's say I want to find the sum of quantity by city, but let's say here I get all these cities, right? Let me convert it into the matrix. So here I have all the city. I want to find the sum for all of this city except this first one, Mandale, right? So sum of quantity I require. So for that, what I can do is I will create a measure. Let's just say create a measure, and I would require to apply a filter. So if it is becoming a little complicated, you can just skip this and you can focus on this, but it is going to be very, very simple, right? Sum quantity QTY I'm going to say. So for that I need to use the function called SumX, and into that I need to use filter. In filter I first require to tell it which table I want to use, which is sheet 1, and then what is the column on which I want to apply the filter. So in the sheet 1 I want to use city column, and into that I want to say not equals to Mandalay, right? This is what, and close the bracket for filter. Filter's work is done. Now the next thing, which column I want to sum. The column which I want to sum is quantity, which exists in sheet 1. So from sheet 1 I can take quantity and then just close the bracket, and you can click on this or you can hit enter. Alright, so this measure is created. Now let me take this and drop it over here. Now you can see that the values are available except quantity, some quantity is available except this. Now if it is confusing, let me take just quantity also and you can put it over here. So what I see over here is, this is the quantity which it is automatically calculating total, and this is the quantity which we calculated as measure and then we used it. So for this one we see there is no value for this particular city, but into this one we have the value for this particular city. I think this was very, very simple for you to understand. Just in case of any question, put that into the comment section. I'll definitely try to reply on that. Here in this video we are going to be talking about functions which comes with DAX. So precisely we can say DAX functions. So there are approximately 300 functions which comes with DAX in Microsoft Power BI, and if you try to categorize them basis on their functionality, you may come up with 13 separate groups, right? What those groups are, if you're getting the question. So for that, let me take you to the Microsoft website over here, and you see over here this is the list of DAX functions, and like you can see, these all are categorized in these different groups. For example, aggregation functions, date and time functions, filter function, etc. Now if you go in any of these, right, you will get a different functions, right? And now if you take a count of all these functions, you will come up with approximately 300 functions, right? And if you take count of all these groups, then you may come up with approximately 13 groups at this point when I'm making this video, right? This keeps on changing. I mean, Microsoft keeps on updating this, right? So at this point of time, this is the count, this is the approximate count which we have. Okay, now if you're getting a question that do we really need to learn all these functions, the answer is mostly no, because there mostly there isn't any profile where you may require to work on all these functions, work with all these functions, right? So but what are the functions that we should be learning? There are set of functions which are most commonly used, and those are the functions which we are primarily going to be focusing on. Other than that, if you also get any function, if you get interested in any of the function, and if you would like me to cover that, just let me know into the comment section. I'll definitely try to make a video on that. All right, so here we are going to start with the aggregation function, and into this we will start with the count functions. So primarily, if you see, for count, you will get 4-5 variations. For example, count a, count ax, and count x. So this is what we are going to cover in this video. Let me take you over here, and here you can see these are the 4 functions which we are going to work with. So count function always counts the non-missing rows or non-missing cells. Okay, so count will simply give you the count of number of rows in whatever column you supply. Okay, count a, it will perform any sort of count x will do the counting with expressions, means conditional counting, and count x will do anything, right? I mean, it will count any sort of value basis on the expression. Okay, now a lot of talk, let me take you to the Power BI directly and try to help you understand with the example. So here we are in Power BI, and now you can see this table contains 4 column and 20 rows. For first one is product line, where it shows that what product line has been sold in what city, and whether the purchaser was male or female, or the payment was made through e-wallet, cash, or etc., any other payment method, right? So this is the data which we have. Now what I'm going to do is I'm quickly going to take a count of number of rows into this table basis on the product line column. How can I do that? So for that, like, I need to create a measure, for example, over here. So I'm just going to quickly create a measure for counting. All right, let me just say, I'm going to say count test, right? And here I'm going to take count, and then as soon as you use this function, you need to supply the column on which you want to perform the count. So for example, here you see supermart is the table name and product line is the column name, right? So I just select it using down arrow and hit enter. This is selected, and close the bracket, and then again you can click on this, right? So this is done. Now to understand what exactly the value we are going to get into this, let me create a matrix over here. I will quickly create a matrix over here, and now if I just take this, pull this count test and put that into the values, so it is going to give me 20. All right, now let me try to make a change into it. For example, I selected it, and instead of product line, if I choose city into it, what is it that I'm going to get? City. Let's just see what is it that I'm going to get, what number of records I'm going to get. It says 17, because you see there are 3 missing cells into it, 1, 2, and 3. Because of that, it is giving me city only. So now it is clear that count function gives us the count of only non-missing cells or rows, okay, in a given column. Now there is another function which I'm going to try, and for that again I will create a new measure, and that function I'm going to try is count a. So before that, let me give you some context. So for example, let me say count test 2. I'm just creating this, right? And let me try to take a count on this column. All right, like you can see, male column, it's kind of boolean values, right? It is having the boolean values, either true or false. Let me see if it performs the count on this particular column or not. Okay, so this is done, and let's see, as soon as it is created over here, I'm going to pull and drop that into the values. right? Let me just put it over here. What it shows? Oops, error. Why? Let's see if it is clear over here. Here it says count is 2. The function count cannot work with the values of type boolean, right? So it has the boolean value, so it cannot work on that. It is apparently saying, right? So what is the solution for that? So for that, here you need to use count a instead of count x, and now you run this and see what's gonna happen. You will just see that, you see we got count 20. So apparently count a means count anything. So irrespective of normal values or boolean values, it will count anything. That's why we need to use count a. To be on safer side, I would always recommend you just go ahead and use count a. Now I'm going to create another measure where I want to perform the counting basis on certain condition, right? I just need to provide some condition, and basis on that I will perform count. So for example, let's say I want to perform the count on payment column, but only for those rows. I want to count only those rows which have payment method as cash. Let me try that. Okay, count conditional. So for that, I'm going to use the function as count x. This is the function which I need to be using. All right, and for this, first thing which I need to provide is table. So to provide the table over here itself, I am going to provide the conditional table along with the condition, and for that I need to use filter. Into the filter, first of all, I would require to put the table name, which is supermart, and then provide the expression on what column, what sort of expression that I want to use. So for that, the thing which I want to do is, supermart, and into this I want to choose payment method, and into that I want to take count of cash only, right? So this is done. Next, what I need to do is I need to just put an expression, means column, which I want to count, right? So let's say supermart and payment line. Okay, let's just see what's gonna happen. So if you're getting confused with filter function, don't be confused. I will cover in the subsequent video, so don't worry about that. Now I'm going to take this and put it into here. So you see I'm getting only 5, because in payment column I had only 5, tick 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 tick, 1 2 3 4 5 entries. Cash 1 2 3 4, and there is 1 5. Okay, so over here if you want, you can use any other column, right? But I just want to take count only when the payment is equals to cash. But here, whatever column you want to use, you can use. For example, let's say I want to use city, so that I can also use, but the count would remain same. It will always be 5, because the condition was given to count only when only when the cash is, only when the payment method is cash. That's what exactly we wanted to do, right? So city, now if you are seeing the count 4, because for this cash this is missing, so that's why it is not counting. Now to solve that also, what I can do is I can just choose product line. Okay, if I do the product line, then you are going to again get 5. I just hope that it is clear to you. In case of any doubt, put that into the comment section, right? So you see over here we are getting 5. Let's try to understand. We are saying filter where payment equals to cash and give me the count of product line, right? So it is filtering where the payment method is cash, and then it is performing count on the product line, and that it is giving you the number of rows, right? So I just hope that it was clear to you. Now there is another function which is last one, and that is count ax. That is superman kind of function, which means into that you can count anything, and you can count basis on the condition. Now I'm just going to create a new measure. I'm going to call it super count, right? And over here I would say count ax. All right, or before that, let me just give you some context. Let me try to use count x, and over here I'm going to perform filter again. I'm sorry, that's my bad. It is just going to give me an error. Filter. All right, and now the table name is supermart, and the criteria which I want to use is supermart And again, I'm going to choose payment only because that is the simplest one, I think. This time I'm going to take e-wallet, or let me not change it, I will keep it to cash only. Okay, so this is done, and now I want to perform the count. This time I want to perform count on uh, mail column. Okay, so for that, again, I'm going to take this, and let's take this. You see, now let's just see what's gonna happen. Here you see we are performing the expression, we are giving the expression, and we are taking the count. Very simple, right? So let me just take this and put it over here. This is exactly what we just did previously, but at that point of time we took a count on product line, and this time we are not changing anything other than the column on which we perform the count. So you see over here it is showing the error. So for that purpose only we need to use AX. Means if you are getting in a situation where you need to do conditional counting but on a boolean column, then go ahead and use this count AX. And you see, as soon as you do that, you are going to get the proper count over here, like you can see this, right? So this is how we can use all of these count functions efficiently in our work. I hope that it was easy for you to understand. Just in case of any doubt, put that into the comment section. I'll definitely try to help you out. One. Now, in line with my previous video where we talked about the count function in the segment of aggregated functions, I would like to add a couple of other functions in the same context, which means for counts only, and those would be distinct count no blank, count blank, and count rows. Though these all are self-explanatory by its name itself, looking at the name you can understand what it actually going to do, but I'm just going to quickly cover them in this video so that we have better alignment. Now let me take you to the Power BI directly and help you understand this. So here we have table with 20 rows. Now I want to create a matrix where I want to see a particular product in how many cities those are being sold, which means here I got cities, right? Here, sorry, not cities but the product line. Here I got the product lines. So how many product lines that we got? 1 2 3 4 5 6 product lines. Now I want to see, for example, electronics accessories, in how many cities this is being sold. So for that, what I exactly need to do is I need to have one measure. Not necessarily you required to create a measure to solve this particular problem if you are doing it really in your real life job, but because here we are understanding the DAX function, and for that purpose we would require to create a measure, and for that purpose only I'm going to create this. So let's go ahead and try to create a measure for that. So I'm going to say new measure, and as soon as we do that, over here I'm going to get the box, and into that box we would just type the function. First I need to give a column name, so I'm going to say test count, because here we are going to be testing the counts. All right, now the next thing which I want to do is let's try to use count first and city, right? And here I hit the enter. We should be getting test count over here. Here is what we got, right? Now I will directly take this test count and put that into the value, but before that let me make a little bit of adjustment so that it could be easy to see. Okay, now over here let me do one thing. Here in values I'm going to take test count and put that into the values. So what it exactly says is, for electronic accessories there are 4 cities, and same for food and beverages, there are 3 cities. So is that really true? It is in fact saying that there are 17 cities where these products are being sold. Let's try to validate that. For that purpose, let's sort the data on product line, and for electronic accessories, if you see, these are primarily being sold in 3 cities only, which is this and this. Only 3 cities, right? But here it is saying 4 cities. And why is that so? For example, you see health and beauty, right? Health and beauty and etc. For all of those things, let me take another example also over here. Instead of taking the city, now if I want to see all of these product lines, through what payment mode these product lines have been sold. So for that I'm going to change the to payment method. Okay, payment method. Let's try to validate this on payment method. How is that working? All right, so what it says is electronic accessories is being sold through 5 payment methods. Let's validate it. So here it says 1, 2. While you see exactly there are only 2 payment methods through which it is being sold, but here it says 5. In total it says 20 payment methods, which is not true, right? So how to fix that? For that purpose only we got this function which is called distinct count. So if I put distinct count, right, then what is it that we're gonna see? Let's just try that. So now as soon as you do that, over here for electronic cities you get only 2 payment methods, which is absolutely correct. Now you see over here, absolutely correct, because for electronic accessories you have only 2 payment methods, which is e-wallet and cash. So this is how distinct counter distinct helps us. Now the next problem statement which I'm going to solve over here is, for example, instead of payment, if I take city over here and if I try to take count of that, what is happening? Let's just validate it. So for electronic accessories I'm getting 4 cities. Do we actually have 4 cities for electronic accessories? It has 1, 2 and 3, and the fourth one it is blank. But here what is happening, it is counting blank as well. In the same fashion, if you see food and beverages, it is saying 3, which is true. Food and beverages, all right, it is saying 2, which is true, right? Because for food and beverages these are 2 only. But if you take it for health and beauty, again it is saying 2. For health and beauty it is saying 2, while the truth is there is just 1. So why is that happening? How to fix that? So for that purpose we got another function, and that function is called distinct count no blank. Now if you try that, so what it will do is it will take the distinct count, but it will always exclude the blanks. Now let's just see that. Now what do you observe over here? For electronic accessories we are getting only 3. Why? Because the blank one is excluded. Awesome, isn't it? So this is how these 3 functions are going to help us separately. Now there is another problem statement. What if I particularly want to take the count of blanks? I want to see for each of the product line how many blanks are there. So how to do that? So for that there is another function which is called count blank. All right, now let's just try that. You see, for each of these 3 products there are just 1 blanks, you see. And this product food and beverages, for that we don't have any blanks, so that's why it is not appearing over here. So you see how interesting it is. Now the next one is the simplest one, which you usually may like to have in your data, and that is to check the number of records in your table, how many total number of records that you have in your table. So for that I'm going to create another measure, though that can be changed into this only, but let me just take that separately. Count rows, row count. So over here it gives me the function which is called count and rows, and over here you don't need to give a column name. All that you require to give the table name, right? And just do that, and here you would have a measure created for that. Here is what I got. Now all that I require to check is how many rows are there in this particular table. So I can choose any visuals and I can just drag and drop this. Over here I got 20. So this is something which I would always like to have in my table. That's where I just thought of covering it over here. Now with this we are done with all the count functions. Now let's see what else that we got in the aggregated. So in aggregated we got this kind of functions where first one is average. So if you really understand fundamentally what average is, you would be able to understand what average A and average X will do. Same way in the exactly the same way we had count A and count X. Count A is to count anything, count X is to do the counting with expression. If you have not understood that, check out my previous video. So all the things, this is the reason why I was focusing on count, because count is something which provides a good range of varieties for the aggregations. And now anything else, for example, you see max, it gives three things: max, max a, max x. And in count also we have covered all these things. So fundamentally it will do the max, but in different criteria. Max a will find the max in anything, max x will find the max by a given criteria. So this is how I'm not going to cover other aggregated functions. I want to leave it on you, and I highly encourage you to try other functions in the aggregated one, and do let me know into the comment section if you face any problem, or specifically you would like me to cover any of these functions separately. I would be more than happy to make a separate video for that. Everyone, after completing on the aggregated functions, now what we're gonna see is date functions, right? And in this date function there are two functions which I'm going to cover today. One is edate, and then the next one is end of month. Let me take you directly to the Power BI and try to help you understand with the kind of real life examples. So for example, let's say you are working in some subscription company where all these customers have taken their subscription on this month for this time of period. Now your job is to create a column which tells on what date their subscription will expire, because on 1st of May 2019 this particular customer took the subscription for 3 months. So what exactly the date would it be when this subscription will be expired? So for that, how would you find that? So for that, what we're gonna do is simple over here. I am just going to create a new column from here, and into that I'm going to use the DAX function. First of all, I would require to rename this as expires on. Let's call it expires on, and for that I'm going to use the function called edate. All right, and into that you need to put the subscription date, which will be, so you see I just typed SHEET, right? And it is giving the suggestion. I just typed SHE, it is giving the suggestion, and from there I'm going to choose this. By now you must have understood what it is happening. What is it happening? If you are watching this for the first time, then this is the table name which I have, and this is the column name which contains the subscription date value. Apparently you can see it over here. Now after that I need to give it number of months when the subscription will expire. So, or number of months in normal cases, if you want to know certain date after a given number of months, then that's where you can use this function. So in the first parameter you need to give the start date, in second parameter you need to supply the number of months after or before which you want to find a date, right? So before as well as after. If you want to do it in before, you need to put minus along with the number of months. Okay, so let's say I want to find the date when this, after this period. Okay, so for that again I need to pick my table name and the column which contains the period. Okay, and now I just hit close the bracket and hit enter. You see what's gonna happen. So as soon as you hit enter over here, you got this value. All right, I can hear you don't like this format. So for that, what you can do is go in over here, and from here you can choose this format. Let's choose this one. Okay, there are n number of formats, you can choose whatever you like. Right now you see this was the subscription date, and this is the date when it is getting expired after 3 months, which means 1st of May was the subscription and 1st of August is going to be the expiry date. Same goes for all of the customers. In some of the cases, these customers have 6 months of subscription, some of them have 9 months of subscription, and the end date is coming accordingly. All right, so this is how we can calculate a date after n number of, after or before n number of given months. Now let's try another problem statement. For example, on this date this subscription is getting expired, but I don't want to penalize the customer, so I want to say to the customer that okay, whatever the date your subscription is getting expired, last day of that month you can renew your subscription. So for that, How would you do this? So for example, it is 1st of August, so you want to ask the customer that feel free to renew your subscription before or on 31st of August. Same goes for each of them. So how do you fix that? So for that, again, we are going to create a new column, and this time we will name that column as renew date. Let's say renew date. Okay, but what about the function? Which function should you use for that? So for that, we got the function end of month, and again here you need to provide the subscription date and the period when after which you want to find a date, right? So for that, again, I'm going to use sheet 1 and period over here. Just hit enter, and you see you're going to get the last date of that particular month. Let's just change the format again over here. I just changed the format. All right, so here you see 1st of May was subscription date. The subscription expires on 1st of August, and we are asking that you must renew your subscription on or before 31st of August. So this is how you can use end date and end of month function in your walk. Now the next two functions which are very, very important, very frequently used in our day-to-day job are date diff and the network days, right? So let me take you to the Power BI again and try to help you understand with the help of kind of real life examples. Okay, now let me take you to the Power BI. Over here you see the employee name and their joining date. Now what if we want to calculate for how long they have been working with us, right? So let's say this particular employee started on 1st of May 2019. So how long has it been when he started? I mean, how many months, how many days, or how many years has it been? So let's try to find that. How can we do that? Again, let's create the new column from here, and into that I'm going to start with calculating period in year, right? Period in years I'm calculating, right? So for that you need to use date diff, this function, and you need to supply the date since when it starts. Okay, so for that I'm going to use again employee table, and in employee table we have date of joining, and after that the end date we need to provide. Means this is the starting date, and then you need to provide the date too, which should be the end date. So I want to calculate it as of today, so for that today function I can use. If you want to calculate it to some other day, you must have a date column over here by which date you want to find this difference. So primarily over here we are trying to find the difference between two dates, nothing else, and this difference I want to find in terms of years. So these are the intervals which we can choose from. So you can see day, hour, minute, month, etc. So here we want to find the differences in years, so I will choose this and hit enter, close bracket, and hit enter. As soon as we do this, we are going to get here number of years. So you see this is saying it has been 4 years when this particular individual had joined. But what you see over here is each of them have joined on different months. So isn't it something which could be discrepancy, right? So for that what we're gonna do is we're gonna find the difference in terms of months. Let's try to find that in terms of month. How can we do that? So for that what we're gonna do is again create a new column, and let's try to find the same thing in terms of month. So I would say period in terms of month, and for that I'm going to use date diff. Again the start date, again my start date is going to be employee data table, and from that joining date, and the last date or the second date which I want to supply is today, right? And then I want to find this difference in terms of months. Now let's see how many months has it been. All right, this is the number of month. So you see this is how you can find the difference between two dates in intervals like year, month, etc. Whatever you want, all of these intervals are given, right? So I highly encourage you, go ahead and try them all. Now this is solved. The other problem statement which I want to find is, let's say I want to, I want to calculate the number of working days which this particular employee has worked on. So in working days, Saturday, Sundays are not included. So excluding that, how many working days that this particular employee has worked on till today, right? So for that, I'm again going to create a new column which I would say number of working days. I'm just going to name it number of working days. All right, so hash generally indicates number of working days. I'm not sure if that's going to give an error over here. Let's try. So for that, we have a function which is called network days. Again, we need to provide the start date. So a start date I have in my employee data table, and that is date of joining, and then the end date which I need to provide, that I'm going to give today. And then other optional options it gives is weekend. If you have weekends other than Saturday, Sunday, you can specify them over here. If you want me to cover a video separately where you have a different weekend, let's say Tuesday or Wednesday, etc., do let me know, I'll make that. Then if you have a separate list of holidays, you can specify that over here. Again, let me know into the comment if you would like me to make a separate video. I'm going to keep it simple, which is difference between employee date and today, right? Sorry, joining date and today, and the weekdays will be Saturday and Sunday. Saturday and Sunday is going to be the weekend days over here. So excluding that, how many working days that particular employee has worked, that I'm going to find over here. So as soon as I hit enter, that's exactly what I'm going to get over here. So this particular employee has worked exactly 1128 days. So you see, this is how we can calculate the number of working days between two dates. I hope it was easy for you to understand. Just in case of any doubt, do let me know into the comments section. I'll try to help you out. Hello everyone. Now here I'm going to show you how you can create a calendar. Now if you're getting a question, why do we need to create a calendar? Most likely when you're developing a dashboard, you like to have a filter for date, right? And for that purpose you may like to have a calendar, right? So for that purpose I'm going to show you how you can create that. So for that, what we need to do is I'll just go and create a new table over here, and as soon as it is available I will give a name to this table. I'm going to say calendar. And how do I create it? So for that I need to use a function, DAX function, which is called calendar, and over here I need to provide a start and end date. So as a start date, I'm to provide the input for start date, I'm going to use another function which is called date. If you want to get clarity on this, it is very simple. If you want to get clarity on this, just wait, in the next video we will cover this. Okay, so over here I'm just going to put the start date as 2023 year, and the month I would take as January, and the date I would take as first. Then I need to provide the end date, and for that the year I'm going to keep same, the month I'll take December, and the date I will take as 31st, right? It is done. I just close all the brackets, and after that either you click this or hit enter. The moment you do this, you are going to get the whole series over here. You see, if you don't like this format, you can always select this, go on to the column tools, and over here you can choose the format whatever you like. This is the one which I prefer, right? And as soon as I select that, I got this date. All right, now there is one problem. What you see over here is I provided 1st Jan 2023 to 31st December 2023. Now if I wish to use this in my data, so in my data I have this table, employee data, right? If I look into this particular column, it has the dates different, 2019, right? So in this scenario, this particular date series may not be useful. And if you want to create a calendar which is relevant to the date value available in your model, you need to be very, very, scientific and researching the data for start and end date, right? So that could be kind of tedious task, right? But don't worry, there is a solution. What I can do is, let me first comment this particular line, whatever I have written over here. So this is how you can comment. As soon as you do that, this whatever you have written is not going to work. Okay, now there is another function which is called calendar auto, and into this you don't need to provide any parameter, just calendar auto, open and end parenthesis operator or the bracket, and you just hit enter. As soon as you do this, you're gonna see a series of date over here.
You see, starting from 1st Jan 2019 ending to 31st December 2019. Now you must be surprised, how did it get to know that what date it has to start with and what date it has to end with? So what it does is, whatever data available in your model, it looks for the date column, and into that date column it finds the minimum date, all right, and the maximum date, last date or the maximum date into that, right? So if maximum date is, let's say, 1st of December, so it would not end on 1st of December, it would automatically take to the last day of that particular year, last calendar day of that particular year. So this is exactly what has happened in my model. I had this date of joining column, right? And over here the first date, if you see, it has 1st January 2019, the minimum date, okay, and the maximum date you may find some date from the December months, like you can see over here. So that's why it took to the last day of that particular calendar year, and it gave us this particular series, which we can comfortably go ahead and use in our filter as a calendar. You see how simple it was. Just in case if you get any kind of doubt while watching this video, put that into the comment section, or if you want me to give any other example, do let me know into the comment section. I would try to create a separate video if your doubt or requirement is too complicated, okay?
So many of the time you might have been given data something like this, and you want to separate year, month, date, etc. out of a given date column. How to do that exactly? Very simple. Just click on new column, and let's have a new column created, and I'm going to name this column as year. And over here there is a function called year. Into that you just need to give the table name, and out of the table name, the table name along with the column from which you want to extract the year, right? And that is it. So this is done. As soon as you hit enter, or maybe you can click this as well, this is what you're gonna get. Now after this, I want to create two more columns, one for month, the other ones is for date part out of this given column. Okay, how to do that? So for that, again, I need to click new column, and as soon as I do that, over here I just get this, then I'm going to say month, and over here there is a function called month. In that I'm going to again put this column, okay, and again I need to hit enter, and here is what I got, right? Then the next part is again getting the day part out of this whole date column. So how to do that? Let's try it. Day, and into that I'm going to say day function, and out of that again table name along with the date column from which we want to do the extraction. Let's just see it. All right, this is also done. So this is 1st May 2019. Now what if I want to I have been given the data something like this, and I want to combine them all together to come up with a date. How can I do that? So for that, again, let's create a new column, and this time I'm going to name that column as complete date. Complete date, and over here I would say date, and like you can see, it is suggesting provide year, then month, and then day. So I'm just going to provide year. I already have year here, but for that I just need to use first table and then the column which has year value, then again the same thing for month, then again the same thing for day part. This is done, and just hit enter, close bracket, and hit enter. This is what we get. All right, I can understand you didn't like this format, so how to change that? Let's try changing the format over here, column over here, and from the format I can choose the format whatever I want. So let's put this format. Yeah, so as soon as I do that, this is what I get. Alright, so this is it in this video. I just hope that it was easy for you to understand. Just in case if you get any question, put that into the comment section. I'll definitely try to reply on that and help you with the problem. Now here we are going to learn about the filter functions, and the first function which I'm going to explain over here is filter itself, right? Why do we use the filter? So like the name itself suggests, we use this to filter the data in our
visualization, right? So you might say that for that purpose slices are also there. So that indeed is there, but sometime we might require to perform the conditional conditional calculation and many other things. In such situations, filter becomes really useful. Now this kind of syntax is something which we use. This is a very basic one, right? So all that we require to do is first type the filter function and then provide the table name on which we need to perform the filter, and then provide the condition which we want to use to filter the data. For example, here we got the syntax. For example, let's say, before we move further, let's understand the filter condition also. What all are the things that it comprises of? So filter condition itself will be comprised of these components. For example, into that you would require to provide table along with column name. So table name only is given already over here. Now here you would require to provide the column name, but column name will not be provided standalone. That will be provided with table as well. Don't worry, it takes automatically, it gives you the automatic suggestion. You just need to select them. Then you need to provide the operator, for example equals to, greater than, less than, etc. And then you need to provide the value. For example, let's say I want to filter all those data where the transaction amount is greater than 4,000. So here I would choose the transaction column, and here I would say greater than, and here I would write 4,000. Let me give you another example. For example, you have this table, and basis on this you want to create another table, but into that table you only want to keep the payment method as cash, right? So for that we would write the filter syntax something like this: filter as it is, then this table name is sheet 1 backup, so that I'm giving over here. Then sheet 1 backup, in underscore bracket I'm providing the column on which I need to perform the filter. So payment column is something on which I need to perform the filter that I've given. Then here comes the operator equals to, and then here I'm saying cash, right? Cash is the value which I want to filter out of it. So this is how I can create a subset of this table using filter criteria. Now I'm going to take you to the Power BI and help you understand this with real example. Okay, so I'm just going to perform this exact example over here which I just showed you. So there are two examples which I will be giving you for the filter. One is very basic, and then the other one is little advanced, where we will combine filter function with other aggregated functions. Okay, so let's start with the very basic one. So this is the table called Supermart. I'm going to create another table using this, and into that table I would only like to keep those entries where the payment method is cash, right? So for that purpose, all that I need to do is go on home tab, and from here you can click new table. You might notice that I am not in the visualization view, but I am in the data view, and over here I'm just going to say cache table, and here I'm going to use filter criteria. Then if you remember the syntax, first I need to provide the table name, so Supermart. Then I need to provide the column name, so Supermart. Into Supermart, the column name which I need to use is payment. All right, and then equals to, and in double quotation I need to provide the value which I want to filter. So for that matter I want to filter for cash. So just close this and hit enter. As soon as you do that, you would see another table created over here. So like you can see, cash table is just created. You see this, cash table is created. Now at any point of time, if you want to use that table, you can go ahead and use that table, cash table, same as you can use this. I just hope that it was clear to you. Now let me take you to this view, which is nothing but the report view, and over here you see this is the original table which we have, out of which we had filtered for cash. Now I'm going to give you another example. For example, I want to create a matrix, and I want to see, in this matrix I want to see the sum of total bill by the product line, right? So let me just take this. So product line I'm going to drag and drop in rows, and then sum of total bill, well, is where is total bill? So total bill is here. I'm just going to put that into the in right over here, right? Total bill. So you see, for each of the product line we got over here. Now there is one condition. I want to see the same view, but I want to take a sum only when the payment type was cash, or only when the payment type was e-wallet, right?
So for that purpose, how can I use this? What is it that I would require to do? So for that purpose, I would require to create a measure in this table itself. So in this table, I'm going to select this table, and on these three dots, I will click new measure. If you are following my video, you might have understood how to create the measures, right? So exactly that I'm going to do. So I'm going to say sum cash, right? And for that, again, I would require to filter. So to filter, I need to provide the same thing, table name, then the table name along with the column name. So I need to take a sum of only those entries where the payment type is cash, right? And that I'm going to do over here. This is done, right? Filter criteria is closed. Now because I have to sum it, so for that purpose I need to use a function which is called sumX, right? You might be getting a question why we are not using sum instead of sumX, right? So sum is to perform a normal sum, and sum x is to perform the summation basis on certain criteria. So here we have provided the criteria. Now we need to put the column on which we want to perform the sum. So for that I would use supermart and the total bill. Where is total bill? If you can see it anywhere, that's right here. And just hit enter, close the bracket, and then hit enter. Sorry, my bad. As soon as we do that, we are going to get that column right over here created somewhere. You see sum cash. Now I would take this and I will just drop into it. Now what you see over here, you see for electronic accessories, the original sum was 20,600, while the sum for cash entries is just 9,042. And for these two products, you would see it is absolutely blank, because for these two products there is no cash payment. Fashion accessories and food beverages, you see, for food beverages there is no cash payment. For fashion accessories also there is just one entry, and for that the payment methods was e-wallet. So this is how we can use the filter conditions. This was just one example, and this is kind of something you can understand for the beginner or intermediate level. Now as we progress further, we will see the more advanced uses of the filter. But take a note, this filter function is very useful thing, and that's going to be used immensely. Here we are going to be talking about lookup value. This is very much similar to the VLOOKUP function which we had in Excel. So in the similar fashion, it works over here as well. Now the question might be, for what purpose that we use? We use this function to bring some value or some column from any other table into your current table basis on some common column, common key. All right, so if I talk about the syntax, how the syntax is written, then basis on the Microsoft website, the syntax looks like this, right? But hold on, this might look, tricky to understand and all those things. So I will decode it in the normal language, how to write the lookup value. So the lookup value syntax is written something like this. All right, lookup value is the function name that you're going to write as it is over here. Let me see if I can do the annotation. All right, so here I will take the pen. So here you go. This is the function name that you're going to write as it is. Then the next thing which comes is what you are looking for, that you need to provide over here, right? Then the common column in the source table from where you want to bring this column, right? Whatever the source from where you want to bring this column, a common that must have a common column as you have in your current data, and that you need to provide over here. And then the common column which you have in your data, that you're gonna provide right over here, right? That is it. Just close the bracket and hit enter. The syntax is complete. All right, so this is how you can write it. Now let's try to understand this with the help of an example. So let's say here we have the transaction table in which we want to create a column, something called customer name over here, right? And how can we create that? So for that purpose, what we need to do is we require to have a table which would have this particular column. So let's say we have another table which is called customer table, right? And if you can notice over here, this has got the customer name. Now we need to bring this customer name into this, right? That doesn't mean that I want to remove it from the customer table. It will remain over there, but from here I want to take it over here for each of the invoice ID. So for that, what I require is I need to have one common column in both of the table. So if you notice, in the source table, which is customer, you have invoice number, and over here you got this invoice ID, right? This is the common column which we are going to use. Now let's just see how the syntax can be written. So syntax will go something like this: lookup value, and then here comes what exactly that you are looking for. So I'm looking for customer name from the customer table, right? What is the common column that you have in the customer table, right? So in customer table, I have invoice number as the common column, right? And then in the destination table, which is this transaction table, into this, what is it that you have the common column? That I have invoice ID. So you can say transaction table is my destination table, and into that I have invoice ID. So this is the syntax you need to write, and you'll get the result which you are looking for. All right, so I just hope that it is clear. Now let me take you to the Power BI and show you practically. So here we are in Power BI, and you see here we have the transaction table. Into this I'm going to create, and here we have the customer table which has customer name. Into this you have got invoice number, and over here you have invoice ID. So in transactions table, I need to create one column which is called customer name, right? So like you just saw that I clicked on three dot, and from there I am redirected over here. Here I'm just going to write customer name, and just right over here I'm going to write the function which is called lookup value, and into that I need to provide what exactly that I'm looking for. So I'm looking into the customer table, and that I'm looking for customer name, right? Then what is the common column that you have in the source table? That I have, so invoice number. What is the common column that you have in your destination table? So that is invoice ID, but that is in transaction table, which is my destination one. So let's just put that and close this bracket and hit enter. So as soon as you hit enter over here, you are going to get the customer name. Absolutely fine. You see, right over here we got it, right? So for this invoice ID, we got Deborah Davis, right? So this is how you can use the lookup function. Now there is one limitation: if you get duplicate invoice IDs or invoice number, it is going to give you the error. So you need to make sure that you have unique invoice ID or invoice number, or whatever the common column you have, that should have the unique value. Okay, it should not have multiple entries, otherwise it will give you the error. And we are going to be talking about the DAX function called all. Now let me take you directly to the Power BI and help you understand this. Okay, so here we are in the Power BI, we have these tables. Let's say I want to create a duplicate copy of this particular table which is called Supermart, right? How can I do that, right? So in one of my previous video, we saw using the filter criteria with which we were able to subset a table based on certain criteria, right? So here I'm just going to start with a very basic use of all by for duplicating a table, and then you see how we are going to combine both of these two together and come up with a very effective way, right? So let me just create another table. I'm going to say new table, and for that what I would do is I'll just say, let's say, my table with all. I'm just trying to demonstrate that this table is created using the function all, and here I just need to provide the function called all, and into this you can put table name or column name or column name, etc. So here let's say I want to create the exact duplicate of Supermart table, right? So all that I need to do is say Supermart table, and over here just close the bracket and hit enter. As soon as you do that, you're gonna get this table created, my table with all, right? Now let's consider that you don't want to keep all the columns from Supermart table. You want to keep specific, for example, invoice ID, product line, or uh, invoice ID, product line, and the total bill and payment, right? So that you can also do, right? So for that, what you need to do is, let's say, Supermart, and from here I need invoice ID. Oops, sorry, I just made a mistake. This is very bad. Okay, let me make it a little bigger so that it could be easy for you to see and understand that. Okay, and let's say Supermart, and what I require is invoice ID comma Supermart, product line comma Supermart, and payment, and the last one which I'm going to keep is Supermart product line. After that, I'm going to keep total bill as well. And this is done, right? When I close the bracket and hit enter, I'm going to get this particular table with, only 4 columns. You see how effective it is. Now let's think about the other example where I had created a copy of Supermart with only payment method called cash. For example, here, this one. Here I had created a subset of that using filter function, but that had a criteria that in this table we should have only cash. And when we did this, you see we had to keep all of the columns. Now what if I want to create a subset of this table called Supermart, but I want to keep with two conditions, right? I want to create a subset of this table with two criteria. One is, in the table I need to keep invoice ID, product line, payment, and bill, these 4 columns only. And I need to keep only those transactions where the payment was made through credit card. How can we do that? So for that, we're going to combine both of these two. Now we just understood, using all function we can choose a specific column which we want to keep in our table, and using filter criteria we can choose the criteria. Using filter function we can apply a criteria basis on which we want to subset the table, right? So I'm going to combine both of these two together. This filter function I will put to subset the table, and all function I will choose to specify the columns of the table, right? So I'm going to create a new table first of all, and I will, in which I would subset the Supermart. Okay, so let me call it subset table. Okay, and over here, first of all, I'm going to create a filter. In the filter I need to provide table, right? So I can put Supermart, but instead of providing Supermart whole table, I'm going to provide specific column. Now you have just learned how can we provide the specific column, because filter function itself does not provide us the option to choose a specific column. So for that purpose we need to combine it with all. So here I'm going to say all, and from Supermart all the columns that I need, for example invoice ID, then what I need is payment, then what I need is product line. Okay, and then the next thing, or maybe you can say the last option which I require is total bill. Last option, not last option, but the last column. Okay, so here we got all the columns which we needed, and the table criteria for the filter function is completed. Now I just need to put comma, then I need to put the filter expression to subset the table. So filter expression, you remember we wanted to keep only those transactions where the payment was made using credit card. So let's say just say Supermart and payment equals to credit card. Let's just close this and see if we are going to get any output out of it. Yeah, we got it. You see, here we got this particular table created only with 4 columns and only those transactions which were made using the credit card. You see how interesting is it, isn't it? So this is how by combining all function and filter together, you can subset a table with the specific column and on certain criteria which you are specifically looking for. Okay, so this is how you can use this all function. It's not just the limitation, or this is not the only use for all function. There, in the next video, what I will do is, first I'll explain you about calculate, and into that I would show you how you can combine all function to get very interesting output or create the filter and all those things, right? Calculate is one of the most shout out function in the DAX series, or you can say this is one of the most shout out DAX function in Power BI. Let's understand this with the help of use cases, right? Instead of getting into too much of the technicality behind this function, I'm directly going to give you a use case of this function, how this can help you a lot. So for example, here you see we have this total sales by each of the product line for electronic accessories, fashion accessories, food and beverages, etc. Now if you see over here we have the total sales for each of the product categories, and here what you see is the total of all these product categories, right? Now what if I want to understand what percentage contribution does electronic accessories do in the total sales? So which means 20,600 is what percentage of 81,273, and same goes for each of the product line. So ultimately I want to have the output something like this. So you see, this is 25% of the, approximately 25% of the 81,273, right? Same way it goes for each of the product line. This is one of the use case, right, where we want to see the percentage contribution of each of these categories into the total sales. Now there could be second scenario also. For example, you, let's see, for each out of each of this product, let's take this product, health and beauty. It is having total sales of 21,108. Now if I want to find that electronic accessories sales is what percentage of this, same way fashion accessories total sales is what percentage of this, right? How would you do that? So ultimately I want to find something like this, you see. So total sales in electronic and accessories is 97.59% of the health and beauty, same way, right? So how do you solve this problem? So all these things can be solved using calculate function. So how calculate function helps? So let's take an example for this particular percentage, this one, right? To calculate this, what you require, first of all, you have, let's say you have this kind of data, and somehow if you manage to get this total amount against each of the total sales, something like this, right, then it is very easy. You can divide each of these two and you can get the percentage value, something like this, isn't it? Same goes if you want to find the percentage comparison with health and beauty. So here you have the total sales for each of the product, and you, all that you require is to repeat the total sales of health and beauty against each of the item, and then you just divide it and you got the percentage, right? So this part, this repeating for each of these things, you can very easily do with the help of calculate function, right? So let me take you to the Power BI directly and help you understand how you can solve this. So over here we have the same data. I will be creating a matrix, but before that let me create a measure which says for, but before that let me make it little bigger. Let me see what is the font size that I have got. It is already 15. That's on wonderful. Now over here I will very quickly create a measure which is called total sales. Okay, let's just create total, oops, total sales. Okay, and over here all that I need to do is just sum up the total bill amount. This is done. Total sales is created. Now I'm going to create a matrix over here, and into that I'm going to put the city. Now this is what I get. No, not city, but the product line, where our problem statement is to have it by product line, right? So here is what we got, right? Now we need to see the total sales for each of these two, right? So here we got the total sales for each of this product. Now what we require is, we require to repeat this total sales against each of this, right? So for that I'm going to create another measure which is called all sales. It is taking a little bit of time, you just have patience. Over here I'm going to say all sales, and over here I would use calculate, and what exactly I want to do is I want to take total sales, total, this is something which I have already summed up, so I'm directly using it. If you want to sum it here, you can do that also, right? Now over here I just need to override the filter. So the moment you put the category in matrix in row level or column level, that automatically applies the filter, and no matter what value you are putting over here, that would all be categorized by this, right? So I'm going to use all function to override this filter, and into that what I want to say is, I want to say for all of the product line I want to have the total sales, right, at one place. Now as soon as I do this, right, you see, as soon as I do this, the all sales is created, and all that I require to do is just select this, bring it into the value, all sales into the value. over here. You see, it is repeated. Now the next problem statement is dividing both of these two. So again, I'm going to create a new measure over here. I will create a new measure and I would say percentage of total sales, right? And all that I need to do is, this is total sales, no, yes, this is total sales divided by the new measure which I had created is all sales, right? And just hit enter. That will be created over here. You will see that in a moment, right? So you see here it says percentage of total, right? So now what I'll do is, again I'll bring that. So before I bring that into it, okay, let me first bring that, then it will be easy for you to understand. Okay, so let me put it over here. You see, you can see this is already in percentage, right? It's just we want to show it into the percentage format. Just select this measure, and in the measure tool, come over here and click this will be converted into the percentage format. Okay, you see, this is converted. So this is how you can use the calculate function. Now I don't need this all sales, so I will just remove that, right? So here I have sum of total bill, and here I got the percentage of percentage contribution for each of this category. Now let's try to compare each of these categories against health and beauty in terms of percentage. So again I need to create a new measure, and this time I would just require to apply a bit of filter into it, right? Rest everything is going to be the same. So I'm going to say percentage of H and B, means health and beauty, right? You can give the name whatever you want, and I'm going to use calculate function. Here again I require to use total calculate, and I need to use total sales, and over here I need to use uh, product line equals to health and beauty. Health, this is not case sensitive, so you don't need to worry about health and beauty. Now this is done. I just made a mistake, not a mistake, but I should give a different name. Sales of health and beauty, sales of health and beauty, right? We got this sales of health and beauty. Now we need to find, let me put sales of health and beauty into right over here, right over here, sales of health and beauty. All right, so here you see 21,108 is repeated for each of these row. Now the next task, where you have to calculate percentage of each of these item against the total sales of health and beauty against this, and I want you to show that in the same format as percentage, which means precisely I want you to do this, right? This thing I want you to do, right? So I want you to solve that problem by yourself, and let me know into the comment section if you were able to solve that or you face any difficulty. If you face any difficulty, let me know, I'll solve it for you. But it is very simple. You just need to create another measure, and you just need to divide total sales by this, right? And that will be done. So just try to do that and let me know how you manage to solve that, right? Consider a situation where you have the total sales amount by each of these product category, right? And now you have to find which is the third highest sold value, right? Third highest sold product. Okay, so you would require to see it very clearly, right? Because this looks the first one, this looks the second one, and then this looks the third one, right? So you see how much effort it took, and here we had small set of data, then it was very simple. But what if you have huge volume of data, right? How would you find that? So for that purpose, what you can do is you can create a measure using rank x function, right? So let me create that, create a measure called ranking. Okay, so you see what I did is I went over here. All right, let me just remove this. Now I will just, okay, so I'll just explain it to you from scratch. All that you need to do is go on the table, on the three dots, you need to click new measure, and as soon as you do that, here is what you're going to get. here in the formula bar, here I'm just going to make it a little bigger, and here I'm going to create a measure called rankings, right? And then over here you can use the function called rankx. Okay, and inside this, first of all, I need to override the filter. So for that, I'm going to use all function, and into that I need to override it for product line, because in my matrix I have the categorization by matrix, and to do the ranking I need to override this, right? And over here, what I need to do the ranking on, I need to rank basis on the sales amount. So for that purpose, what I can do is I already have a total sales created. Okay, total sales, or what I can do, I can directly create a total sales. Why is that not showing total sales? It must be showing the total sales. So I'll quickly, okay, so here I have the here I had that bracket open, so that's the reason it was just showing, not showing that. Okay, now I just closed it, and click this button. Okay, as soon as you do that, here is what you're going to get: a ranking column created, a ranking measure created. In fact, that's how we call it. Okay, so let's just see where we got that ranking. Here we have that, right? Now just select this measure, sorry, select this matrix, and come back over here in the values area, right? And let's take this ranking and put it over here. Now what do you see over here? Here is what we got, ranking. Now all that you need to do is just go in three dots, and on sort by you just need to click ranking. As soon as you do, it is sorted in descending order. You can of course make that in ascending order. And now here you see, here you have the third highest sold product, which is food and beverages. Fourth is sports and travel, and so on. So you see how simple was it to use the rankx function for ranking the values. Okay, everyone, actually here in Power BI we have whole set of text DAX functions. Out of that, what we are going to look into is those which are most commonly used, right? So what could be those, right? So as per my experience, like concatenate, substitute, left, right, mid functions are something which are very frequently used, right? And also sometime lower, upper, etc. So let's jump to the Power BI and try to understand these functions along with the help of some examples. Okay, so let me take you to the Power BI directly. So over here I have this Power BI, and here what you see is first name and last name. Now let's say if I need to have a column which says full name, right, not separately. So for that, all that I need to do is go on over here, either column tool or home tab, and from there you can just simply click on the new column, and let's just have a new column created over here, which I'm going to say, let's call it full name, right? And over here I'm going to use concatenate, and concatenate is nothing but combining two columns together, right? That is what it is. So which two column I want to combine is first name, right? And then the next one is last name. That is it. Now as soon as you do this, here you are going to have the full name created. All right, full name is created. The only problem is this, both of these two are too close. If there is a space in between, that will be more helpful, right? So what you can do is, in the first name itself, or just put ampersand, and within double quotes just put one space, right? And just hit enter, and here is what you are going to get exactly, right? So this is how you can do the concatenation in Power BI. Now let's understand the left and right functions as well. Okay, so for that matter, again I'm going to create a new column, and let's say this is the invoice ID. Like you can see, this is combination of three set of numbers. So initial one, let's consider that is the machine ID, and out of this whole I want to fetch the machine ID, which is nothing but the first three character, right? So for that purpose I can, let me just show you, right? Over here I'm going to say machine ID. Okay, and over here I would use left, and which column I want to extract the machine ID from, that is invoice ID. Invoice ID, and how many characters are there? Three characters. So primarily what I'm trying to say is start from left side and extract three characters only. That is it. So as soon as you do this and click on this button, commit, here is what you're going to get. So like you see, the machine ID is created. Same way, if you want to create, let's say last 4 digit is nothing but the receipt number. So if you want to create another column which contains only receipt number, then what you can do is you can just click on the new column again, and let's name it as receipt, and over here you need to use write function because we have to start from the right hand side. Okay, and then again I need to do this extraction from invoice ID only, and last 4 character I need to fetch. So here is what I got, right? All right, we got it. Now you must be thinking, okay, left right is fine, what if I want to take something out from any of the place, right? For example, I want to take this, the 2 digit which I see in the between, or let's say I want to pick this 2 digit, right? This 1 and 8, 6 and 9. So how can I do that? So for that there is another function which is called mid, right? So I'm going to create another column with the name. I'm just going to say ID. That is it, right? I'm because I'm running out of the name, right? So I'm just going to say ID, and into that I'm going to use mid function, and then the column from which I need to do the extraction is invoice ID. Now if you study the syntax, it says what position you want to start it with, right? From whatever you want to extract, at what position it starts. So let's take account 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. It starts from the 8th position, so that I need to put over here 8. Then it says how many character that you want to extract. So starting from 8th position I want to extract 2 characters, which is 1 and 8, right? So I just need to give 2, and the moment you close the bracket and hit enter, over here you are going to get that part, you see. So this starting from 8th and 9th value, which is 69 18 15 etc. So you can extract the value from any, I mean, you can extract any piece of information from a text, right? Now let me give you another example. For example, I want to have an invoice ID without this hyphen. How can I do that? So for that there is another function which is called substitute. So I'm going to create another column which is called new invoice, new invoice, right? And over here I'm going to use the substitute function. Into that again I need to put the column on which I want to perform the substitute. So that column will be for me invoice ID, and then it asks give me the old text which you want to substitute, the old text which you want to change. So what is it that I want to change? I want to change this dash or hyphen, right? So I just need to put that into the double quotation. I just gave it over here. Let me make it a little bigger. Now after that it is asking, instead of this dash, what exactly that you want to put. So instead of that I want to put nothing. So just within double quote, no space, right? Just close the bracket and hit enter. Now what you would see is whatever we are going to get over here, that is absolutely solid number without any hyphen, right? So this is how you can use the substitute function. Now let me show you very quickly. Let's say if you have first name all in this letter. Now if you want to make it all in capital letter, how can you do that? Let me again make a new column over here, and I'm going to say up name, and over here I just need to use upper function, and here I need to use whatever column I want to bring into the uppercase. All right, so here you see everything is converted into the capital letter. Same way, if I want to have this name all in a small letter, how can I do that? So for that, all that I need to do is I can create a new column, let's say low name, right? And over here I can use lower function, and into that let me just use first name, or you can use any column inside that, right? And you're going to have it all over here. All right, bravo. Hello everyone. Now in this series of DAX function, here we are going to start with the logical functions category, and to start with I'm going to choose if functions. So here we will be starting with if, and I will give you the advanced level of it, which is nested if, right? So let's talk about the if function. So if, like I said, it's a logical functions where we primarily say if a condition
meets to the, if a condition meets or if a condition turns out to be true, then what is the output that you want to produce? If it does not turns out to be true, then what is the output that you want to produce? So that's what we do using the if logical function. Okay, so primarily if I have to extend it, then I can say if then else, which means if condition is true, then what? If it is not true, then what? So that's how it comes. So if is the logical condition, if that is turning out to be true, then what to produce, else what to produce. So for example, let's try to understand this with the help of an example. Here we got the data where you can see the bill amount for each of the customer by the product line, right? Now in the third column, which is bill amount, if you notice over here, if I want to categorize the customers, whether they are premium or classic customers basis on their bill amount, right? So let's say if I want to have something like where the transaction amount is greater than 3500, I want to tell them premium. If it is less than 3500, I want to tell them classic. So if I have to write the formula, it will go something like this. I would require to start with saying if, then put the logic, and then put the value when the logic turns out to be true, and then put the value when the logic turns out to be the false. So if I translate into the actual formula, then this is how it will look like. So here you can see the bill amount greater than 3500, which is my logic. If it is true, then I want to produce premium. If it is false, then I want to produce classics. So now let me take you to the Power BI and help you understand this with the help of an example. Okay, so for that matter, let's just go ahead and create a column from here, and as soon as I click that, it's gonna give me a new column which is called, let's say, if check. All right, I'm going to give it a name called if check. Okay, and over here I would say if bill amount greater than 3500, then what is the value that it should produce? It should produce premium, right? That I need to put in double quote. Sorry, premium. Okay, if it is not true, then I want to say it classic. All right, now let's just hit enter and let's just see what happens. Okay, so we got it right. Now if I want to sort it, let me do this. Okay, so you see all these values, all of these values are okay. Let me sort it basis on the amount instead of sorting it basis on the, okay, let me put it in descending order. Okay, so now if you see all of these amounts are greater than 3500, right? So that's where it call it premium, and whatever is less than 3500, it is flagged as classic. Now let me take you to the nested if function. What does that mean? So to extend it further, again we are going to consider the same data, but this time we want to say wherever the transaction amount is greater than 3500, just say that premium, but wherever the transaction amount is greater than 2000, say that only as classic, and wherever it is greater than, or whatever is left out, rather I can say, let's say it general. So we are to achieve this, we would require to combine two if functions. How do we do that? So that the function should look something like this. The first line which you see over here, that is the first condition. Give your first logic, which is greater than 3500, then the value when it turns out to be true, which will be premium. Then give the second logic, which should be if the logic amount, sorry, if the bill amount is greater than 2000, then what value should be produced, which is classic. If neither of these two condition meets, then what is the value we want to produce, which is general, right? So the formula should look something like this. Now I'll quickly take you to the Power BI and we'll try to help you understand with the help of an example. Okay, now let's just create another column over here, and I'm going to name this column as nested if. Nested if. All right, and here comes the function if. So the bill amount greater than 3500, then I want to say it, what exactly that I need to say, premium.
All right, now I need to start another if, because I need to make classic and general both. If I directly put classic, then it will turn out to be that the system will understand wherever the condition is false, produce classic, right? Which we did in this over here. But here we want to do it nested. So that's where we need to extend it a bit. Let me make it a little bigger. All right, so that it could be easy for you to see. Okay, now the next again I need to start if condition, and then again I need to say bill amount greater than 2000, then say classic. Else, if neither of these two condition meets, then produce the value as general. All right, so the first bracket is closed, then the last bracket is closed. Just hit enter and you see what you're gonna get over here. As soon as you do that, just close that, and over here you see premium, classic and general. You got all these three values, right? So this is how we can use the nested function. I highly encourage you to go ahead and try to do multiple ifs, right? So into this, if let's say if this is your second condition, after this if you want to start another condition, again you can start with if and put the condition and then again put it, right? So this is how I highly encourage you that you go ahead and try this at your own, and let me know if you face any difficulty into the comment section. Let me know that, and I'll definitely try to help you out, everyone.
Now in previous video we learned about if and nested if, right? Here what we are going to do is we are going to take it a little more advanced. Here we are going to learn two more operators, which are and or, right? So let's just see. So we would have if function, and then along with if we are going to use and. Now you can use this in nested if also, or you can use this in standalone if as well. So why do we use and? We use and in if function. We saw that we were using only one logic, right? Now what if you want to use more than one logic? So we use and function, which primarily says both of the given conditions are true, then only produce this value, otherwise produce other values, right? So if both of the given conditions are true. The second operator which we can use is or, which primarily says if one function or the second function, which means either of the two functions, sorry, not function but the logic, either of the two logic is true, then just produce this value, otherwise produce the other value. So let's say if you are saying whether it's a dog or it has four legs, just classify that as a cattle, right? So if the data has dog, then that will be classified as as cattle, or if the data has any value which says that this particular object has four legs, that will also be classified as cattle. Let me help you understand this with the example. You remember this one, right? So here I'm going to give you an example for and along with if. So all of the functions are going to remain same. What changes is this, the highlighted part. So over here we're gonna put if, then we need to start and function, and into the bracket you put all of the logic which you want to be true, and then you can put the value which should be produced when these all logics are true, right? Remember, and will only produce this true value when all of the given logic in this bracket is true. If either of the two are, or either of them are true, it will produce the false value. Okay, same with or. So in or function also we write the formula in the same way. The only change which happens is either this logic is true or this logic is true. Either of them are true, then it will produce the value which you give over here. Otherwise it will produce the value which you give over here. All right, lot of theory. Let me take you to the Power BI and help you understand with the example. Okay, so here I'm just going to create one column where I would classify if product line is electronic and accessories and bill amount is greater than 3500, then only say it's premium, otherwise everything else is going to be classic, right? That's what my requirement is. Whether the customer is purchasing electronic accessories, sorry,
If the customer is purchasing electronic accessories of greater than 3500 rupee, then only that customer is a premium customer for me, otherwise that's a classic customer for me, right? That's how I want to do the classification. So how do we do that? Simple, just take a new column as we did in the previous video, right? And over here I'm just going to name it let's say and category. Okay, and over here I'm going to start if, and over here itself I need to say and into it the first condition which I need to put is product line should be electronic accessories. Electronic accessories, this is my first condition. Then it says, if you notice over here, it highlights that, right here, this still logical one. The moment you put comma, it says put the logical 2, sorry, logic 2. Okay, now over here I want to say bill amount greater than 3500. You see, these are my two conditions which I want to try, and then I will close the bracket. So and is closed. Now it again goes back to the if, and here it says that your logical test is complete. Now put the value which you want to produce if this logical test is true. So that over there we want to produce premium, else result if false. So I want to produce classic. Done, right? And what you're gonna see over here is, you see this premium is over here and over here only, rest everything is classic, because only these are the two values where the product line is electronic and this amount is greater than 3500. Now if you see over here, here also the amount is greater than 3500, but it is not classified as premium. Why? Because the product line is health and beauty, not electronic accessories. All right, I hope it was clear. Now let's try for or function. Okay, now let's just see over here. All right, so what I'll do is I'll use the same function from previous one, right, where we had this thing, right? And let's just see what gets changed over here. I'm going to create a new column again, and over here I'm going to name it as or category. All right, and here let's say if, and I'm going to say either the product name should be electronic accessories or the amount should be greater than 3500. All right, this is what I want to do a test over here. So let's just try how can we do that. So over here, if I have started with, and then I need to say or, and into this I want to put the logic condition, which is product line should be equals to electronic accessories. The second condition which I need to put is bill amount. The same, you see, I'm using the same to logic, but with or, right? It should be greater than 3500, and you see how the result gets changed, right? 3500. Okay, now I just close this bracket. It says logical test is complete. Now put the value for result if true, right? So that value I need to put premium, and result if false, then that I want to use classic. Now let's just hit enter. Okay, and see what happens. So electronic accessories, these all products are electronic accessories, so for sure that is going to be premium. True, because these are the two conditions which have been given, right? So first condition will always be true for electronic accessories, right? So that's where we're gonna get premium. Now where else? So if you see over here, this is classified as premium. Why? Because this is food and beverages. This is food and beverages is still classified as premium. Why? Because the amount is greater than 3500, right? And in the electronic accessories, if you see, this amount is less than 3500, which is 1065 only, but this is still classified as premium. Why? Because this product was electronic accessories. So this is the formula which goes for or, and this is the formula which goes for and. So I just hope that it was clear to you. Try using this in combination with nested if function. Apply more logics. The more you do, the more it will give you the clarity. Just by watching the video, it's not going to help you a lot. Okay, by watching the video you would learn the concept, but by doing the things you would learn more and more, and you will experience that thing. Everybody, now here comes the next function in logical DAX function series, and this is switch. This is nothing but the extended version of the if else statement, which you can say. And it, in fact, it makes the if else statement further more simpler. Now if you're someone who have seen this video, you might have enjoyed if else statement, how effective is that, right? And if you have seen this, then this video is going to be more simpler. But if you have not seen that by any chance, then still it is going to be simpler, because here I'm going to give you a comparative view. So stay tuned with this video and let's understand how the switch works. I'm going to directly take you to the Power BI, and over there I'm going to explain you how the switch works in comparison with if statement. Here we are in Power BI, and let's say I want to do the segmentation of all these customers in terms of this. So wherever the billed amount is 3500, I want to say premium. Wherever it is 2000, I want to say classic. Where it is 1000, I want to say general. How can I achieve that? Using if else statement. So for that, what I'm going to do is I will quickly create a new column. I'm going to name it as profiling with if statement. Okay, so whatever name you want to give, you can just give that. I am keeping it like this. Okay, so I need to say if, and I'm going to say build amount equals to 3500, then it should produce the value as premium. All right, if it is not that, if it is if build amount equals to 2000, then I want to say it classic, else I want to say it general. Alright, so I am done with this. Now I need to close all the brackets. So two brackets are closed, and I want to do a bit of alignment so that it could be simple for you to understand. Now what you see over here is, you see, this is the if else statement. Now after this, I'm just going to hit enter, and you see what's gonna happen. It's going to produce the value. Now if you notice one thing, every time you have to do the nested if, right? Once one statement is completed over here, then the next statement start along with the if, and you have to write this name again and again. Okay, the column name. Now let's see how can we make it more simple using switch function, rather I can say. Okay, so I'm going to create another column, and I would say profiling using switch, and here I'm going to say switch, and you see only once I have to say build amount, and then I have to put just the values 3500, then I want to say premium. If otherwise, I want to say when it is 2000, I want to say classic, and when it is 1000, I want to say it general. Now what you see over here is we wrote switch statement only once. We wrote the column name on which we want to apply the logic only once, and we only wrote the condition which was needed, condition and value and the result. We just specified them in each of the steps, right? So rather it is a simpler step of if statement. Now let's just compare the value, whether it is same or not. Absolutely same. You see, general, premium, general, everywhere it is same, right? So let's just have a comparative look. Here you see every time we have to write the if statement, all right, along with the column name, but when it goes to the switch, you have to write that only once, and in for rest of the part you have to do this only. If you don't want to write this last statement also, that you can also skip just as the if else statement. Oops, I need to specify the general, otherwise that will keep just blank. So I just need to say over here general. All right, and now what you see over here is done exactly the same thing. You see, Now here we understood that here we had the exact value. Now what if we have the value range, rather we can say, or maybe we want to use it in terms of greater than or less than, something like that. So you remember from the previous video where we had done the classification basis on this value using if else statement, how we had done that. Let's try to create that. So what you observe over here is you don't have that rounded number values 3500, 2000 to 100, 1000, right? Rather you have some range of values over here. Now consider if you want to do the same type of classification over here. Let's see how can we do that using if else as well as with switch function. Okay, so again I'm going to say profiling using if, and here I'm going to say if, then again build amount is greater than 3500, then what should I produce? I should produce premium. Then again I would require to start the if statement. If build amount, right, greater than 2000, then produce classic. Else I want to say general. All right, so now you see every time we have to do the same thing. Every time we have to start the if statement to make it work, to make it work, right? Let's just hit enter. So here it has the logical operator, right? So it is almost same as compared to the previous example where we were using equals to. Now let's see how is it different for premium customers. Okay, and here seems something like different. I need to say greater than equals to, is it? Let's just see. I am not getting the value for general. Do I not have any value which is less than 2000? Is that true? Is that so? Yes, I don't have any value which is less than 2000. So that's where I'm not we are getting only two values, which is classic and premium, but that's absolutely fine. Okay, as per the logic it is absolutely fine. Now let's just create the another column into it very quickly. So over here I'm going to name this as profiling with switch. Okay, and here I'm going to say switch. Now you would require to use one more function, and that is called true. All right, and after that you need to use the exact same way where you say greater than equals to 3500, then make it premium, and then again you don't need to write switch statement all together again, unlike the if function, right? And over here you just say greater than 2000, then you say classic, otherwise you just say general. I just need to put it in general. All right, we are done with this. Now what you observe over here is we don't need to write the if statement again and again. You see, that's the difference. Just hit enter. Now if you have multiple logic, not just this, even more than this, then it's going to be very simple, isn't it? Now you see over here this is sorted. If you look at the if statement, it looks every time you have to write the if statement whenever, and you have to be cautious about the brackets starting and closing, right? And here you have to start only one bracket and end that, and every time you just need to use this column along with the conditional values or range of the value. So this is how you can use the switch statement to make your conditional column creation very simple. Now let me just show you a comparative view over here. Again, what you saw over here is you are writing if statement, then then you are writing again the column name, then giving the condition, and then you are saying premium. You are producing the result. Again you are writing the starting the if statement and then giving the condition and putting the result. And you have to be very cautious, like I said, about the I'm sorry, about this brackets. And here you don't have to worry about the bracket opening and closure because there is just one, all the condition inside that, and every time you just need to use only the column along with the conditional value and then just put the result. You see, so this is how the switch makes the works very simpler compared to the if statement. But now here comes the next logical function, which is COALESCE. All right, let's understand what its definition is as per the Microsoft website. So the next one, COALESCE DAX function, it says returns the first expression that does not evaluate to blank. All right, if all expressions evaluate to blank, blank is returned. Now let me help you understand with an example. Okay, so here I am in Power BI. Now you see, for each of the customer, transactions, total transaction which they have done in Jan, Feb and March is given over here. Now if I want to find out what is the first month when they did the transaction, right, how can I do that? So for that, let me just quickly do addition of a column, okay, over here, and let me just write. So for example, for this customer, the first month of the transaction was January, but as opposed to this, if you see, for this customer the first month was March, right? So what's gonna happen? How can you produce this? For that, what you need to do is just use COALESCE and give the name of all these three columns, which is Jan, comma Feb, comma March, and let Power BI do it work, right? And now what you're gonna get over here is this value. All right, so for this customer, this is the first month. For this customer, you see February was the first month. For this customer, the January month was the first month. For this customer, January again was the first month. All right, so you see, you don't have to put your mind. So that's what COALESCE function says. It resolves to the first non-missing, non-blank expression. So three expressions we gave, and whatever was the first non-missing, that has been produced into it. So for example, over here, this was the non-missing that has been produced. If you see into this was the non-missing, it has been produced over here. But if you see this one into this, again 4900 was non-missing, first non-missing value that has been produced over here. In this, 2637 was only the non-missing value that has been produced over here. So this is how COALESCE function can be used. Now if you want to understand more use case of it, what could be the other use case here, why would I like to know the purchase made in first month, right? So for example, let's say 3 months of the transaction you have, and now you are going to do the total billing, but into that you want to give a discount of 500 rupee in the first month transaction. So first of all, you would require to do, you would require to find the transaction made into the first month for each of the customer and then discount it by 500. So now what you're gonna do is, what you're gonna get over here, you see, this is what you get. So this has been already 500 rupee has already been discounted in their first month of transaction. All right, so I hope it was easy for you to understand. Okay, now the next example, I would also give you another example. Let's say here in this table here, now I'm going to find the sales by product. Okay, so before that, let me show you that table exactly first. So here I have a table which is called sales by product. Now in this table, what you see, how many products that we have, how many product categories that we have, 1 2 3 4, these two are just 1 4 5 and 6, right? 6 product categories that we have. Now if I go over here and if I try to find the total sales by each of the product line, what is it that I'm going to get? So what we are seeing over here is only 4 product types. What we are seeing over here are just 4 products, while originally in our table we have 6 product categories. So why these 2 products are not coming, fashion accessories and food and beverages, these 2 products are not coming over here? The reason is these two products don't have any value. So instead, whatever table we are, or whatever summary or matrix we are creating, in that I want to see all of the products, and if they don't have any cell, against that I want to see 0, right? That's what my statement is, so that at least I could see that how many products for which we have this stock or something like that. Okay, so for how do we solve this? Because whenever we take a sum by each of the product categories, this is how it is going to happen. So how do we solve this? For that, I'm going to create one new column which is called, let's say, new column over here, and into that I would say sales by product. I'll create a new column which is called sales by product. Let it come. Here I'm going to say sales by product. Okay, and here I'm going to say COALESCE, and let's just say sales column. Okay, and let's just hit enter. Oops, I just made one mistake. Let me correct that. Okay, so here what I'm saying, uh, create this column, into that put the value from sales column, and wherever it is missing I want it to produce 0 over there. Now let's just do this. Let's see what's gonna happen. Now this column is created over here, and if I take this, okay, if I take this and put it into the values over here, now you see what happens. So when I use this column here, I'm going to get all of these product categories, and those product for which I didn't have any sale, for that I'm going to get 0. All right, so this is how COALESCE function turns out to be very, very helpful in our reporting system. Okay, but now here we are going to look at some more DateTime intelligence functions. I know previously we have already covered the DateTime functions, but again I got some more DateTime intelligence functions which I believe worth mentioning. That's gonna help you on your job. All right, so those functions which I'm going to cover over here are weekday function, which gives you the name of the day which comes in a week, for example Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, etc., and that is something which will be based on the given date as input. Next function which I'm going to cover over here is DateAdd. What does that mean is that I will show you by the help of example, with the help of an example, what is the practical use of it, how it can be useful, how it can add value in your data analysis or making the relevant data. Okay, now let's just move to the Power BI and see how we can use these functions in real life work. So here I am in Power BI, and over here let's say I'm creating a visual over here, and for that I want to use day and then total bill. Okay, so that's what I use over here. Then I also want to split it basis on city. So what precisely I want to see is the transaction which took place by month. Okay, so now what by month and this city. So now I just need to drill it down further. So this is what I can do. Now here is what I got. Okay, next thing which I need to do is see. So now here I can see in the January we had the highest sales by each of the city, and then we had lower than that in February, and so on. Now I am interested in seeing the transaction distribution by weekdays. What day in a week was having highest sales amount, right? So how can I get that? So for that, first of all, we require to have a column in our data with day name. Okay, so let me take you to the table view over here, and let's see how can we add that. So for example, I need to click new column, and then we require to create a new column with the help of a function. So let me call it weekday, and over here I'm just going to use this function weekday. Over here I'm going to use credit card transaction date, and over here I just need to use this split as well. So this comes date, and then not necessarily, actually I can just end it over here. Just hit enter, close this and hit enter. So over here you are going to get the numbers. Now this, you might be thinking, why am I getting a date number over here instead of getting the weekday name? So that you can, for that what you need to do is you need to use another function on top of it which is called format. Okay, each of these numbers represent to a date. For example, let's say 1 represents to Sunday, 4th represents to Wednesday, something like that. Okay, and then over here I'm going to supply the format in double quotation. I need to supply the format which is dt. Okay, and just close this bracket and the quotation as well, and just hit enter. The moment you do it, if you have a fast system, quickly you are going to get over here. All right, so now you see over here we have Wednesday, Friday, Monday, etc. We got that. Now you just come back over here and create your visual. So the visual which I'm looking for is a bar chart, or maybe you can also say it as a column chart. Now weekday I want to see at x-axis, and total bill I want to see in like this, right? If you want to split it by city, you can just stack it on top of it. Okay, so now here is what we got, which we were looking for. All right, now let me take you to the other example where we need to see the next function. So for example, here we have the transaction date. In credit card, what happens, whatever the day the customer makes the transaction, credit card companies provide some grace period to be pay the bill. So let's consider, usually in credit card, what happens is you do the transaction, then by a given date bill gets generated, and after that you get a grace period of approximately 10 to 20 days. Okay, now here we are going to provide the grace period basis on the transaction date, no bill generation date. Okay, so let's say this is the transaction date which we have got, and from the transaction date we want to give the grace period of 20 days. Now we need to tell the customer on what date they need to make the payment, before what date they need to make the payment. So for that we need to calculate the due date, and for that purpose I need to add a new column which is says, let's say, new column, and I would name it as due date, and over here I'm going to use the function DateAdd. All right, and into this I need to provide the column name which is available in credit card transactions, and that is date. Now as soon as you put that, you need to choose one of these items. So precisely currently we want to add the days, so that's where I'm going to choose date, because this is the complete date, and out of that what unit you want to use for addition or whatever it is. Okay, so for that purpose I chose date. Now how many number of days that you want to add, so that is 20. If you want to subtract, you just need to write minus 20. Okay, and then what unit that you want to add, what interval that you want to add, that is day, month, quarter, year, what it is, so that is day. So I just need to choose that, close the bracket and hit enter. As soon as I do that, here I'm going to get a new series of date. Here is icon. Right, now let's just do a little bit of formatting. Here it is showing day and time both. What I'm interested in is only date. All right, so as soon as I do that, here again I'm going to get the day in this exact same format as I had the transaction date. Now let me just collapse this so that it could show me bigger view. Now over here you see you have the transaction date 20th February and due date you have as 12th March, which is 20 February plus 20 days. Okay, now here is what you got. Now if you want to make another visual basis on this due date, and you want to understand by what date you are going to receive what, I mean how much of the amount, then again you can create another line chart and you can have that view. So for example, let me just copy paste this one, and into this I'm just going to change the, instead of date column I'm going to use due date from here. All right, I got this right. So let me just take this down, and further maybe you can adjust the dates, something like this. All right, and you can do for the deep dive, you can do the drilling at whatever the way you want, right? All right, so you see this is giving you the view of the day, I mean due date, transaction amount, by what time you can receive how much of the amount, right everyone? Now today we're gonna have a look at dates MTD, dates QTD, and dates YTD. So if you're someone who is wondering about what this TD, QTD, MTD, YTD stands for, then here's the answer. MTD stands for month till date, QTD stands for quarter till date, and YTD stands for year till date. Now you're getting another question, I know, that is what the heck this till date is and what all these functions are going to do about. Okay, don't worry, I'm going to explain each of these things in step-by-step manner. First of all, I'll take you to the Excel where I would help you to get the clarity on this TD concept. Then I'll take you to the Power BI and I'll help you to implement this thing with the help of an example. So let's jump to the Excel workbook. Over here, let's say you are working in a supermart or maybe in any company where you have transaction amount for daily basis, right? On daily date, trans date over here, and here you have the amount. Okay, so let's say it is 1st of Jan 23, and on 1st Jan 23 the total transaction amount was 900,000, for example. On 2nd Jan 23 the total transaction amount was somewhere 600,000, for example. Now let's say if your boss asks you what is the MTD value as of today, which is 2nd Jan, so that will be nothing. So to calculate the MTD for 1st of Jan, what is the MTD value? That is going to be as it is. Whatever was 1st of Jan, whatever the amount was for 1st of Jan, MTD value will remain same. Then for 2nd of Jan, what will happen is the sales value or the amount for 1st of Jan plus the amount for 2nd Jan. Okay, or you can also say the MTD amount for previous date till previous date plus the current date. Okay, and now you see it comes 15. Now on 3rd of Jan, what's gonna happen? On 3rd of Jan 23, let's say it is 700,000, then MTD value will be 15 plus this 7, which is 22. So 15 means the sum till date starting from 1st of Jan until current date, whatever the total sum is, that is going to reflect over here. All right, so this is what MTD is called. And if you say over here 4th Jan, let's say 4th Jan 23, then this, and on that day let's say you have this much of the transaction amount, then MTD value is going to be this. I just hope that it is clear to you. Now the moment month changes, for example, let's say let's continue this till 31st of Jan. Okay, let's continue this till 31st of Jan. It is somewhere here. Let's continue till that point. Okay, and here I'm just quickly going to produce this value 1 to 10 over here, and let me just continue with this. All right, and then this. So like what you can see is it keeps on summing up the values. For example, over here you see 50 48, then it comes 54, because 48 plus 6 is 54, 54 plus 1 is 55. It keeps on accumulating, right? You can see that it is doing nothing but just accumulating the amount. Okay, now the moment you reach to the second fib, it resets. So again, sorry, not second fib but the first fib itself, which means that the moment months changes, the value goes to be the same. Just 1 second, let me do a paste special, otherwise rand between keeps on changing the values. Okay, so the moment months changes, the value in MTD also gets reset to the original transaction amount of that particular date in the new month. Again, when you jump to the second fib over here 23, and let's say you got 700,000 again over here, then it will be nothing but the sum of MTD value for the previous day plus current sales amount, which is 8 plus 7, which is 15. Again, if you are going to 3rd of fib, let's say 3rd fib 23 over here, and you got something 600,000, and then the MTD value will be 2100,000. I just hope that it is clear to you. So this was MTD. When it comes to QTD, so what happens? The accumulation of the value continues till the end of the current quarter. For example, if accumulation is happening for quarter 1, then it will continue till the end of the quarter 1. The moment it jumps to quarter 2, the value gets reset. Same happens in YTD. So in YTD, the accumulation continues till 31st of December, and the moment it jumps to the new year, the value gets reset. Okay, so this is how it happens. If I have to show you an example, so here we got an example. Now have a look on here. I have got 3 values: MTD, QTD and YTD. That is based on the total sample value and total sample bill, and over here the date which we have. So out of the date, I have separated month, quarter and year. Now if you have a look at total sample value, total sample bill, so for all of these 3 it is same, because it is very first day of the year. So for month also it is the first day, for quarter also it is the first day, and for year also it is the first day. When we jump to the second date, the value for all three is going to be same. So the value for all of the three will continue to remain same till 31st of Jan. But the moment we jump to 1st of Feb, you see the value for MTD gets reset to the original one, which is this value, the original value. But for QTD, it continues to accumulate. For YTD also, it continues to accumulate, because over here quarter is not ending. Quarter one continues. For YTD also, here at this point year is not ending, so that's why it continues. Now if I go to the 1st of March, no, 1st of April, you see over here, then what's happening, the value for MTD and QTD both resets to the original one. But I'm worried, I just jumped to somewhere else. Just give me 1 second, I'll quickly come back to that particular part. Let me take you to the April. Over here it just keeps on switching here and there, right? So here, so what you see over here is quarter is changing, hence the value for this particular MTD also resets because month is changing, and value for QTD also resets because quarter is changing, but value for YTD does not resets because year is still the same. Now when you jump to the 31st of December, then let's see what happens. I'm going to go to 31st of December. Look at this. And just after that, on 1st of Jan 2022, what is happening? The value for all the three is getting reset to the original one, because at this point MTD by default month is ending, quarter is also ending, and year is also ending, right? So you see this is changed, reset to original. Now if you are continuing the fiscal year, then again the scenario will be different. Okay, so I just hope that you got the clarity on TD part. What does TD means? TD means till date, and till date means whatever the day you are standing, right, sum of the amount starting from the first into that interval. For example, if we are talking about month MTD, then first date of that month, QTD first date of that quarter, YTD first date of that quarter, sorry, year. Starting from that till that point where you are standing, the summation of all these values will be considered as TD. Now let me take you to the Power BI. Over here I'm going to create a graph. So in this I have this particular data, right? Here you see I have the date, here I have total sample value. I'm going to use this one. Now I'll quickly jump over here and I'm going to create a bar chart over here, and for that purpose I'm going to take this date, all right, and the sample value I'm going to take produce over here. Now let me just do this thing. Here you can see the data for 3 years. Here I have kept the slicer for the filtering purpose, and I'm going to expand this to the months. Okay, now you see this is showing the monthly data for each of the total for each of the month. Okay, now what I need to do is I need to create a measure. So one thing which you should bear in mind, if you are working on this kind of problem statement, you should always, it is always safe to have another table created for date. So how to create calendar table, for that I have a video separately created, right? I'll give the link into the description section, just have a look on that. Okay, so if you come back over here and you see I have two tables, one is calendar which has complete date, and then the another one is complete sales data. And if you go in model view, here what I have done is I have created the relationship between both of these two basis on the date column. Okay, now I'll come back over here. Next step is to create the measure for MTD, dates MTD, if I have to say it correctly, very correctly. I think I already have one, so I will first delete that so that it does not create any sort of confusion. Okay, you'll have to bear with me because my system is a little slow. I'm going to delete this. All right, that is gone. Now I'm going to create another measure, and that measure will be named as, let me say, dates MTD. And over here I would require to use calculate function because I need to first sum all the values, transaction amount, and then I'm going to put filter. You see, if you want to understand calculate function, again the video is link for the video is in the description section, just check it out. Okay, and over here I'm going to use dates mtt, and into this the column which I require to use is from calendar, and that is date. Now this is done, and let me hit enter. Now let's just see what's gonna happen. Into this I'm going to remove this total sample, and I'm going to use this dates mtt. All right, now over here what's gonna happen is I'll just come back over here and let me just create this. Now what do you see over here? It starts from 1st of Jan, right, and continues to sum that up till 31st of Jan, and on 1st of Feb it resets to original value, which is 1 again, right, and again it continues to sum it up. If I just scroll it right, you can see it what is happening, right? Now I hope you have understood this MTD part. Okay, next thing which I am going to do is create the same for QTD and YTD. Two more measures I'm going to create very quickly, and that is for QTD and YTD. So for that, again I need to go on tables, right, on three dot, and then just click a new measure. As soon as I do that, here is what I got, and then I'm going to say dates QTD, and for that purpose over here again I'll use calculate sum, and from here I need to take this, then over here I need to say dates QTD, and into this what I need to use is calendar date. All right, this is done. Then next thing which I need to create is, next one I would require to create is for YTD. So what I'm going to do is, to save the time, I'm going to copy paste the formula. Okay, and into that I'll just change some particular things. For example, instead of QTD I'm going to say YTD, and over here dates QTD, instead of dates QTD I'm going to choose dates YTD. All right, and then this is it. Now the next part which I'm going to do is I'm going to change the value into this particular graph. Okay, let me come back over here, and over here I will just remove this, and I would use QTD part. All right, now let's just see how is this showing. Now what do you observe over here? You see January, February, and March. It continues till March, and then it starts from again it resets on April, right? You see it is changing, right? So I hope you have understood it. Same happens for year till date, which is YTD, right? So now if you see this will continue till 20 December 2021, and after that it will again start. You see over here. Now if I have to take it one step back, now this is giving the clear view. So you see this is for 2021, this is for 2022, and this is for 2023. So this is how you can use MTD, QTD, and YTD in your visualization as per the requirement. I just hope that it was clear for you to understand. Just in case if you get any doubt, put that into the comment section. I'll definitely try to help you out. Everybody, now get ready for a time travel with the same period last year DAX function. Okay, so let me take you directly to the data and help you understand what exactly it is. So for example, you have this kind of data, all right, where you see there is transactional data for each of the day, and now you want to do the analysis by quarter, so you will end up creating a summary something like this. Okay, now what you see over here is, for example, we are seeing the first quarter total bill or total sales over here. Right now, what if I want to compare it with the first quarter of last year? So probably I would require to copy this and paste it over here. Then I can do a comparative. I can have a comparative view. Same way, if I want to do the analysis for quarter one in 2023 and I want to compare it with the previous year, then again I would require to copy this and put it over here. Then you will be able to do a comparative analysis over here, right? So that's what the condition is, where same period last year comes into the picture to simplify your life. Now let me show you some examples over here directly in the Power BI. So this thing for 2022, what we was just seeing over here, exactly what we have got over here. Now in 2022, you see this was your current year's first quarter total sales, and now just next to that you are getting the quarter 1 2021 sales over here. Same for quarter 2, this is from 2021 quarter 2, this is from quarter 22 quarter 3 2022, this is quarter 3 2021, and so on. Other than that, you can also visualize this on bar graph. So if you see over here, this is from the previous year, this is for the current year, considering current year is 2022, right? Current year is 2022. For quarter 1, the total sales was 2,744,000, right? And for the previous year quarter 1, it was 3,042, sorry, somewhere like, I can say 3,042,000, total sales over here. Same way, whatever you see dark blue, that is for the previous year same quarter, and whatever you see in light blue, current year same quarter, and current year is 2022, previous year is 2021. So you see, this makes the work very simple for a comparative analysis. All right, so lot of introduction. Now let's just jump into creating the real example, creating this kind of visuals once again. Okay, so for that, here I already have last year created, but I'm going to create another one for you to understand it well. Okay, so what we need to do is, like I said, to practice all this kind of, how to use all this kind of DateTime intelligence function, it is very going to be useful if you have a separate table for calendar. Again, if you want to have understanding how to create the calendar, then I will be putting the link of that particular video in the description section. Do not forget to check that out. All right, let's jump to creating the same period last year measure over here. Now I'm going to do last year same period. I'm going to create a measure called last year same period. All right, and over here I would require to use calculate function, because I need to tell what exactly that I want to do for that particular period. So here I want to sum the total bill. Okay, so sales sample total bill, here I have that I want to sum, and like in calculate you can put the filter, so that's where I'm going to use this particular function, and into that I'm going to use this particular date column from calendar table. Okay, now this is done. As soon as it is done, next thing which I will be doing is I will go ahead and create a matrix first of all, right? So here I got the matrix, and into that I'm going to put the date hierarchy. All right, over here, that's what I got. Now the next thing, total bill, this is the current year, you see 2021 this, 2022 this, 2023 this. Now I will do last year same period, this is what I'm going to get into that. Okay, so now let me just arrange this in descending order, sort by year. All right, descending. So here you see 2023, the total sales was somewhere 90,26,000, and from the previous year, which you see over here, that is already given over here, right? Now if you want to expand it further, here we can do the expansion also. We can, oops, just bear with it, and let's say I want to extend it for the quarters, right? So what you see over here, quarter 1 2023, you see this value, and quarter 1 2022, so you see this value is placed over here. So this is how you can make it. Now let's try to create a slicer also, so that we could put a filter as per the convenience. Okay, and now here I'm going to add the thing, right? And I want to see the data for 2022 only. All right, so you see over here it is showing the data for 2022 only. Now is the time when we should consider creating the bar graph. Okay, now I'm just going to create that. It's a lot of waiting for that. Now let's just create that bar graph. Okay, over here, done. Then the next thing which I require is this, and the next thing, total bill. Here I got that, and then this one. All right. So now what you see over here is this is dark blue is for last year same period, and this is for current year. So this is for entire 2023, sorry 2022, and this is for entire 2021. Okay, now let's just drill it down a bit. Now here you see, here you got it by quarters. Now in the visuals which I was using for the introduction, into that you might have seen the labels, so that I'm also going to add over here, and here is what you got. Now on that you are seeing it in thousands, so that we can change from here. Here you see over here you will get the display unit, and from here you just need to change it to thousands, and you can do a little bit of formatting as well. You see, this is how you can make the formattings also, change the formattings also. All right, so I just hope that it was very easy for you to understand same period last year. Now in the previous video we watched the in previous video we learned same period last year. Here we are going to see parallel period, right? So what exactly happens in the parallel period? So in parallel period, let's say if you here it gives you the flexibility to choose the interval in terms of year, month, etc. Right, let me directly show you with the help of an example instead of giving the lecture. So before I start, let me quickly show you that what all my data has. So here is my main data which I have, and here is the another table which I have created, that is for calendar. So whenever we are working with the time intelligence function, it's always recommendable that you have a separate table created for calendar, right? And then let's have a relationship created between both of these two tables on the date columns, right? It actually helps. So let me take you to the table view directly, and over here what you see is my sample data. In sample data, what you can see over here is these are the values, right? Date, city, product line, total bill, etc. Now in the calendar, the main important column is date, and rest of the things are just extraction from this particular column, which I usually do for the convenience of my creation. Okay, rather I can say. All right, coming back over here, let's understand what exactly that parallel period does. Okay, if you're someone who have not seen my previous video which is same period last year, then go ahead and watch that and come back over here. If you don't want to watch that, still it is fine, just continue with this, you will understand it for sure. Okay, now coming back to this part over here, now I'm quickly going to create a matrix from here. All right, so now when I create the matrix, what exactly that I want to see over here is the sum of total amount by the date intervals. Okay, so over here I have total bill. I'll quickly go ahead and create a measure first, and if you're following my videos, I assume by now you would have understood it well how to create columns and measures. So over here I'm just going to say total amount, and over here, oops, sorry for the spelling mistake, amount, and then over here I'm just going to say sum, and into that I will take sales, and from here this is the column. All right, we're done. Now the next thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to put date column in this matrix, and by that I will see. So where do I choose the date column? So I prefer to take it from the calendar column, calendar table, and this hierarchy part I will just choose, and here is what I see. Okay, you see over here the dates. Now the next thing which I require to take is this total amount which I just created, and now here we go. So now if you want to expand this or drill through, so you can just click this button, it will start showing you the total amount by quarter. Further, if you click that, it will start showing you by month, and if you click it again, then it's gonna show you by date. All right, so to keep it simple, I'm just going to go back to the year label over here, and now you have it over here. Now consider if I have this much of the total amount in 2023 and I want to compare it with 2022. So here you have just 3 rows. If you have, let's say 20-30 years of data, it will be difficult to scroll up and scroll down and check it out. Okay, or maybe if I want to compare it with 2 years back side by side. Okay, so how would you do that? So for that purpose, what we can do is we can create another measure. Let's create another measure, and over here I'm just going to click new measure over here, and as soon as we do that, just right over here we are going to get a new measure thing, and here let me just name it parallel amount. Okay, parallel amount. And over here, so parallel period function is something that is time intelligence, and to use that it's important that you use that in combination with other function like calculate. Okay, so here is what I'm going to use, and the first expression which I need to give is maybe for the aggregation. So aggregation is already done in total amount, so I'm just going to choose that only. So sales and total amount comma, then I need to say parallel period. Now I just want you to note, pay attention on this pop-up. Okay, so what it says, first it says to provide the date, and date you remember we are using from the calendar table. Okay, now the next thing, this you should not forget to do. Okay, then it says number of interval, means how many years of back data you want to pull to for the comparison purpose, or how many data from afterwards years you want to pull to compare it. Okay, so if you want to go backward, then you need to use minus. Let's say for my previous 1 year, I want to compare it with the previous 1 year, so I gotta say -1. If you want to go last 2 year, or maybe previous 2 year, then you're gonna say -2. If you want to go afterward, then you're gonna say 1 or maybe 2, the positive number. I just hope that it is simple. Now the time to provide the interval. So here our problem statement is to first do the comparison on year, so I'm going to choose year over here. All right, and just close the bracket. Okay, and as soon as you do that, you can get a function just right over here. All right, so here is what I got. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this column and put it over here. Now as soon as you do this, what do you see over here? So this is 2023, which is your current year, and for current year total amount is 90 lakh. Okay, what was the previous year total amount? So previous year was this, and if you notice, this amount is exactly what you have over here. All right, then again come back to this 2022. For 2022, this becomes your current amount, and what is the previous year amount? This, that comes over here. Now you might be noticing a blank over here. Why is that so? Because we don't have anything before 2021, right? So that's why you have blank over here. I just hope that it is very, very simple for you to understand. In case of doubt, put that into the comment section. All right, now before I close this, I want you to dive a little deeper into this. Now let's just expand it or drill through it. Now this is drilled to the quarter level. Let's have a look at the current quarter. This is the current quarter. Let's consider, or maybe let me just focus on this one. Okay, quarter 4. It says 25 lakh 87,000, etc. But what we hang on, what we see over here is 1 crore 18 lakh, while the previous quarter amount is this, and it is showing 1 crore 18 lakh. Why is that so? So if you notice, this 1 crore 18 lakh is the total sum of 2021. So what do we conclude over here? Because here we have created this measure with the interval of year. So no matter at what level you are seeing, it will always show you the total of previous year. At whatever interval you are seeing the current year, it will always show the total of previous year. So you see, this is the total sum in current year, which is 27 lakh, but against that you are seeing the total of entire 2021. All right, same way, if you notice over here, what you see is this is the total sum for quarter 3 in 2023, but against this, whatever you are seeing is the total sum of 2022. All right, so I just hope that it is clear. Now if you drill it further, still you are going to get the same value. You see, this is the total value for January, but what you see over here is the total of 2021. You see, so this is how it works. Now if you want to make some changes into it, right, so you gotta change the interval over here. For example, if I make quarter over here, and then you see what's gonna happen. I'm going back to the year label. I'm so sorry, the video is going a little longer, but just to make it clear to you. Okay, so if you see over here now, what is happening? The current year is for current year the total sum is 90 lakh. Okay, but what you see over here is not exactly the total sum of previous year. Why is that so? Because this is the sum of last quarter. Let me expand it further, and now let's just notice. Okay, let's just notice it over here. Okay, so for that purpose, you see over here 31 31 lakh 26,872, and what you see over here is the amount from previous quarter. You see, so same way it is happening on quarter level. Now if you want to see it on month level, I just hope that it is becoming simple for you to understand. Just in case of in doubt, hang on, pause the video, put that into the comment section, or maybe you can repeat it, but this is very simple. Okay, now if you see, this is going to be on month level. If you expand it further and if you compare, for example, over here February, right, we are seeing it for February. So for February the current value is this much, which is 9,02,000, and what you see over here is the value for January. But hang on, let's see, let's make it at the year level. Then the value which you see over here is 98 lakh, which is not the value of previous year. What exactly that value is, let's just see that. All right, so whatever we had, that was the value for previous month. Yes, you're right. Okay, so again, we were getting the value somewhere, current value 98 lakh, right? And for that, against which we were getting some 25 lakh amount, that was for the previous month amount. Okay, not for the current month. So if you observe over here, this is the current amount for the month of September, and what you get over here is the amount for previous month. All right, so I just hope that it is simple for you. Just in case of in doubt, put that into the comment section. Now that we have already spent enough amount of time, and I assume that you have already understood this parallel period. Next thing which I want you to work on is check out this video, same period and last year, and find out what is the difference between both of these two. Okay, and let me know into the comment section what exactly the difference is. Help me understand that. In case if you are not able to figure it out what exactly the difference is, do let me know into the comment section. I'll create another video in which I'll show you the perfect comparison between both of the two. Hello everyone, here we are going to have a look at another use case of date add. If you're someone who has landed over here for the first time and you're a beginner with the DAX function, you want to understand the date add, then this is the video which you must give a watch. This covers a very beginner level use case of the date add. If you don't want to go back and watch, don't worry, this is not this one is not going to be very advanced. It's going to be very simple and you will be able to understand it very easily. Let's continue with this. Okay, so over here let me show you what exactly that I'm trying to solve with DateAdd function. Okay, so consider this is the data which I have. There's nothing but credit card transactional data which is aggregated for each of the month. Total billed amount is aggregated for each of the month. So for example, for the month of March, I have this much of the amount aggregated, which is nothing but 23.4 lakh. Okay, now I want to compare this with the billed amount 2 months back. It can be anything, 6 months back, 3 months back, and whatsoever. For example, I have taken 2 months back. Now, what exactly that I'm trying to say is this. So you see over here, I have this current month of billed amount, and against that, I just got the 2 months back billed amount put over here, right? Now, it is very easy for me to look at both of the things and compare, right? Now, another thing, I want to compare and find the difference between both of these two. How do I do that? What exactly that I'm trying to achieve is this. You see over here, 23.4 lakh minus 8.5 lakh is gonna give me 14.8 lakh. Okay, so this is exactly what I'm trying to achieve. Now let me show you very quickly how I can achieve this. So you see in this, I have the same data. If I have to give you a view of the data, this is how the data looks like. Okay, what exactly that I'm going to utilize over here is the date column. Let me format these date columns together. Okay, all that I require currently is, honestly, I require reporting month, so that's something which I will be arranging. Rest of, okay, bravo, that is already arranged. I don't need to do anything. Okay, so I'll go back over here. I'll take a matrix right over here, and before that I already have created this one. I don't want to have this, right? So again, if I have to give you a view of my table, let me take you back over here, and you see this reporting month and the build amount. It's something which I'm going to be using in my data. All right, so I'm back over here. Now first of all, I would create a measure for the total build amount, you know. So how do I do that? Here I have the build amount. So for that, I'll right click this and this. I'm assuming that you are fluent with creating the mazes and all those things, right? So just stay with me, and I'm just going to create over here total build amount. Okay, and over here nothing else, just say build amount. That is it. The total build amount is created. Okay, it just takes some bit of time. Okay, and after this, all that I need to do is start with creating the metrics. So in this first one, which I require is reporting month. All right, so let me just put this. Oops, it is looking like this, so let me make it non-hierarchical, and it's gonna look like this. Okay, next thing which I require is total build amount against this, right? So this is what I need. You see, I got this. All right, wonderful, right? Next thing, the time comes when you need to use the date add to bring this value over here. All right, just next to that. So just right click on the table name, click new measures, and let's just create the new measure. Over here, I'm just going to say 2 months back. All right, and over here I will be using calculate function, and what I need is total build amount for 2 months back. So over here I need to use date add. Let me make it a little bigger so that it could be easy for you to understand. Right, date add. So in which column I want to add the date, that is reporting month. How many months I want to go back? Minus 2 months. 2 months I want to go back, so that's why I'm putting -2. If I want to go forward, then I'll put +2. Now it is asking you want to switch by days, by months, quarter, or year. So you have already understood we want to go back by months. Now close this bracket and hit enter, or you can also click on this, right? That's going to work the same way. All right, this is now. I'll just collapse this, and I'm going to take this one. Here is the measure which we just created, right? Now let's just click this. Bravo, you got it over here, right? Now the next one, the last one, which is to find the difference between both of these two. How do we create that? So there could be multiple ways, right? What I'm going to use is if else function. Okay, so again, right click on this, right click, select this, right click on this, new measures. There could be multiple ways of creating the measure. Don't worry, whatever you find convenient, go ahead with that. Okay, so here I'm going to create another measure which is called diff, and over here what I'll do is I'll use if function. I would say is blank. Which one is blank? Because I don't want to find the difference with this blank. I want to keep it blank as it is. Okay, is blank 2 months back, then keep it blank. Okay, else, what else that we need to do? Okay, I first need to close this bracket. Okay, is blank is done. Otherwise, if it is not blank, then what should we do? So simple, we need to subtract from total build amount, and what we need to subtract is total, sorry, 2 months back value. Okay, now close this bracket and hit enter. As soon as you do that, you're going to get that measure created over here and available in this pan right over here. Okay, now let me just see where that is. Diff, right? So it's right here. Okay, now all that I need to do is in the visualization pane, let's just drag and drop in the values. Okay, right over here. Now you got the difference. All right, so if you want to do the formatting by comma separator, just right click on this, not right click, just select your attribute, and in the measures tool, here is what you need to click on. Okay, this will give you the comma separated value. It's a little slow for me, right? But this is how you can solve that. I hope it was very easy for you to understand. Just in case of any doubt, put that into the comment section. Let me know, how did you solve this kind of problem? Where had you used the date add? What exactly that you solved with the help of date add? What was the use case? If it is very interesting, I'll try to create this the same video and upload it over here. We are just going to have a look at the use case, another use case of dates in period.
and for that we are going to calculate, to understand that we are going to calculate rolling average. Now before we proceed further, let me give you a little bit of idea of what rolling average is. Now you see here we have the total bill amount for entire 12 months by each month. What I mean is, for January this is the total bill amount, for February this is the total bill amount, and so on. Now if I ask you to give me the average for entire 2022, what you're gonna do is you're gonna sum this up all and divide it by 12, and that's the average. But what if I ask you to give me rolling 3 months average? What does that mean? That means if I'm asking you to, by March, if I'm asking you to give me rolling 3 months average, then that will be starting from January till March. If I ask you to give me the rolling 3 months average by September, which means you need to start from July and give me the average by September. So sum the bill amount of July, August and September and divide it by 3. Have a look on this average which I have calculated over here. Now if you notice the formula right over here, the cell reference start from C2 to C4 and then dividing it by 3. That's how you're getting the rolling average by March. Now if you move to April, you see this the shift in the cell address. Now it is starting from C3 and ending at C5. So that's how start and end keeps on shifting by 1 month when you take the rolling aggregation. So this is rolling average which I'm explaining you. Similarly, you can have rolling sum or any other rolling aggregation. I hope that the rolling average you are clear on that part. Now I'm going to take you to the Power BI and help you understand how you can create this. Now in Power BI, if you want to create this, the first thing is which you need to have the data. So here I have this data available in which you have one date column, then the bill amount, and then the customer ID. Now in two parts we are going to solve this problem. First one, we need to create a separate calendar table, right? So for that what I'll do is I'll just create a new table, and that I'm going to name as date table. Let me name it as date table, right? And after that, to create that, what I need to use the function is, that is calendar. So here I need to provide start and end date. So I don't want to take a risk to make it fixed. So what I'll do is I'll take a reference from bill month from the bill data. So I'm going to say minimum of bill month, right, from the bill data. So what it's gonna do is bill data table. Inside the bill data table you have a column called bill month. Whatever the starting date is, that's it going to fetch over here, because that is minimum. Same thing I'm going to do for the end date. Over here I'll take max, and over here simply I'm going to say again bill month. Now the moment I do this and I close this, you are going to get a calendar over here. I mean whole date series over here, you see. Now all that I need to do is just change the date format. Currently it is showing in date time, which I don't require. Now I'll just change that to date format. If you require that in date time, keep that in date time. Next thing, I need to create a relationship between both of these two. So here I have this date table which I just created, and here I have the bill data. So I need to create the relation using the common field, which is here it is bill month and here it is date. So I'll just drag and drop on this. The moment I do this, in few seconds you'll see the relationship created. Okay, now that's almost done. I'm going to take you to a new page. Over here what I'll do is I'll create a matrix, right? And in the matrix what I'm going to do is I'm going to first show you the sum of bill amount by each of the month, the way we had that in Excel. So for that what I need to do is from here I'll take the date column. Okay, and in the date I don't require quarter, I don't require date. All that I require is year and month. That's something which I got over here. Right, now I'll just expand this, and this is what I got. Right, next thing which I need to do is I need to take the sum of bill amount. Right, so here is bill amount. So now you see we got the bill amount. Next thing which we need to do is find the rolling average. How are we going to do that? So for that, just right click on this table name, click on new measure. Right, so let's just wait. Yeah, we got it over here. So now I'm going to say rolling average 3 months. Okay, now I'm just going to take this function. I'm going to use the calculate function. Okay,
I'll use calculate function. Let me make it a little bigger. And if I do this, it's gonna give me the error because mistakenly I pressed enter where I should have to press shift enter. Okay, calculate. Now over here, what I need to do is what exactly that I want to do. I want to find the average. So to find the average, I need to take sum and divide by number of months. So for that, I'm going to do sum, and over here, now over here, what exactly that we need to do is sum the bill amount. This is done. Then I need to use the filter criteria. So for that, I'm going to use dates in period. Exactly, that's the function which we were learning over here, right? So that's in period, dates in period that I'm going to use, and it says provide the date column first. So that I'm going to use from the date table, right? So let's say date table, oops, date table, and from there I took the date column. Next it says give me the start date. How should I give me the start date? So I will start, because it is rolling 3-month average, which I'll keep going backward. Okay, so for that I'm going to start with December, and I'm going to keep it dynamic so that in data, if the month increases, by default it will take that, right? So for that I will use max, and in that date table, this is what I'm going to take, right? That is the thing. Now what is the number of interval that I need to provide? -3. Then the interval name should be month, because we are trying to find the 3-month rolling average. If you want, you can find quarter, year, etc., right? So that's how it works. Now this is done. Let me close this and close this. Okay, after this, what exactly that I need to do? I need to divide it by 3. All right, now let's see if there is something incorrect. Is it? No, I don't think so. It is showing me the error. Let me diagnose this, why the error is. Yeah, that's gone, right? So I'm dividing it by 3 because that had the because I need to find the rolling 3 months average, right? So this is done, this is created. And after this, what exactly that I will do is, here I have the rolling average, drag and drop over here. Now if you do so, see what's gonna happen over here. You see, now you got this average, right? You see over here. Now to validate that, let's go in Excel. At March, the average should be 82,154 or 55. You see, exactly that's what. Now if you're wondering how did we get rolling 3-month average over here, so what it is doing is it is summing the amount for this two and dividing it by 3. So divisor, it is always going to keep the same for month of January. For January also, you see it is giving you the average of 28, but this does not have a 3-month denominator, but still it is doing that. Okay, because it is always keeping the 3-month as denominator. Now there is one more thing which I want you to note is, if you want, you can choose a specific month also, right? How can you do that? So for that, you need to create a slicer, and in this slicer you can just put the date, and like in date, I select the slicer, I'll go slicer setting, and from here I'll change it to tile view. Now it is showing me all of the dates which I don't really require. So from here I'll make it date hierarchy, and from here I'll remove quarter and I'll remove day, which I don't require, and I just expand this, right? So currently you are seeing in the matrix, currently you are seeing all of the data. Now if you just select August, it is going to show you only for August. If you select November, it is going to show you November only. All right, so this is how you can use dates in period function to calculate the rolling average by n number of months. Hope it was easy to understand. Just let me know into the comment section if it was helpful for you or not, and in what context you use this, what sort of problem you solve this. Now there is one more challenge in whatever I just explained. There is one limitation that I'm going to keep with me as of now. Now you figure that out and put that into the comment section. If you get exactly the same limitation which I am thinking in my mind, I'm going to create another video on that, and that will explain the next part of this exercise. In one of our Power BI video, one of our viewer has asked to guide on this part. If you go through it, it says I want only top 5 district in population according to my data set. So Divya wanted to highlight top 3 districts in Telangana which has the highest population. So this video is particularly going to be on this problem statement only. If you have a map visualization and if you want to highlight top n location basis on a given value, which could be sales, population, area, anything, right? So this video is going to be on the same. All right, so coming back to the video, hey Divya, as promised, I'm going to upload this video. I'm going to make and upload this video. Just give it a watch and let me know if you get any further doubt. Okay, let's jump to the Power BI over here, and from here I'm just going to take this visualization, which is map, and here I have got the Telangana data, Telangana district population data, right? So there is one limitation with the map visualization, which I might have mentioned in the previous video also, or keep on mentioning. Okay, that limitation is the data which we have that must be very clean, and the location must be stated very clearly. For example, it must contain state name, city name, postal code, etc. So the district name which I got for Telangana, it was little hard for the map to find out that district. So as a solution, what I did is I also use the postal code, right? So I'm going to create this visualization basis on the postal code in Telangana for those districts. Okay, so here I have the postal code. I just need to take and drop it over here in the location, and what we want to check is population. So here I have the estimated population for 2023 for Telangana by district. Okay, so I'll take that and I'll put it in legends. So now you can see over here all the legends are highlighted, right? I'm not going to be focusing on beautification part much. So primarily I want to be focusing on the functionality. How can you find the top n? So now we are done with this. Next step is just expand this filter area, right? I'll make it little more bigger, okay? Because we need to be focusing on Telangana only, right? So in this filter pane, what I need to do is we want to find top n on postal code, right, which you can consider as district if you have very clean data. Okay, right? So you just need to expand this, and into it you will get filter type. Inside, just open that, and from there you need to choose top n, and over here in show item you will get two options, top or bottom. So we are going to be working on top only, and top 5 district we want to show, right? So here I'm going to show top 5 postal codes. Next it says by value, by which value you want to decide whether it's top 5 or not. So that I want to decide basis on the estimated population. Okay, and now you just, all that you need to do is apply filter. As soon as you do that, here is what you get. So here you got three postal codes highlighted. This is the first one, which, so what you see over here is this particular postal code, which is 503001. This has this many this has 1703302 population estimated for 2023, and similarly for this and for this, right? If you want, you can change it to field map as well. So all that you require to have a very clean data, if you have that clean data, you are going to have it very good, very well visualized. Okay, now so you see over here, because of the lack of very good data availability, we get very scattered kind of plot. So let me create the same thing, let me do the same thing on overall India level, right, where I would be showing the top 5 states basis on the population, right? So let's just hit this map button, and here is what we got. And from here, population of India, this is what I am going to use. Here I want to use state. So now you see the states are well known, right? And in the legend I'm going to use population, right? As soon as I put that, so you see we got it like this, right? So it looks pretty well. Now I'm going to change it to the field map. Now you see how amazing it is going to look, right? You see how beautiful it looks. Now after this, the next problem statement is to pick, filter or pick only top 5 states over here. Okay, only top 5 states over here. So for that purpose, what I'm going to do is, let me see if I can put a state itself in legend as well. Can I? Yes, that's going to be much better if I do this. No, in both of the area I need to put it. Okay, so you see now it is looking very well, and the legends are also talking about the state names. Okay, now the next thing which we need to do is apply the filter. So for that purpose here I'm going to do, what I'm going to do is, in state filter over here I need to choose top n, and over here I need to put top 5, and over here I just want to drop the population. Here it by default takes count because of some gap in data or something like that. Okay, so I just need to say sum of population and then apply the filter, and let's just see what we got. Oh, we got all these states. What those states are: number one Uttar Pradesh, then this Madhya Pradesh, then Maharashtra, and then comes West Bengal, right? This is how you can create the top n. You can highlight top n in your map visualization. Not only map visualization, in any sort of visualization you can do this kind of filtration. You can apply this type of filtration. I just hope that this video clarified your doubt, and just in case if you get any question further, put that into the comment section. We'll try to answer that as soon as we can. Thank you and welcome to the channel again. Now here you see I have this table. Now what I want to do is I want to create another table of this, another copy of this, but into that I want to keep only 3 columns out of all these columns which I have. The 3 columns which I want to keep is product line, and I want to keep invoice ID, and I want to keep the sales amount. All right, these 3 columns which I want to keep. Rest everything I want to remove. How can I do that? So for that I just need to go quickly on home tab and go in transform data. This will take me to the Power Query, and as soon as I'm over there I just need to create a copy of this table. So the table which I had was Supermart, and right click on this and just say duplicate. All right, so as soon as I duplicated, I can rename it. Let's say version 2. I'm going to say Supermart version 2. All right, and into that I need to keep what all that I need to keep: invoice ID, then I want to keep product line, and then the last one which I want to keep is total bill. So these are the 3 columns which I want to keep. Rest everything I need to remove. Okay, so I just selected those 3 columns. So whatever column that you want to keep, you just need to select the first one, then hold control key from your keyboard and keep on clicking all those which you want to keep. Again I will select the one which I want to keep, this one. Again I am scrolling to the product line, I hold the control key and then select this. Then again next thing which I have my control key pressed and I'm clicking on this. Now after that I need to go over here, and here you say remove other columns. So I will just click this. So those columns I have, rest everything is gone. You see, this is how it is. Now the next problem statement is, again I'm back to this one, and here what do I want this time is, I want to just delete date, time and city. Date, time and city, these 3 things I want to delete. Rest everything I want to keep. Okay, so how can I do that? So let's say right click on this, and I'm just going to make a duplicate copy so that I would have my original copy as it is, and then just go in over here and say v3. All right, the 3rd version which I have created. Now the problem statement was to delete some specific column, so I'm just selecting this and control and hold, click city. Then again let's say I want to delete this one, product line, or maybe gender column I want to delete. I don't want to have any sort of discrimination, so press control and hold that, click on this, go over here and click remove columns. All right, it is done. That is gone, right? You would not find the invoice ID over here, you would not find gender column, etc. So you see, this is how it is simple. Now we are done with this, and I just need to come over here and say close and apply. As soon as I do this, Power Query is closed, and then I'm back to my original Power BI window. So let us just complete very quickly. As soon as it is done, we will have our data reflecting over here. So Supermart is done, Supermart v3 and v2 is also done. Now if I go in Supermart v2, what is it that I'm going to get over here? So here you see I'm only getting 3 columns. Now if I go in v3, invoice ID is not available, gender is not available. So you see, this is how you can remove any column from your table. You can remove all the column except few selected, and you can remove the specific columns as well. Here in this video, we're going to learn about pivot and unpivot thing, what exactly that is. To understand this, I'm going to take you to the pivot in Excel. If you're someone who is familiar with Excel and creating the pivot into that, then it's going to be comparatively simple for you. If you're someone who is not familiar with Excel and pivot, then still it's going to be fine. I'm just going to quickly explain you what exactly this is, right? So over here, what you see is the original data is this is the base data for which we have created the pivot. Pivot is nothing but the summarization of the data which you have. Okay, so over here, the summarization which we have done in pivot is we are going to see the total bill by product line and the city. Okay, so for that, what we have done is city we have reflecting over here, product line is here. So now if you observe this row, what it simply says is sports and travel product line have total bill in Yangon city of this much on 1st of Jan. So in this data, you would not have that particular this much of the sales amount for Yangon city in sports and travel and on 1st Jan in another entry. Okay, so that's how it had summarized it. Now let's say you are working, you need to work in Power BI and you are importing the data, and unfortunately that is the only table, I mean the data which you have in Excel is nothing but the pivot table. Okay, and you have to work on that. So how are you gonna manage that? So like you just observed, I'm just importing that particular Excel file, and from that I'm choosing the pivot. Okay, so here is what I got. Right now, usually we do load, but this time you have to go in transform data. Okay, as soon as I do this, it's going to take me into the Power Query. Okay, and over here, first of all, we will be removing the columns which are not exactly required. For example, these are the columns which I don't really need, so remove columns. Done. Then there will be a grand total column which I require to remove, which is nowhere else but here. Okay, so let me just remove this column also. Then the other part which I need to do is, you see, observe this particular row, this is nothing but the heading of the data. Okay, so I need to make it as a header, so just select this, or even if you don't select this, that's gonna be fine. Come over here on the home tab, you see in transform group you have this option, use first row as header. Just click that and that's going to convert it. Okay, next thing which we require to work on is remove the grand total at bottom. So if you go in your pivot data in Excel, and if you go at the bottom, you have grand total over here which we need to remove. So for that, we would also require to go in, we have approximately 1000 records, and we would require to go at the bottom. It's gonna take few moments. All right, so let's just give it few moment and try to go at the bottom. All right, we are very close to that now, almost there. You can also do paste down, control down, etc. Now here we got this. Right now we need to remove this particular row, so for that just select it, and over here, come over here, remove rows, and the bottom rows, how many bottom rows you want to delete from here. So I just want to delete one. Now just say okay. Now here we have our data, unnecessary data removed out of it. The next thing which we need to do is these things. We want to see these cities in one column over here and the values in another column, right? So for that, just select this first column, control, and select another one, hold control, and then select another one. All right, and then you need to go on transform tab. From transform tab, you see this option, unpivot columns. Just click this drop down, click on this unpivot columns. As soon as you do this, what you see here, in one column you have the city, in another column you have the value. Now let's just rename this. Here I'm going to say city, and just to this I'm going to say total bill. All right, this is it. So you see we are done with unpivoting the things. Now what if we want to pivot it again? So again, let's say if we want to pivot it, so we just need to select these two columns if you want to pivot it, or if you want to bring this product line at the column level, you can select this and this. Okay, but let's just focus on this city and total bill. And again on the transform tab, this time you're gonna go over here and you're gonna choose pivot columns, right? Then here it asks which column you want to use in the value, I mean which column you want to perform the aggregation. Just select this. There are the advanced options also. Let me know if you would like me to cover the advanced options in the comment section. I'll create another video for pivoting. Okay, now total bill is something which I want to use as aggregating column, and just say okay. As soon as you do this, you see all the city names are on heading, and the values are again back over here. So now I just hope that it was clear to you. Next, come back over here and say save and close. Right, let me just come back to this particular page and let me show that to you. Sorry for that, this dog's barking and I can't help on that part. Okay, so now as soon as you come over here in the pivot, you're gonna see that kind of data. Come back over here and here is what you see. All right, not over here, over here. So what you see is right this Yangon city, and then into this you might require to go a little down. Okay, or maybe you can just open the filter to see the values. Okay, and just remove the blanks and then you can see the values. Boom. Yeah, so this is how you can use the pivoting and unpivoting, which I primarily wanted to cover in this video, which is done. Just in case of any doubt, do let me know into the comment section. I'll definitely try to help you out. And here what we're gonna see is AI in Power BI. Excellent. Exactly, that's what we are going to see. So in Power BI, we are going to see some of the intelligence features, right? There are many, but few of them we will cover over here. If you want to learn more, you can just let me know into the comment section. I'll definitely try to make another videos. All right, just let's go ahead. And the first one which I'm going to show you, before that, let me show you the data. So this is the data which we have. Here you see the transaction date, city, where the transaction happened, product line, in which product segment the transaction happened, and what was the total bill amount on that particular day. You can ignore this column. All right, now I'm going to go on this and just let me just expand this. In the visuals, what I need to choose is, first one which I'm going to show is Q&A. I mean, somewhere it is covered specifically as Q&A section, but I still consider it under I consider it under artificial intelligence. All right, so let's just open this, and what we're gonna see over here is these some suggestions. For example, if you want to ask these questions, you can simply click it and you'll get the answer. For example, let's see average total bill. What is the average total bill? All right, let's just see if what exactly it shows. Here is the average total bill. Right, now if you want to write your own question, that can also be done. So let me ask city with maximum total bill. City with maximum total bill, let me ask this question, and you see what we get. This city has the maximum total bill. Okay, total bill is available in this particular city. Now next, let's say year with maximum total bill, so what is it that we are going to get? 2021. You see how intelligent it is. It is automatically creating, giving you the information what exactly you are looking for. And then if you see product line, total bill, let's just say total bill by product line, that's what I'm looking for, right? So you see over here, this is how you get it. Okay, now if you want to see it in form of matrix, you can say in matrix, let's just say if that works. Here is what you got. It shows in matrix along with this conditional formatting. This is fantastic, isn't it? So this was the first feature. Next one which I'm going to show you is, let's say on this page we have the data plotted for 2022 only and for the entire month. This is the total bill for each of the month. Right, now what you see over here is the October month, you have the lowest total sales, right, which you see is just 6,31,939. Now if you're working in the organization, you might be asked, why is this happening? What is the reason behind it? Right, so you don't have to spend a lot of time in investigating that. Simply click this, right click on that, and go in analyze and explain the decrease. As soon as you do this, here is what you get. Here it says, here is the analysis of the 35.49%. First of all, you would require to spend time in calculating the percentage decrease. That is also saved over here. Decrease in sum of total bill between September and October. So it is providing you the comparison between two consecutive months. Okay, now I mean the month which you just chose and month before that. Okay, now what you see, what is exactly the reason of this fall, the fall by 35.49%? It shows home and lifestyle, followed by electronic accessories and fashion and little bit of other. Okay, because of this kind of fall is happening. No, home and lifestyle, electronic accessories, and fashion and beauty. Sorry, fashion accessories and electronic accessories. So these are the three product segment because of this fall has happened. Now what is this city which has caused this fall or decrease? So that you can see in this one. You'll see over here, that can be found over here as well. This is the city which has caused this fall. So these two cities couldn't perform well, so that's why you got this fall. All right, so this is how you can perform this kind of analysis using artificial intelligence. It simplifies your work, isn't it? Now if you want to check for another one, this is the highest one, then again you just right click on that and go in this and just check it out. Okay, so here it is showing that here is the analysis of 13% increase of the in sum of total bill, right? So here what it says, home and lifestyle accounted for this. So you see over here, home and lifestyle and the fashion accessories has helped in the increase, right? And the city which has helped is Mandalay. Okay, so this is how you can have the analysis. Now if you want to compare any set of columns or any set of months, that you can also do. For example, I want to compare the highest one with the lowest one, right? So just click this. Let me just do this again. Just click this, press and hold the control key from your keyboard, and then click on the second column. Okay, right click, analyze and explain this. Okay, now if you see here, it says that here is the analysis of 43.10% decrease in sum of total bill between April and October, right? So here's the reason by product line. These are the product lines which you see in red. Those are something which are causing the decrease. And the cities, if you want to see it by city, then these are the city which is causing this kind of challenge. Now if you want to add it in your visualization, just click this and that will be available into your visualization. Just let me remove it, and here we have that. Just what I can do is I can do a little bit of adjustment, and let's move it over here, and here is the other graph you have. So you see how quickly it simplifies your analytical work in doing a deep dive and finding the reason of any fall or spike in your visualization. So this is how you can use AI in BI, and if you want to learn more, just let me know into the comment section, everyone. So here in this video we're gonna be learning about append query and merge query. So these are the two things which are very pivotal in sort of data handling work, right? So many of the time it will happen when you are working on any analysis, you would not get all the information in one table, and in that scenario you need to bring them all together, right? I know you might think of data modeling where you can just link them using the common column. That is of course one way, but what if you want to put everything in one table and then proceed further with your analysis? So that's where append query and merge query comes into the picture, right? Let me break it down further and then help you understand with the with examples. Okay, and before I proceed further, the first thing which is highlighting over here is the word query. What exactly that query means? So to keep it simple, I would say query means you simply understand that it is table, nothing else, right? Just understand that table. So when we come to the append query, this means append table. What does that mean? For example, here you got three tables, right, for three different cities. Each of the table has approximately 300 plus rows and 8 columns, right? So what exactly append query means is combining these three tables one below another, putting these three tables one below another and making one complete consolidated table, which would be something like this. Yeah, so in this table, if you see, it says all cities, number of column remains same because all those three tables had same structure of columns. Okay, but the number of rows, if you see, that increased to 1000. So when you add the number of rows in each of these three tables, you will get this number. So this is what called the append query. Now that we have combined all the three tables and we have one table which is called all cities with 1000 rows. Next thing which we want to do is merge. What does merging means? So merging means combining the tables side by side, not one below another but side by side. Okay, so for example, here I have all cities which has 8 columns, but if you would see this table, it does not have any transactional information, means how many units were sold, what was the price per unit, what was the total billed amount. That is something which we have available in this payment detail table. Now we want to create one complete table, something like this, which would have all the columns from this table, all cities, but this specific 3 or 4 columns from the another table. Okay, so approximately you will end up having 11 or 12 columns in this final data, right? And you would have the payment details also from this right table. So if you take this as left and if you take this as right, so it will be right, sorry, left merge query. Okay, so here we will be doing a left join. So if you are someone who has worked with SQL, then you know what left join is, and that's exactly what we will be doing over here. Precisely in Power BI you get approximately 5 or 6 types of joins. If you are interested, you can let me know in the comment section. I'll make separate video on that. All right, so without doing further delay, let me take you to the Power BI and help you understand with the example. Okay, so here we are in Power BI, and like you can see, we have the three tables, this and this. These are the three cities. First we need to combine them all together, and then we have payment details from which we need to do the merging to bring these 1, 2, 3 and 4 columns. Okay, so to do this, what exactly that we need to do first? First of all, you see we are in data table view right over here. Go on home tab, and right over here you would see transform data. Just click that. We need to go in Power Query. Okay, now in Power Query on home tab itself, if you see here in combine group, here is what you get, append queries. And when you click the drop down here, it says append query. Means when you do append query, it will start in the same table. It will start putting the data, bringing the data in the same table. So if you see, this is the table selected, and if you go with append query, it will start appending the data in the same table, which I don't want to do. What I want to do is I want to create a new table which will have the data for all of these three cities, consolidated it into one. All right, in all these three cities, 1, 2 and 3. So let me do this, append queries as new. So as soon as I do this, I'm going to get a box, and into this it is asking whether do you want to combine two tables or more than three tables, 3 or more than 3. So my problem statement is more than 3. Okay, sorry, 3 in fact. So this city is already there. What I need to bring is this. So I'll select this, press control and hold that and select the next one. You can do one by one. So both of these two are selected. Just click add, and all these three cities are over here, and say okay. As soon as I do this, see what's gonna happen. Now here we got this. Now I'm just going to rename it, and I'm going to say all cities, all cities. Okay, now in this, how many columns that you have? So if you notice at lower left corner over here, 8 columns and 999 plus rows, which is 1000 rows. Okay, so we are done with this. We have this table created. The first statement is solved. Now the next statement is from payment details, we need to bring this unit price, this quantity, unit price, quantity, total and payment method. These 4 things we want to bring into all cities. Okay, so again I will do the same thing. I will not make any change in the all city. I'll create another table again, and into that I'll try to bring those 4 columns. If you want, you can do it in the same table. All right, now let me go back again over here. Now this time I'm going to use merge queries, and over here again I'm going to use this merge queries news because I don't want to make any change in the all cities table. Okay, so I'll click this, and as soon as I do this, again it's going to give me this table. So this is my primary table, which I can say which I can also say as left table. Okay, if you want to change it, you can change it from here, but I want to keep this all cities only. Now the column which I want to bring in this table, where those columns are in, payment details. So I need to select that. Now the next very important thing is, it is when you are doing the merge query, it is very important that in both of the tables you should have at least one common column. So here what I have common is invoice ID, right? So as soon as I select this, so I would require to select that, right? Let me cancel it again and let me show it to you once again. This. Now from here, I'm going to select payment details. I need to select this, and then from here, I need to select this. Both of these two are selected, and you see it says the selection matches 1,000 rows from the first table. So in this, I had 1,000 rows, and in this also I had 1,000 rows, and for all of those 1,000 rows I have got match in the second table, which is a very, very good news, right? So you see this also gives you the information how many matches we have got. Now after this, all that you require to do is just say okay. As soon as you do this, you are going to get your result, and that's we have over here. Now you want to see, here is what we have got after merging. Now you might be thinking, here all that it shows is table, while I require is unit price, unit, and total bill, etc. How do I get that? So for that, you just need to expand this, right? And from here, it is asking you to select those columns which you require to keep. So I'll first unselect all, and out of this I require unit price, quantity, total, and payment method. These are the four things which I only require, and now just say okay. As soon as I do this, that is going to be available over here. Now there is one mistake which I made over here. Payment details, you see. So first of all, let's see, all the information which we needed are available over here. Now there is one thing you should notice, it is always prefixing the table name from where we bring this unit price and quantity. Now I don't require that, so what I'll do is I'll remove this modification. Again, I got my original data over here, right? Not original, but the merged data. Again, I'm just going to expand this, and from here, first use original column name as prefix. No, I'm just going to uncheck that, then unselect it all. Then from here, I'm going to select this, what I need, and then just say okay. As soon as I do this, this time I'm going to get the perfect result which I was looking for. Bravo. Now I need to say save and close, and as soon as I do that, here is what I'm going to get. Just let it finish the modification, and you would see the result available, merge one table name, right? So boom, it's almost done. So here you see merge one is available, right? And you have all the information available over here. Now I can quickly rename this as final. All right, so this is how you can do the merging and appending. I hope it was easy for you to understand. Just in case of any doubt, put that into the comment section, everybody. All right, like you can see, what we are going to learn is fill blanks. Let me first show you the problem statement, what exactly our problem is. So we're gonna have this kind of table, right? So from the name itself, you can see that this is a practice table which I've been created to practice how to fill the blanks. Now let's focus on the city column. I know product line is also having the blanks, but for now let's just focus on the city column. So what you see over here is this is the city name, right? So wherever a new city started, this data has the city name of that, right? But for rest of the rows, it does not have, it has the blanks. So what I want is I want to repeat this city name in all the blank columns till the time next city is appearing, right? So for this city, it started from here and till here it is the same city. Same goes for this. So how do I fix this? So apparently to fix this, we need to go in transform data. Okay, so I'll just jump to the transform data over here, and as soon as I'm over here, you need to select that column where you want to fix this, then go in transform this. By the way, this is Power Query window, right? We are in Power Query now, and go on transform, and over here in any column group you would see fill, and from here you just need to choose down. Bang on, that is it, you are done with filling the blanks. So you see, this is how you can fill the blanks. So starting from here till this point, it has the same city, then again from here it has changed, and starting from here till here it got the same city, then again same goes for this one, right? So this is how you can manage to fill the blanks. Now let's think on this one. So here the condition is opposite, right? So over here we have this particular product line, and the entries below this are not for this product line, rather it is opposite. Entries above this are for this product line. So here we did fill down, and over here what we need to do is just select this again, go over here and choose fill up. So as soon as you do this, you see all the product lines are now filled. Now your data is pretty much suitable to go ahead and do further analysis and make your visuals. I just hope that it was clear for you to understand. In case if you get any doubt, put that into the comment section. Before I close this video, let me take you to the normal view again. So because we are in Power Query view, so again I need to do close and apply. As soon as I do this, it will take me back to my normal view, which is actual Power BI view, table view in Power BI. Okay, so let's just see how our data is going to look like. Yeah, you see you got the data filled in. Right now you just go in this and make your visuals whatever you want to. Okay, so now I think it was clear to you. Let me know into the comment section if you struggle with any problem, or you just let me know where you use this scenario to fix the problem. Everybody, yes, you got it right. Over here we are going to understand how to split the column, but the problem is, why do we need to split the column? If you're someone who already understands this pain, this problem statement, it's absolutely fine, and for you we are going to start in a couple of seconds. But for those who don't know what this problem statement is, why exactly do we even need to do this, then hang on, I'm just going to explain this and show you the problem statement, what exactly the problem statement is. For that I need to take you to the table view first, and over here like you can see the table, how it is looking, nothing is clear. Over here you can see it says invoice ID, city, name and bill, but you see how the data looks like. If you wish to create some sort of visualization on this or do some sort of analysis, absolutely I'm with you, you are not able to do, you would not be able to do this thing, absolutely not, right? So how to fix this? So for that again we need to go in Power Query. From here we can just click transform data, and we are going to get in transform data environment, which is nothing but the Power Query. Okay, now choose your table. From here select the column which by default is selected. Then in the home tab itself, in transform group, you are seeing this split column, and when you click the drop down, you're gonna get so many options. I highly encourage you that you understand it first, how it works, and then you go ahead and try each of these options. That's really going to be interesting and useful for you. So I'm going to use this by delimiter, and as soon as I click that, it's going to give me a box what delimiter that you want to use. Here you have other options also. If you want to split by comma etc., then you can choose that. Now just focus on the data ones. So between invoice ID and between city, what you see is a straight line that is called pipe, and on your keyboard just below the backspace button you can see that. Okay, so below the backspace button, whatever the value you see there must be two things. One is backward slash, and just above that the pipe option. So you pipe symbol. Okay, so you need to press and hold shift key from your keyboard and just press that backward slash, and as soon as you do, this is what you are going to get. And after that you don't need to do anything else, just say okay. And as soon as you do this, you see the magic, what exactly happened, right? You got the thing splitted. All right, now the next thing which I want to do is, you see this name, it is also showing as the row value, but I want to make it as the header. How do I make that? So for that, in transform group again, you see use first row as the header. I just click that and this is it. Now the next thing which I want to fix is, here it has both of the name together. I mean somewhere you can see say the three names, so but I'm going to keep to two name only, first name and last name. So I'm going to split it. For example, over here you see it has three things, right? So this will be data error, but these are just outliers, so I'm going to leave with that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to split it right again. So here I'm going to split again by delimiter, and you would see by default how intelligent Power BI is. It has by default detected the default delimiter, which is nothing but space, right? If you want to change this, you can change this, but I'm going to keep the same. Now after that I just need to say okay, And as soon as I do this, you see 3 column has been created: name 1, name 2, name 3. So this one I'm going to say first name. Then this one I'm going to say last name, right? And for this one I don't require this, so I'll just right click and remove. Done. That is gone. Now I have first name and last name. I know this is something which you may not like, and you can of course fix this, right? And if you want to understand how to fix this, let me know into the comment. I'll make another video to help you understand how to fix this, but I want to keep this video simple, that's why I'm going to leave with it. Now the next thing, I'm going to say close and apply. As soon as I do this, I'm back in my Power BI visualization view, right? And just give it a couple of minutes and you're gonna get the actual transform data available over here. You see, now like you can see, the data is available right over here. Now you can go ahead and do your further analysis. Everyone, now I understood the problem, or rather I can say the pain of a data analyst, that usually they get some sort of duplicates entries in their data, and that's where I thought of coming with this video. And in here I'm going to show you how you can remove the duplicates from your data. Okay, so let me first take you to this problem statement. There are two things which I'm going to explain. Number one, how to remove the row which is completely duplicate, entirely duplicate, which means it has the duplicate value in each of the column. The second one, not each of the column is having the same data, or not each of the column is having the duplicate value, but any one of the column is having the duplicate value, and by which we want to remove the duplicates. So stay with me, I'm going to explain both of these two problem statements one by one, and solution for that of course. Right, now let me switch to the actual table where we have the problem statement. Now in this one, what you see is, if you observe this row, this one, so it has the same invoice ID, same name, same gender, etc. Everything is same. Again, the same situation with this entry, right? So what we observe over here is the first problem statement, where the entire entry is duplicate. Means for each of the column, for this particular row, the value is same as above. How to fix this? So for that, again, we need to go into the powerful environment, which is nothing but transform data. And right over here, this is, yeah, you got it right, this is Power Query window, right? Power Query interface rather, you can say. And over here, all that you require to do is select your table, and then in remove rows, you need to go in remove rows, because here are in here the problem statement is the entire entry is duplicate. Does not matter where you click, right? It will work, right? So for example, in any one of the column you have to click for sure. Go in remove rows, and from here just click remove duplicates. As soon as you do that, you see now we are left with only 13 rows. All those duplicates are gone, right? So this is how it works. Now the next problem statement which I'm going to show you over here is in the second table, right? In another table, be mindful about that, right? So now you notice this entry right over here. The problem statement is invoice ID is duplicate, but rest of the entries are same. So if I click on this, and if I go in remove rows, and if I do remove duplicates, before I do that, let me show you how many rows that we have. 25 rows. Okay, now if I go over here and I remove duplicates, is there something happening? Is there something which changed? No, we still have 25 rows because there was no duplicate in customer name, right? So what we need to do is we need to select the column by which we want to remove the duplicate, and then go in remove rows, then click on remove duplicates. As soon as you do this, you are left with 16 rows, which means the duplicates are gone, right? Where it had the duplicates in invoice ID, right? So this is how you just observe there are two problem statement. One, when the entire entry is duplicate, in that case does not matter where you click in the table, just go and click on remove duplicates. But if the case is where in one column in your data, just one column has the duplicate values, then particularly you require to click in that column and go in remove rows, and then click on remove duplicate. So this is how you can remove the duplicates from your data. Once this is done, all that you need to do is click this button, close and apply, and go back to the Power BI actual visualization view. In that, you need to of course go in tables view so that you could see the changes. And over here, like you can see it correctly, this is the table 1, and into it now you have unique entries. In table 2 also you have unique invoice IDs. So this is how you can treat the duplicate values. You can remove the duplicate entries from your data. I just hope that again it was very simple for you and useful for you. I'm damn sure it is going to be useful. Now let me know into the comment section, when did you use this solution and what problem you solved using this solution. Let me know. Now today we are going to see how to filter and delete the data. Let me explain you with the help of an example. Now what you see over here in the gender column, we have some missing values, right? Now in case if you want to remove them all, how can you do that? Right, so keep in mind, this is not something just removing the blanks. If you have entire row blank, then that's something you can go ahead and remove it very easily. But here you have to do the removal basis on one column which has the missing value, right? Or maybe not only missing values, if any other value which you want to delete. So let me take you quickly to the Power Query window. All right, so from here I'll go into the transform data, and as soon as I'm in transform data, here is my data in which I want to make the changes. Number one, you just come over here, whatever you want to remove, just uncheck that and say okay, say close and apply, and come back in your view. Here you would see that those blanks are gone, right? So that's the easiest way. The challenge with this is challenge, or you can say the added advantage with this is the older data still remains available. When you come back over here and when you clear this, you still have that data available, right? So if you want to remove it permanently from here, what is the way? For that, what you need to do is whatever you want to remove, all right, just uncheck that. Okay, in Excel, let's consider in if you have to do it in Excel, how would you do that? You will go in this and you will select only those items which you want to delete, and then you select the rows and just right click and delete that. That's not how it's going to work over here. What you need to do over here is, here whatever the item that you want to delete, that you need to uncheck. So for example, null values I want to delete, so I will just say uncheck null. Okay, and after this I will go in keep rows on home tab, in reduce rows, in keep rows, and I would select keep top rows. As soon as I do that, I am going to get this box. Now here it is asking me to tell how many rows I want to keep. So you see here 9 rows are visible. So you can put any number greater than 9, greater than or equals to 9. I'm going to keep 9 only. So just say okay. Now those records are gone, right? Now if you go in over here, close and apply, and go in your main view over here, you don't see that, you don't see them again, right? You don't see them, which is pretty obvious. That was working in the previous method also, but here also it is working. Now what is the difference? If I again go back into the Power Query, I would not find that data at all. Let's just give it a second and let it appear. Okay, now if I come back over here and if I go in my table, so what I see is I don't have that. I don't even have the filter button over here, right? That data is gone. Now if you, of course, if you want to keep bring that back, you can do undo and that will appear, right? Or maybe you can just remove the steps which is showing over here, right? That will come back. Okay, so this is how you can do. Now for example, let's say you want to remove all the mails. So what you can do is just uncheck mail and say okay, and then go in keep rows, say keep top rows, and how many numbers that you need to write, either 7 or greater than 7. So here I'm going to say 7, just say okay, and you see only female data is available, right? And if I say close and apply, then in this main data you would say only female is available. Just give it a second and then you will see the magic. Okay, so now you see this is how it works. So the only difference is in Excel, what you do is you filter those values which you want to delete, and after that you just delete it. Here you have to do it opposite way. You have to filter those values which you want to keep, and then go in keep rows and then just say how many top rows you want to keep. That is it. All right, so let me know into the comments section if it was helpful for you. If yes, then where did you use it, in what context did you use it? That will help. And maybe if the context, your context was very very important, then I'll try to make a video where the same activity is involved but in that particular context. Okay everyone, now in this video we learned how to split a column in two parts. For example, you have been given one full name, which is Tom Cruise. How can you split it in two parts in a way that first name column contains this and the last name contains this, right? Now what we are going to learn today is opposite of this, right? So if you want to, if you have already seen this video by the time you're watching this recorded one, okay, if you have already seen, then it is fine. If you're not, then I'm leaving the link into the description section. Even if you don't see this video, still you can continue with the current video. That's going to be easy for you to understand. Okay, now let me take you to the Power BI very very quickly and help you understand with an example, right? So here we see the name are separate. First name is in this column and last name is in this column. What if we want to combine these both together and want to have one column named as full name instead of having it separate, right? So in previous video we saw we had the full name and we wanted to split it. Now we are going to do the opposite one, right? How to do that? So for that you just need to go on home tab, and from the home tab you need to find the option transform data, which is right over here, right? And as soon as you do this, we are going to go in our most powerful zone, that is Power Query, right? And here just select your table from here. Now you have these two column. All that you need to do is go on transform, and over here you will get one option which is called merge columns. Where are those? That will come. So first you require to select those two columns which you want to merge. So I select this, press and hold control key from your keyboard, and then right over here in text column, just see this merge columns, just click on this. As soon as you do this, it's going to combine both of them basis on your instruction. Means when you combine, what is the separator that you want to keep between both of the text or both of the value? So for that you need to use something. So for example, when you write your first name and last name, between those two you keep some space. So that's exactly what I'm going to do over here, space. And then if you want to give the name of your name to your new column, you can give it. Otherwise it will by default name that as most. So I'm going to name it as full name. As soon as I do this and click OK, you see the magic just happened, right? Both of those two names are combined. Now you need to go on home and just say close and apply. As soon as you do this in your actual Power BI window where you were working on, here you are going to see the magic. Means your data has been transformed. You see, this is how you can work on. So this is how the merging of columns happens basis on the separator. I just hope that it was easy for you to understand. Let me know into the comment section when and where did you use this kind of functionality and why was it important for you. Everybody, let's just have a look in transpose data, what exactly it is. Now to understand it first, let me give you a demonstration or maybe an example. Consider you have a table like this. What you see, product line is at the row label as the row headers and city is at the column header. Now what if you want to transform it something like this, right? So the difference is, you see the product line which you had over here that has come over here and the city is here, which means whatever city you had that just came to this at the row level, and whatever product lines that you had that have become the column, and accordingly the value has also been transformed, right? So this is what called transposing the data. Now let me take you to the Power BI and help you understand how to do this with the example, with the help of example where I'm going to use the exactly same data. All right, I hope the concept is clear to you and the problem statement is clear to you. Okay, now let me take you to the Power BI. Here we have that data. All that we need to do is, of course, go in our very powerful environment, which is transform data, and into that transform data, all that you require to do is, there are two things which you need to do. First of all, you see these are already headers. Make it as the row value. How can you do that? So you see on home tab in transform group, here we have this option. Previously we have used this option to make first row as the row header. Now here we are going to do the opposite thing. So just click the drop down and click this, use header as first row. Previously we used this, now we are going to use this. Now as soon as you do this, you see what's gonna happen. The headers, whatever headers you had, that is now as row value, right? Now the next thing which you need to do is go on transform, and in the first group itself, which is table, click on transpose. As soon as you do this, here is what you got. Now again you need to do this thing, go in home, and this time you need to use this option again. From this option, previously use this, now we need to inverse this, use this one. So now as soon as you do this, the header has been transformed. Okay, now just say close and apply. As soon as you do this, you are going to get back in your original Power BI window with the transformed data in your table view. You see, this is how you have. So this is what called the transpose function. Now transposing, this is what called the transposing the data, right? Now let me know in the comment section if you faced any difficulty in transposing the data. If not, what was the context where you used it very effectively? If your context was very interesting, I'll make a separate video using transpose functionality in the same context. Hello everyone, extract. It's really a very powerful feature or option that we have in Power Query. Let me explain you with the help of example, and let me give you some little bit of context. So consider that you have this credit card number given over here. Let's say you are working in a credit card company. So over there you'll get to know the terms like bin number, logo, etc., right? So how would you extract? So extract is basically used to extract some part of a given string. So let's say this card number is the given string and part of that which needs to be extracted. So for example, if you notice this is nothing but the first 4 character of the card number. If you notice this, the logo, this is nothing but 3 characters starting from 6th position into this. So for example, if you notice over here 1 2 3 4 5 6, and starting from 7th, I'm sorry, logo is some 3 characters starting from 7th position. So 7th, 8th and 9th, these 3 characters are considered to be logo, right? But that's not a matter of concern. The matter of concern is how to extract that. Now let me take you very quickly to the Power BI and let me try to help you understand. So here we are in Power BI on home tab. All that you need to do is just click this transform data, and as soon as you do that, you are aware we are going to get into a very powerful zone that is called Power Query. Okay, and over here in test data, I have this test data created. All that you need to do is, okay, let me start it with this simple example where I want to create a column which and find the length of each of this credit card number and put that into the column. So something like here I need to have one column which tells how long this credit card number is, how many characters are there. So for that, let's just select this, go on add column, and over here you see extract and just click on length. Boom, now you see how you got the length created over here, right? Same way, now let's move to the little bit advanced level, right? Over here I am going to, from this, now I need to extract the first 6 characters from this card number. How do I do that? So again, select the column, go on add column, extract, and choose range. Or maybe you can also choose, because this is the first 6 character, I can go ahead and choose first characters. How many characters that I require, it's gonna ask, right? So I require first 6 characters and just say okay, and here is what we got. Now let's try to extract the logo, the difficult part. All right, this 9 4 5, these 3 characters we need to extract. How do we do that? Again, select this, go on add column, extract, choose range, and out of here, from here, your logo starts after 6th position, right? So after whatever it starts, you're gonna put it over here. How many characters that you require? 3 characters. Just say okay. Bingo, here we got that, right? Now the next thing which we are going to do is to extract the last few characters. Again, select this, Or let me make it very very meaningful. Over here you see last two characters are something which is indicating to the year, so I'm just going to select this, add column, this last characters. How many characters that we require? Two characters. Just say okay. Bravo, now we just got that years also. Now you just rename this. Here I'm going to say year, this will be called as logo, and this will be called as bin number. Just double click this and you are going to get this bin number, and here I'm going to say length of card number. Done. All that you need to do is go on home tab and click on close and apply, and let's just wait for a few seconds and you're going to have your data available over here. All right, so you see how simple was it to extract some information from a given text string. So this is it in this video. Let me know into the comment section how did you find it and how you're going to use this, or if you have already used this, let me know into the comment section what was the context and when did you use this. And now if you're someone who has already worked in SQL, and or you already work in SQL, you already know what group by is. But don't worry, if you're not someone who has worked in SQL, still it's going to be fine, right? So yeah, for your surprise, if you're someone who has worked in SQL and want to have similar kind of functionality in Power BI, that's there. I'm just going to show it to you. Hold on. Now let me take you to the Power BI directly. For example, here, so I'm going to make this video from the perspective of someone who does not know what group by is. Those folks who already know what group by is, you can watch this video on 1.5x speed. Okay, now let's consider here we have this reporting month, right? If you can see, we have this reporting month. So here it simply says 1st Jan 2022, 1st Feb 2022. Now let me sort this data in ascending order, and here you got all the data for Jan first, and then similarly you would have the data for February also. Now my problem statement is I want to understand how many rows are there in this data, how many records are there in data, or how many cards in this data which are falling in January month, which are in the month of January. How do I do that? Very simple. Let me take you to the Power Query, and that we can go using transform data. And over here, as soon as we land over here, all that you need to do is just select, or even if you don't select it, it's going to be fine. That's absolutely fine, trust me. Okay, now here you are in this data. Go on home tab, and in this transform group you see this option group by. Just click on that. When you click on this, you're gonna get a dialog box which gives you two options, basic or advanced. Let's start with basic, then we will see the advanced as well. So in this one, what is it that basis on which we want to do the grouping? I mean, what is the column by which you want to know the total number of rows? That is reporting month. So just select this, and the new column where it will be showing you the count. What is the name that you want to give? So I want to say that count of customers. Then what is the operation that you want to perform? There are multiple operations, whether you want to do the summation, average, median, mean, max, etc. Here simple problem statement is to take the count of rows and just say okay. As soon as you do this, here is what we get. You see how the data is transformed, and over here it is showing that in reporting month of January you have 100 cards. Same for February, March, April, May and June, right? So if you're seeing 100 in each of the month, don't worry, this is not incorrect result. This is the correct result. Primarily in my data for each of the month I have 100 records. Now let me show you a little bit about the advanced functionality, right? So what I can do is, again, this time I want to find the grouping basis on two part. One is reporting month, the other one is, if you see, we have buckets, right? Here you see we have the buckets, right? So basis on the reporting month and the bucket, I want to check out how many records are falling in each of the month in each of the buckets, right? So let me just do that. So I just need to click group by and advance. From here I'm going to take reporting month, add another group, and from here I'm going to take buckets. Here I'm just going to say count by month and bucket. Over here again I'm going to keep it count of rows, but I highly encourage you, just in case if you have balance or maybe sales amount, you may like to go ahead and check out the sum or anything else. I'm going to keep it to the count of rows only and just say okay. When you say okay, what you see over here, let me sort the data first in ascending order, and over here also in ascending order, so that it could make more sense to read, right? So if you see over here, in the month of January, for bucket 0 we have 79 accounts. Month of January for bucket 1 we have 5. Say similarly for month of January bucket 2 we have 4 accounts, so on and so forth. So you see how simple it is to do the grouping. So if you are someone who is working in SQL, so you would already be able to transpose the data or transform the data in SQL and then bring that into the Power BI. But for some reason, if you don't want to go back to the SQL, you can still do that into the Power BI. Now, if you want to understand further advancement of this group by function, do let me know into the comment section. I'll definitely try to make another video and help you understand that thing. I didn't cover this add aggregation. Do let me know if you require to understand. I'll make another video. Hey all. Now what you see over here is, in this data I have this column called bucket. All right. So which contains the value bucket 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. What I want is, I want to create another column which will be named as customer type, and I want to categorize that something like this. If bucket is having value bucket 0, then I want to say that customer is transactor. If that bucket value, if this bucket column is having the having the value bucket 4, I want to call it defaulter. And otherwise, if whatever is left out, I want to call them delinquent, right? So this is called the conditional column creation, right? I'm going to create a conditional column. Now to create this, there are two ways. Number one, using the code. I mean, you can write the DAX statement, if else statement, and you can achieve this. And if you are interested in doing that, you can go ahead and watch this video. All that you need to do is search for if else in Power BI Learnerea, or I'll also give the link of this video in the description section. Okay, you can watch that. Or the other way, the most amazing thing, if you are someone who is not very much interested in coding and all those stuff, rather you are more interested in analytics work, right, analysis work, then it worth not wasting the time on coding and directly use the user interface. So that's the amazing thing which I'm going to tell you in this video. Just stay tuned. All right, so let's just start. So to achieve that, what we're gonna do is go on home tab and then click on transform. This is going to take us into the Power Query window, and over there we are going to get amazing options through which we can do all these sort of things. Okay, so now I'll just close this for now and just scroll it right to figure out where my column is. Here is my column. All right, now to create that customer type column, what I'm going to do is add column, and right over here I have this option conditional column. All right, now as soon as I click this, let's see what's gonna happen. So here is what I'm going to get. So here it says what is the new column which you want to create, what is the name that you want to give it. So I'm going to say customer type. All right, then it says tell me the condition, right? You can tell the condition if column, it starts with the if statement, and now it is asking you to tell the column in which you want to look for it. So we want to look into the bucket column, right? So I'm going to choose bucket from here. Then it says what exactly that you want, how do you want to compare it. So I want to say equals what, bucket 0, referring to this statement. If bucket equals to 0, if bucket column is having the value bucket 0, then I want to name it as transactor. All right, this is done. Then the next statement which we need to put is if it is bucket 4, then put it as defaulter. So I would require to click on add clause. Again from here I need to choose bucket because in the same column I'm looking at, and again I'm going to continue with the same statement which is called equals, same operator rather I should say, and over here I need to put the value as bucket 4. If it is bucket 4, then I want to generate what sort of value that I want to generate. I want to say it defaulter. All right, If neither of these two are true, then I need to jump to this else statement. You see over here, else. Now over here, if anything available in this bucket column which is not 0 or 4, I want to call them delinquent. Referring to this statement, delinquent. Okay, so I'll come back over here and I'll just put it right here and just say okay. As soon as you do this, you are going to get this one. Okay, let's validate it. Customer type is created. Now let's just validate it. You go over here and choose defaulter. All right, and come back in bucket and you see only bucket 4 is available. Awesome. Then let's just check it for delinquent, and over here you have 1 2 3, right? Everything other than 4 and 0. And let's just check for transactor also. From here choose transactor, and over here you got 0. All right, this is awesome. Now let's just clear this filter and come back home tab and say save and close. I will just do save and close, and then it's gonna reflect in my Power BI table. It's just loading. Let's just allow a couple of minutes, not couple of minutes exactly, but just 1 minute. And you see here we got. So this is how you can create a conditional column without using the codes for if else statement.
We are going to learn about how to create the custom columns, which is very simple. And this is nothing but just like adding a new column. Previously in the previous videos or initial videos we have done that for creating a calculated column. It's pretty much similar to that, right? There are a little bit of differences which we may cover in the during the video, and if I don't cover, let me know into the comment section. I'll reply to your comments. Okay, so now to start with, I'll simply import the data, and here is a test data set which I have created to cover this exercise. And as soon as it appears over here, I'm going to select this sheet and directly going to jump to the Power Query, not Power BI. Power BI is something I'm already in, right? So just select the data, and instead of load, I'm going to say transform data. This will directly take me to the Power BI or Power Query. Tell me, answer that into the comment section. Yes, you are right. That is Power Query, right? So we are going to be over here in the Power Query directly. Now the next thing, how we can use the custom column. For example, you see over here the customer ID has been given. So IDs are usually of same length, just in case if you need to do the data quality check, right? You may like to check the length of this. So how can you do that? So for that you can create a custom column. For that, go on add column and this custom column. Okay, click on that custom column. This is what you're going to get over here. Just say, you can name the new column which you want to have over here, right? So I'm going to say check length. Then over here you need to put the formula. So the formula is length. You just start typing. All right, and you see over here this says text.length. Just select that and open the parenthesis operator. Now you need to choose the column for which you want to check the length, this one. Then close it, and here it says no syntax error have been detected. Just say okay. That's a good news. All right, so now you see over here it gives me 11. Now quickly go into the filter and see it's always 11, which means this ID is perfect as per the conformity, format confirmation check. All right, next thing, let me give you another example. For example, here you have the date, right? I remember previously also I have shown this thing to you. Previously also I have shown you how you can do that using the extract. Again, I'm going to show you that. For example, this is a date column. If you want to extract year, month, or etc., then again you can just go ahead and click on custom columns. Here you say, just say what is the name of that column? Bill month. So I'm going to say bill year. All right, and over here, all right, all that you need to do is just say year, and over here choose the last one, year, and out of this you need to choose the date. All right, date column. Just close this, say okay. Here we got the year. Similarly, if you want, you can do that for month and date as well, right? I'm not going to cover that. Next example which I'm going to take is, let's say if I, here is the first name given, here's the last name given. What if I want to show the full name? How can I do that? Again, go on and click, go ahead and click on custom column, and let's just put the text. Let's just name this, say full name. And over here I'm going to, I don't need to do much, just select first name. And the way we do it in Excel, we use ampersand to concatenate this. Same way, choose this, right? So what next gonna happen is, you see, you say okay. Now you see over here first name and last name is concatenated, but this is not making much sense because there's no space in between to, you know, identify that. Okay, so I just need to make edit into this. So for that, what you can do is, this is the last one which we have done, added. Just go in this setting, and over here it just opens it up in the double quote. Just put one space, and at the end again you would require to put an ampersand. Say okay, and now here's what you needed. Okay, so this is how you can create the custom column by combining the things, right? So there are other purposes also. One thing which you cannot do over here is, you cannot concatenate numeric and the alphabetic column. Let's try doing that. Bill amount, I'm going to say experiment. Okay, and over here I'm going to say bill amount, and let me try to concatenate first name with this. Oops, is it going to work? Let's just see what's gonna happen. So you see, it gave me the error. While this is something is quite possible in calculating while creating the calculated column, right? So I'm just going to remove this. This is what we wanted to cover into this, right? We created some custom column which is bill year, check length, and full name. Now I'm going to say save, close and apply, or simply, and we are going to see the data over here. Let's just give it a few moment. I wish I could add that clip few moment later, because I can't add it, so I'm saying it myself. Just bear with it. God, it's too slow. It has already taken 10 seconds, and I'm not sure even more than that. Okay, so it will just show me the data right over here. I'm just waiting for it. It came. Okay, now let me just try to concatenate using calculated column, right? So what I'll do is, I'll just click on this and say new column. All right, let's just see. Over here I'm going to say testing, and over here I'm going to say bill amount, and over here next thing is first name. Is that going to work? Let's just commit it. And let me take you to the data view. Whoa, you see, it worked, right? So this is the difference in creating a calculated column and creating creating a custom column, right? And there could be some other also. If you have, if you already know there are other differences, do let me know into the comment section. That will help me to learn. Everyone, here I'm going to show you a special or different kind of problem statement. Let me try to help you understand that problem with the help of an example. Now what you see over here is a bar graph which is showing you the total bill amount by each of the month, right? But the problem is, the moment if I select any month from here, it is just going to show me one bar only, right? Which makes the things a little difficult. What I'm expecting is, if I select any month from here, it should show me the past 6 months, right? So let's say if I'm selecting November, it should show me the data starting maybe somewhere from May to November, or maybe June to November, right? May to November, exactly, right? So what exactly I'm looking for is something which I have over here. So you see over here, if I select November from here, it is going to show me the data from June to November. If I select October, it is going to show me the data from October to May, so, or the other way, May to October. Now this is kind of thing which I'm looking for, how to develop this. Now let me show you this process, how you can develop this.
with the help of an example. Okay, so now here you see we have exactly the same data. To solve this kind of problem, what we need to first do is create a date table using the date column which you have in here. So over here, whatever the date column that you want to use to show this axis, right, the same date column, using the same date column, you need to create a separate calendar table. Okay, how can you do this? So for that, for that, what we're gonna do is, first of all, we would require to create a date table. How do we create that? So for that, go on home tab, and let me go into the data view first, and in the home tab over here you'll get this new date table. All right, so as soon as you click on this new date table, sorry, not new date table, it's just new table, right? I'm going to say it as date table. Okay, now into this I need to use calendar function. It asks simply for start and end date. So for that, what I'm going to take is start date from reporting month and end date from the reporting month. So minimum date which is available into the reporting month, that will be my start date, and maximum date which is available in my reporting month, that will be my end date. So that I can do using main function, and over here I'm going to take reporting month, close this. Then for end date I'm going to use max, and then again over here I'm going to use the reporting month. That is it. Now this is done. I just need to convert this format from date time to simply date. As soon as this is done, next thing which we're going to do is create the relationship between both of these two tables. So for that, I just switched into the data model view over here. Now I need to create the relationship between credit card data and the data table, and the column which I need to use from this table is reporting month. I'll simply click on this and drag over here, right? And I just dropped it over here. Now you're gonna see the relation created. When I hover on this, you see both of these columns are highlighted, which means the relationship has been created. Now let's just get back over here. All right, now the next thing which we need to do is create a measure over here, right? So new measure. Now in this new measure, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, let's say, rolling sum. I'm just giving a random name. You can give whatever you want. Now I'm going to use calculate, and over here I will use sum, and for that I will take build amount. Build amount is done, and the function which I need to use is dates in period. If you don't understand what dates in period is, a separate video created, just check that out. I'll give the link into the description section. Now over here it asks me to use the date. So when you have to use the date, you don't use this from the credit card table, you use that from the date table, right? So I'm going to say date table and this date column. Okay, the next thing it asked me to do put is start date. So the start date which I'm going to do put over here is the maximum date which is available into the reporting month, so that it will go backward and give me the rolling 6 months of number. Okay, so for that, what I'm going to do over here is dates in period. Now I'll use max, and into that I'm going to use date table again and date from here. Then how many months I need to go back? That is 6 months. And what exactly that is, looks like there is some problem. Okay, I need to close this bracket. Okay, now I need to go back by 6 months, and then that the interval, the switching is happening by month, not by day. Okay, so if you want to do that switching by day, you can do that, of course, but here my problem statement is in context of month. So I just select that and I'll close it. That is done, and again I'll close this. Now I'll make it a little bigger so that you could see it clearly and understand that. Okay, now see, this is the formula which I simply need to write. Done, this is done. All right, now first thing which I'll do is I'll create a slicer, and to create the slicer, the date which I'm going to use is again from this date table, not from my actual what we say actual data table. And this format I'm going to convert into the tile format, right? From here, this is going to look like a tile, right? It is showing me all the date that I don't require. So what I'll do is I'll from here I'll change it to hierarchy, and in hierarchy from here what exactly that I'm looking for is I don't need quarter, I don't need day, and this is exactly what I need. Now I need to expand this. Let's just expand that. This is done. I'll increase the font size a bit so that it could be clear for you to watch. Maybe you might be watching at the mobile, so it may not be very clear. So let me just click this. Done, done, done. Super. Now this is done. Let me expand this also, and this is done. Next thing which we're gonna do is I'll create a matrix so that we could see the numbers clearly, right? Now from the matrix, let me start with this one. Again, I don't need quarter and I don't need day. Now you notice what I chose. I have chosen the date from date table, not from my credit card table. Okay, so that I will explain you in some time. Okay, now the next thing which I need to do is rolling sum. I need to take rolling sum. So here is what we got. So it is giving me the rolling sum. So what it is doing is it is taking the number from January and taking the number from February and summing it up all together, which I don't require. So how do I fix that? So for that, what I'm going to do is I just removed the date column which I had taken from the date table, and now I'm going to take the date column from this credit card, and that will be reporting month. All right, now what you see over here, this is showing you the data for 6 months only, right? Now I'll let me unselect this all and select any month. You see this is changing, right? You see how it is changing. Now this is done. After this I will simply convert it to the bar chart. It is done. Super. Now the next thing which I need to reflect on this is data labels, so that I can simply go in over here and I can reflect the data label. All right, so this is it. This is exactly what I wanted to do over here, and hope it was clear to you to understand. Just in case of any doubt, put that into the comment section. If you found it very useful, give a thumbs up and share it with your friends. Over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create this dashboard. This dashboard which you see is for credit risk reporting, right? And it is showing the overall information which we usually include on in our credit risk reporting, right? So for example, here it is telling you how many active cards are there. Consider this is the credit risk report for credit card. Okay, so here you have all the active credit cards, new open credit cards, outstanding balances, etc., right? If any of the key terms confuses you, feel free to put that into the comment section. I'll be more than happy to explain you that. Overall, this is going to be a kind of beginner level of dashboard or report, right? Except one point which is a little tricky. So for example, if you select any month from this slicer, for example October, look at the line charts. It is always going to show you the last 6 months of data. For example, I selected October 2010, so it is showing me the data starting from May till October. My bad, I selected October 2022, and it is showing me the data starting from May 2022 till October 2022, right? If I select August 2022, then it is showing me the data starting from March 2022 till August 2022. What I mean by this is, for example, why I'm saying that this is a little tricky. For example, you look at this chart, right? This line chart. If I select any of the month, it is going to show me only 1 month. But that was not the same case over here. Here if I select any month, it is giving me the last 6 months of data, which is going to be a little trickier part, which I'll be showing you how you can manage that. I have created a separate video also for this technique, which you can check out using the link given in the description section. But in this video also I'm going to do that, how we can achieve this task, right? All right, so just stay with me and let's try to create this together. My recommendation will be, the link for this data is provided in the description section. Go on there, download that data and start developing the similar dashboard along with me during the video. Okay, that's where you will get the expertise and you will learn a lot. Okay, wherever you get confused, pause the video, watch it again and complete it. Still, if it does not provide you the clarity, put the comment in description put your comment in the comment section, and I'll definitely try to help you out. Okay, so let me take you to a new Power BI window. Over here, all that I have done is only I have imported the data. So here you can see the credit risk data available for credit card. Okay, so what we see is month, card numbers, all these variables which you have over here, and I'll be using these variables during the development. Okay, so first thing I will start with is renaming the data set, right? So if you're someone who is new to Power BI and want to understand how to rename this, just right click on the data set name, and over here you will see rename, and I'm going to rename it credit card. During the video we'll be taking reference from the previous dashboard, so that we could see exactly what was built over there, and we could replicate the same. All right, so first of all we will start with this segment, this cards, right? So we have these cards 1200, 152, whatever numbers you see, which shows number of active cards, number of new cards, etc., right? So let me create that. Okay, very quickly. So for that, this is the card which I can choose, and out of this, first information which I need to show is total number of active cards. Okay, so let me just, from here you can just take card numbers, right? And if you choose that, it is showing you this kind of number, which means it is summing it up. What we need to do is we need to change it to count. So all that you need to do is just come back over here and right click and click count. All right, so as soon as you do this, it is showing you 1200. Now for the visualization purpose, I'm going to rename it and say that, active cards. It's absolutely fine if you want to rename it differently, so please do that. And I'm assuming that you are developing it along with me while I'm doing this. Okay, now the next thing which I want to include into it, I'll go on general tab. From the effect, I want to show the visual borders. Right now this is done, copy paste this, and over here next thing which we need to show is new cards open. So if you go in data, you will see there is one flag created to identify which card was new or which card was not new. All right, so I'm just going to create a measure for this, where I could take total number of new cards. Okay, so to create any measure, right click on the data set name and just click new measure. Okay, there are multiple ways to create that, and I have been showing this by the time to time, right? So yeah, you can use any of the method. This is what I'm going to use. Okay, new cards, that's what I'm going to say, and over here I will say some new card flag. All right, so now I'm going to use this. All right, even if I don't do this, it's still it's going to be fine. We would anyway be able to do this. Now I just did new cards, and for the visualization purpose, I'm going to rename it new open cards. All right, now let's just see new cards open. Okay, let me rename it new cards open. That hardly matters, but just for the sake of keeping it same, I'm doing this. Okay, new cards open. All right, which simply says how many cards were opened in a given month or given time frame. All right, 152. Very well. Now let's copy paste and do the another calculation, which says outstanding balance. Outstanding balance is nothing but the sum total of bill amount. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, again, I'm going to create a measure which I can use further in future also, right? So all that I will do is I'll sum up this build amount. Okay, now let me just do this very quickly. Total build. All right, this is total build amount. Okay, now over here I'm going to say sum build amount. All right, this is done, and the same measure I'm going to use over here. It's a little bit slow, you're gonna bear with me. Okay, so now if it is turning out to be too slow for you, what you can do is you can watch it in 1.5x speed. Okay, so I'm going to use total build amount over here, and what we need to name is outstanding balance, right? So let me just say outstanding balance. Outstanding balance. All right, this is done. Next one is end net receivables. So end net receivables are those. So let me take you to the data over here, and what I'm considering exactly in end net receivables is, so you see over here you have the bucket column. So wherever the buckets value is 1, 2, 0, 1, 2 and 3, I need to sum the bill amount, and though that's exactly what will be the end net receivable, right? So let's just create a measure for this again, and over here I'm going to say ENR, that is called ENR in short form. All right, so it's turning out to be a little slow, so you're gonna bear with me, right? Over here I'm going to say ENR, and here I will say calculate sum total, sorry, build amount that I have done, and then what I need to say is bucket in. Now you remember, usually in SQL with in a statement we use this operator, right? But in Power BI it's not the same case. Here we need to use the curly bracket, okay? And over here I'm going to put the name of all of the bucket values, bucket 0, and I'm just going to copy paste this again and again to save the time, okay? Bucket 1, then I'm going to say bucket 2, and then I'm going to say bucket 3. All right, and then close the bracket. So what I'm simply trying to say is sum of the bill amount only when the bucket value is either bucket 0, 1, 2 or 3. All right, this is done. I'm just letting it complete the process. So once you're done with writing the measures statement, right, you just need to hit enter or click on this button, okay? Now after this, what I'm going to do is copy paste this, and I'll just replace the value outstanding balance. Instead of outstanding balance, I'm going to use ENR. All right, so this is ENR 11 million. It is showing 11 million, and I just need to rename it again. I will say end net receivables, end net, sorry, net receivables, RECIVABLES, receivables. All right, this is done. Now two more cards which we need to create. One is for charge off, and then charge off count of cards and charge of balances, okay? So like we created end net receivable, same way we need to look for the charge of data, and that is nothing but wherever the bucket value is 4, right? Wherever the bucket is 4, that is considered to be charge off. That I'm going to consider as charge off, which is the standard practice followed in industry, but that might vary company to company, or bank to bank, or company to company, right? So let me just do a copy paste, and into this I'll make a change. But before that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create two measures. One is to take the count of charged off cards, and one is to take the sum of charged off, so sum of outstanding balance on charged off cards. So let's say charged off cards, and over here I'm going to say calculate count card numbers. I'm going to take the count of card numbers, and over here I would say where bucket equals to bucket 4. All right, this is done, right? And hit enter. Next one which I will create is for balances. So everything will remain same. It's just instead of count I will use sum, and instead of this statement I will be using what else, the build amount, okay? So now let me just do this, create a new measure, and let's just charged off balance. I'm going to say charge off, charge off balance. All right, charged off balance. All right, and over here what I'm going to do is I'm going to sum, and over here what I'll do is I'll just remove this. Instead I will use build amount. All right, this is done.
and all that I need to do is just change the columns which has been used to create this particular card. So copy paste, and over here what I'm going to do is I will just change this to charge of cards so that it could give me the count of charged of cards, and here I'm going to rename it as charged of cards. All right, and the next thing which I need to do is I will just change this to charged of balances. Okay, now I'll just say rename it, and I'll just say charged of balance. All right, this is done, and let me just arrange this all over here. From here I will just put it aside so that I could have some more space, and later on I'll be arranging them all. You will see how to arrange them all together. Okay, now for now let's just keep it as it is. All right, so this is done. Next thing which we need to do, and that is very important, let's, before we move further, let's just compare the number 1200, 152, 55 million, 1200, 152, 55 million, 11 million, 637, 11 million, 637, 44 million, 44 million. That is fine, right? So don't focus a lot on the numbers, because having where we have total outstanding of 55 million, and out of that if we have 44 million as charged off, the bank is absolutely in bankrupt situation. So that's not possible in the real life, right? So because this is absolutely synthetic data, so that's where I would suggest don't to focus a lot on the numbers. Okay, if you're someone who is in credit risk industry, don't focus on this, please. Let's just focus on the techniques of creating the dashboards, okay, and how you can present your KPIs. It's just the matter of numbers, rest of the things are going to be same. Now the next thing which I'm going to do is create this kind of slicer, right? So for that I have reporting month column into this data, right? So here, right here, but I'm not going to use this from this data. Instead I will create another table for date itself. And before I proceed further, in this table I have all these columns, this as date value. However, here we are seeing them as whole number. So first of all I'm going to change them all, right? So how to change that? Just select that column and go in over here and just choose date. Same thing I need to repeat for all of these columns. So if you want, you can just skip the video for this another 1 or 2 minutes, right? 1 minute maybe, and then you can continue, or better I'll pause the video till the time I'm converting this. And all right, so here I'm done with converting them all into the date format. Next thing which I need to do is go on home tab and create a new table. To create a new table, what exactly that I need is I'll quickly show you. I just need to give what is the date that I want to start with and what is the date that I want to end it, right? So for that I'm going to name this table as date table. All right, so this is called date table, and over here I'm going to use the function calendar. For that I need to give the start date. So for a start date I'm going to choose minimum from reporting month which was available in credit card data. Okay, now for end date I'm going to use max from the reporting month, right? So this is done. As soon as this is done, the next column which we need to create is year month. Before that I will just change the data type of this. From date time I'm going to make it to date only. That does not matter because all the time which I have is as 0. So if you want to keep it same, you can keep it same. New column I need to create over here, and for that I'm going to click on this on columns tool, and I will name this as year month. All right, year month. Oops, sorry, I just hit enter, which I should have to avoid. Okay, and over here what I'm going to do is I'll take date from date table, year, sorry, I needed to take year from this table, and over here I'm going to multiply it by 100 so that it could give me the value something like this, right? Something like this. Now the last 2 digit I need to replace with the month, right? So for that I'm going to extract month from the date column, and date table, extract month and add that into this product value. all right, I mean in this value. So it is going to give me 202201 for the month of January and so on, right? So this is how you can do the conversion. Next thing, I need to create the relationship between both of these two tables. This is on the date column. So this is my main table, which is credit card, and out of this I need to find reporting month and drag and drop on this date column. So as soon as I do this, it is going to give me a relationship created. Okay, now let's just have a look. If you hover on this, it is clearly showing what are the columns which has been linked. Okay, all right, so we are done with this. Next thing which we need to do is create the slicer. So to create this slicer, what I need to do is create this, and not from this table but from this table, date table. I'm going to take date. All right, and I need to change the view, I mean this is style of the slicer. So I'm going to go on this tab, format your visuals, from over here in the properties, not in the properties exactly, in the visuals itself, slicer setting, and over here I need to choose style. So this is what I got, but over here instead of date, what I need to use is, I would use year month, right? So this is what I got. All right, now I need to just remove this year month from here, right? So from here what I need to do is, I'll go over here, and from the effect, do I have that in the effect? No, I don't think so. Let me just come back over here, and not in border also, selection slicer header, right? So just let's just remove that. That is done, that is gone, and I'll just make it smaller. This is done, the slicer is created. Next thing, the most important part, which I showed you, which I was explaining in the very beginning, when you click this, then when you click this, then you are going to get the last 6 month data over here, right? So let me show you that. All right, so to achieve that, what I need to do is I need to create a rolling sum. Okay, so for over here what I'm showing is rolling sum of the values for each of the month, by each of the month, rolling last 6 month sum. Okay, so let's just go ahead and create this. So for that, I'll not directly jump to the line chart. First I will create a matrix over here, right? And to create the matrix, I just click on this matrix, and from this credit card table I'm going to use reporting month from here, and that's something which I got right over here. Next thing which I need to do is I need to have the rolling sum value over here. So for that I would require to create a measure. So from here I'm going to use, oops, rather I should have to say, I just clicked on new column, rather I should have to click on new measure, right? So let's just do it, let it complete. It is Power BI and it's not gonna listen me. Okay, so let's just, I just pressed escape. Now let's just wait till the time it goes away. Okay, so this is gone away. Now click on new measure, and from here I'm going to say rolling balance and rolling count. Those two things I'm going to create over here, right? So let's just say rolling sum. All right, and over here I'm going to use calculate sum build amount, right? And over here I'm going to use dates in period function. Dates in period function, if you want to understand this in detail, I have a separate video. I'm going to give the link in the description section, just give it a watch. Okay, so over here I'm going to use the date from this date table, remember, not from the credit card table. Okay, date table, I'm using the date, then it is saying what date you want to start with. So I'm going to start with the latest date which is available in my data, right? So that is December. Okay, so how do I know that? So I'll take max of date table. In the date table I have over here date. This is done, and then I want to roll it over for last 6 months. Means if I select whatever month I select, I want to see the data for last 6 months till that point of time, right? So I would say -6, that's the number of intervals, and I want to use which type of interval, whether day, month, quarter, year. I want to use month, right? So that is done. As soon as this is done, I'm going to copy this because I would also require to create the same thing for count, right? So I will just hit enter, and after that I'm going to get, you see, you're gonna see what I'm going to get over here. All right, so this is done, and in this chart what I need to do is, in this chart, over here, what I'm going to do is, in the values I'm going to use this rolling sum. So I can just drag and drop right over here. All right, so now you can see it is showing me the data starting from July till December. If I select August, so it is going to change. You see over here, this is changing, right? Now it is showing from March till August. So this is how you can create a matrix. Now the next thing which I need to do is I need to convert it into the line chart, right? So just select this and go on over here and click on the line chart. Okay, this is done. Next part which I need to do is I need to use buckets into it, right? So for the buckets, I have buckets created over here. In the legends, I need to put drag and drop the buckets over here. So we're gonna get the buckets. All right, now next thing, I just need to do a little bit of cosmetic changes over here. So what I'll do is I'll remove this title from here, right over here, just remove the title, and then I need to remove the legend title also. So I'll go in legends, and from here I'm just going to switch off the legend title, and I'm going to change the alignment to top center, and let's make it looking bold, right? Text bold. All right, this is done. So for now it is done. Next thing which I would require to do is, let me just put it over here, and I will also rename this to look good. Rolling sum is not looking good. So what is the name that is given over here? It is saying build amount in last 6 months. All right, so let's just rename it. Let's just say build amount in last 6 months. All right, build amount in last 6 months. Okay, this is done. Now come back over here and into this y-axis. All right, I'll do that editing on the later stage. Now for now I'm just going to set some border, set the visual border from here, go in general, and from effect you can switch on the visual borders. All right, next measure which I need to create from here is, let me right click on this, and I'm just going to use that. Next measure which I'm going to create is to apply the same thing over here, a rolling sum. Instead I want to say rolling count, so that it could tell me by a given month how many cards were active over there, right? And over here I'm going to take count, and instead of build amount I'm going to use credit card number. Okay, card number, because I'm simply taking the count. Okay, now this is done. Rolling count, I'll copy paste this chart, and then we will just replace the columns which we have used in the value. So this is copied, and into this over here I have used, here I have used this. I'm going to remove this, and instead I'm going to take rolling count. This is done. Now let's just rename it. What is the name that I need to give? It says count of active cards. Okay, so let's just say count of active cards. Count of active cards. All right, I'll do a little bit of adjustment in this size. So this is looking too wide. I'm just going to make it a little small, not that much. I'm just trying to balance it well over here. Okay, so let's just squeeze it a bit. All right, this is done. Right, next thing which we need to do is, we are showing count of new cards, right? So count of new cards, again we needed to create this. Let me just see whether we had taken the rolling count or it was just the normal count. Okay, rolling unique cards, right? So we will create another measure to take the rolling unique cards. I'm going to use the same thing. Instead, there's just one thing which I need to change. Let me just see if I have that copied yet. Nope. So here I'm going to say rolling unique cards, and over here again calculate, and I'm going to take some new cards flag, dates in period, and over here I'm going to use date table and max of date table again, and I'm going to go back by 6 months. All right, this is done. So I will just copy paste this chart again. I'll take a copy of this and paste it over here. Let's just put it right over here. I may require to make it a little small, and over here I don't need to show legends into this chart. Referring to this one, we have only new cards showing over here. Instead of count of active cards, what I'm going to use is I'm going to use rolling new cards, rolling unique cards. Okay, right, this is done. Yeah, this is done. Okay, super. I think so. Yes, this is done. Now the next thing which we require to do is use the bar graph over here. All right, let's just do that. Over here I'm going to use bar graph, but what are the items that we want to perform the calculation on? So over here we need to show, if you see over here, it is showing number of cards and outstanding balances, again that we need to keep rolling. So that's something which we have already created, rolling count and rolling sum by buckets. So here it is showing by month. I don't require month. On x-axis I want to show the bucket. This is done, right? It's exactly what we have over here. All right, now the time we are done with creating these graphs, right? Now the time comes when we need to focus on formatting part. All right, so let me just collapse that and let's focus on the formatting part. So first of all, I need to focus on these cards, right? So let's just see what is the measurement that we have over here. I'm going to focus on the measurement, and for this in the properties we have 107 by 210. All right, so let me just select all of this. So what you can do is to select all the cards or multiple items, click the first item, press and hold control key from your keyboard and keep on clicking on all those items which you want to select, and this is all selected. Now go on this in general in properties, and the measurement which we are looking for is 107 by 210. 107, let's just see, 107, and over here 210. All right, 107 210. This is done, and because it is not looking good, so what we need to do is go in over here and just say distribute horizontally. Now these are all arranged. Does it look same size? I don't think so. It is of same size, is it? 107 210, is it also 107 210? 107 210, yes, 107 210, height 210. I just need to make some arrangement over here. It is not looking good. How could this be possible? 107 210, this is 107 210. Oh no. Let me try arranging it manually one by one, and then maybe we can arrange the size all together. Okay. All right, everybody, so somehow I arranged the size manually, right? But this is something currently it might be giving the issue, but this is something you can do it all together, right? Now the next thing which I'm going to do is again take a selection of this and go on over here, and from the properties what I'm going to do is over here in the effect you have visual border. Just expand this, and I'm going to make it rounded corner, which is 13 pixels. 13 pixel rounded corner is going to be sufficient enough for me. Now this is done. Next thing which I need to do is I need to change the theme. So for that, from here I will choose this theme. This is exactly what which has been taken in this one, right? Next thing I would require to do is all right, this is done over here. Now what I'll do, I'll just bring it little down so that I could write the credit risk reporting right over here. So on the home tab you have the text box. Just take it and let's just write credit risk reporting. And if you will check out the font, then the font which has been used in the previous tab is Arial black, and the font size is 60, and center alignment, this is it. Next thing which I need to do is just expand this, and over here I will make this box as transparent. And from here, to do that, in the properties I need to go and look for the background. In effect, over here I would enable the visual border, and that I will put in the white color, the visual border that you'll see in I'll put shadow on, and there must be background, and background I'm going to keep transparent. All right, now the font color I need to change it to white. From here I'm going to make it white. All right, and let's make it bold. Done. This is done. And the next part which you are noticing correctly is the corner of this particular box, right? So let me just again go back to this. I'm sorry, let me just select this again. That's a bit of problem with text box. Again and again it goes into the edit mode, which we don't really require every time. Okay, now over here in the effect I'm going to go in the visual border, and over here I'm going to make it 13 pixel. All right, this is done. 13 pixel rounded corner, and I just need to make a little bit of adjustment in this. That's gonna be squeezing a bit from right hand side. All right, and then let's just bring it a little down. Over here it is done. Now the next part which comes is changing the color of each of this card, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read out the color code for each of these and copy paste over there. So I just select this card, go in general, and forget about the properties. In the effect, in the background group I will go in more colors and copy this code, copy from here, come back in this visualization, select this, and over here again general and effects, background, more colors, and over here I'm going to paste that, right? And it is going to give me the color of that particular card matching to the same one. Next thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to repeat the same thing for all of this card till the time I'll pause the video. All right, I'm done guys, right? So now you remember I was struggling to adjust the size of each of these boxes. The reason is here, if you notice, I have 7 cards, while in this one I have 6 cards only, because I have repeated end net receivables over here twice, right? So that I'm going to delete, and once again for the last time I'm going to select all of these cards, and I'm going to make the same dimension as this. What was the dimension for this? If you remember, 107 and 210, 107 and 210. So I'm going to go into here 107, and over here 210, 210. All right, this is done. Now to arrange this, quickly go in format, under alignment, just click on distribute horizontally. All right, this is done, isn't it? This is done, but it's just that it is not distributed equally, I guess. Let me just try it once again. Distribute horizontally. Now this is done. Yeah, you see this is all adjusted. Now little bit of changes which I require to make is charged off cards
charge of balance are written in white color. So let me just select this, go on this, and into this, from here I need to choose white color, and size I need to make is 15. All right, so that is hiding under this, right? So let me do, if I can, let me see if I can do some bit of adjustment. What is the font size that I have over here to match it exactly how it is? It is 15. Why it is going down then? 210. 210 is all right. So to keep it simple, what I'll do is I'll make it a little smaller font size. Okay, it is still bigger. 15, I needed to keep 15. And what I can do is height. Let me see what is the height that I have. General properties 107, and over here what is the height that I have? General properties 107 to 10. It's absolutely the same one. Value must be less than. Okay, what I can do is font size, let me see if it is 40, and what is that I've got for this one? 45. Okay, so you see this 44 million which is written, that is size 40, and what I have is 45, right? So let me make it uniform for all right, and from here what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it 40. All right, now you see it is perfectly fine. Okay, now next thing which I need to do is I need to add the shadow into it. So for that, general effects, and here shadow is added. This is done. Next part which we have is, I think these cards are not looking in sync, means those are not aligned perfectly. So I have selected it again. I'll go for on format tab, in the align group I'm going to say align middle. Okay, now this must be aligned perfectly. Next thing which I need to do is just make little bit of formatting adjustment for this slicer. Okay, so again selected, and in the general, in the effect, in the background, I'm going to make it transparent absolutely. All right, and I require to give some visual border, and that is in white color. That's also done. Next thing which I need to do is these boxes which you are seeing, slicer boxes, that has to be purple right over here. So I'm going to select this, and from here I'm going to see slicer setting, and over here in the values, background column is there, and from here I'm going to choose this color code. Okay, now let's just come back over here, and into this I will first make it rounded corner effect, and visual border, that is 13 pixel. Let me make it 13 pixel round. That is done. And again come back to the visuals and slicer setting, I guess. No, not slicer setting, but the values, right? In the background over here, right over here, I need to put this code. Done. This is done. And then for text I need to make it bold and 11 font size. I think this is what it is over here as well, 11 font size. Okay, that's done. Now comes this one. So I need to make it transparent again. Come back over here, and from general tab, effect, background, I'm going to make it transparent. Okay, next thing is I need to change the font color for the values, whatever it is showing over here. So just come back over here in the legends, also in the legends, go back to the text. From here I'm going to make it white, so the legends are white now. And then on x-axis also I'm going to make it white and bold, because this is how it is over there. And over here title also, x-axis title, that is also needs to be in white and bold. Done. Then comes the time for y-axis. In the y-axis also I'm going to make title white and bold. For values as well, white and bold, right? This is done. And one thing, if you see this rolling count column is not
visible over here properly. So what I'm going to do is, here you would see one option for columns as well, right? So let me just see where, here columns, right? So this color is not visible, so I will just change it to this color, yellow, right? Now it is perfectly visible. I will, to match it, now if you see over here, it is saying number of active cards and outstanding balance. So that's what I'm going to match over here as well. So I'll come back over here and I'm going to rename it. Let's say number of active cards, and then over here I'm going to say outstanding balance. Done. You see, this is perfectly how it is looking over here, except one part, which is adding the shadows. General, effect, go in shadows and switch on the shadows. You got it, right? Now all that you need to do, all that you need to do is apply the same formatting on all of these three charts, or on all of the remaining three charts, right? But don't worry, you don't need to do this one by one. There is a shortcut. Just select this on home tab, click on format painter, right? And just click on this. So this is done. Little bit of change which I need to make is the line color. It is in purple. I need to change that into white, right? So over here I have line, and from here I must have color option, and from here I'm going to choose it white. And the last thing which I need to add for this particular one is data labels, right? Data labels are those black color. Let me just see values. I need to make it white. Yeah, now you can see the numbers reflecting over here. Same thing I needed to add into this as well. Data labels I had forgotten to add, pardon for that. Data labels, switch it on, and from the option I need to make it white. Done. So, and decimal places also, if you see in this original one we have two decimal places. So over here again in the formatting part, I'm going to go back in data labels, and from here I'm going to go in values, and there must be decimal place, so two decimal place. Okay, this is done. Now I'm going to copy this format again, copy from here and put it on this, right? This is perfectly fine. Again, copy it from here and put it on this. All right, so I think we are almost done. Just a bit of adjustment. I just need to make its width little small so that I could see the white border. All right, now this is over here, and again I will go in effects, not in effects, in properties, a little bit of adjustment. Okay, yeah, now this is perfectly how you had this particular one, right? Now it is exact replica of that. Now if you have seen this video across this, if you're watching this video till this time, I'm damn sure you are the dedicated one, right? And you are definitely going to make it. If you find any difference from the original dashboard which we have over here, just let me know into the comment section. Let me know into the comment section how was your experience. If you struggle somewhere, put that into the comment section. I'll help you out on that. I'm going to create this kind of, you know, dashboard or report, you may say, which will provide the insight of the total application which was received for loan in the three countries, and how the application was approved. I mean, what was the total performance, right? How it performed, whether it was approved, decline, in what proportion it happened, how much was the total amount performed, right? So while I'm building this dashboard, my focus is to derive the insight from the data, as well as, you know, explain you some bit of new techniques or functionalities which has been introduced in the Power BI. So just stay with me till the end of this video. It's gonna be really interesting. Okay, before I proceed, let me show you some bit of information over here. So what you see over here on this dashboard is, here you see, oh, if you see over here, it says total number, this much of the total number of application which was received. This is the number of application which were approved, which is approximately 50%, and
in this approval, this was the total amount which was given to the customers. Now you can also see it by the customer, by the country. For example, if I click on the Kenya, right, it shows me the approve and decline percentage for Kenya. Here it shows this is nothing but the distribution of this amount by gender and the sector, and this is nothing but the distribution of number of applications, which was this, right, the distribution of this thing by sector. All right, and in terms of approval rate as well, what was the approval rate in each of the sector. Okay, so I just hope that it's gonna be you're gonna find it very interesting. So just stay with me, I'm going to show you this step by step. Okay, before I start further, here is the data. I just want to give you a quick walkthrough of this one. In this you can see there's the country column which contains 3 country value. Here this is the column which I have added over here, which will help us to create the slicer, something like this, okay, where you have the flags. Now this is the description which I have not utilized in my data. Maybe in the upcoming videos you might find me utilizing this some different way. Okay, this is the gender column which will help you understand whether the applicant was male or female, and this is the total loan amount which was given to each of the applicants. Unfortunately we don't have the application number over here, but because we are going to look at the inside, so that application number will not add much value or much difference. Okay, this is the column which I'm not going to utilize in my dashboard. This sector I'm going to utilize extensively, which simply says what is the sector from which a particular applicant belongs to, and this is nothing but status column, which is very crucial, right? It simply says whether this particular application was approved or declined. If it has 0, that means the application was declined. If it has 1, that means the application was approved. All right, so we have talked enough about the agenda, what we are going to cover. We have talked about the data also. Now it's time to quick start. So here is the new window which I have opened, and I have already loaded the data just to save the time. Now I'll be building this dashboard in a way where it tells the story to you. Okay, so here is the data view that that I just showed you into the Excel file, and I have it over here all. Okay, so I'll quickly take you over here. What I want to know in the first is how many total applications were received. It's as simple as that, right? So to get that, what we need to do is, we don't have any application number column, so I'll simply create a measure called applications received. All right, and into that I'll take count of any of the column which does not have any missing value, right? So here I'm going to say applications received, and nothing but simple a count, and count of, to be on safer side, I'll take count of country. All right, because country column is not missing at all. So this is going to give me the total count of the applications. Now the next thing, I need to figure out whatever the total count was received, how many of them were approved. All right, so that I could get this information, approved applications. So for that, what I'll do is, again I'll create one new measure. Here I'm going to say approved applications, and here what I'll do is, I'll use calculate function into this. I'll just use this one which we have just calculated, applications received, total applications received. Now, and here I'll put a filter on a status column where it says status equals to 1. This will give me the number of total approved applications. All right, now after this, what I would like to know is, what was the total amount which was given to the customers, the approved applications. What was the total loan amount, right? So for that, again I'll create a new measure. You're gonna bear with me, it's keep on taking some time, right? So I'm going to say amount lent, right? What was the total amount which was given to the customers? Again, calculate, and here I'm going to take sum of loan amount. All right, so loan amount is here, and this is closed, and again over here I need to put a filter where status equals to 1, right? Because wherever the application was approved, only over there only we gave the bank gave money to the customer, right? So now these 3 things I have got. right? This will give me the total number of applications received. This will give me total number of applications which were approved, and what was the total amount which was given. Now this is a new card which I'm going to use, right? So I would not require to, if I use this one, I don't need to create, I don't need to create separate card for each of these measures, or to show each of these values. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to click each of these three things one by one, and I'm going to get that over here, right? Isn't it simple? Now I'll do a little bit of formatting. Rest of the formatting we will do at the end, or what I'll do is I'll let it be as it is for now. Okay, when I do the formatting for rest of the things, I'll do it for I'll do this for this one as well. Now here I have got the idea, right? Okay, I need to change the sequence also. So application received comes first, then application approved, then the total amount. Okay, now this is what we got. Next thing is we need to find by each of the sector what was the total number of application received and what was the approved rate. So to find total number of applications received, this is what we have got, and to find the approved number of applications, this is what we have got. But next thing which we are going to do is we need to find the percentage of approval. So that is nothing but simply this divided by this. So for that I'm going to create another measure. I would say approval rate. Let's just say approval rate, right? And for that I'm going to say approved applications divided by simple applications received. That is it. So this is going to give me that information which I'm expecting over here. All right, let me just have it calculated, and that I'm going to show by stacked chart, right? I mean, what I can say is combo chart also. This is referred to be the combo. This is referred as combo chart as well, right? So on x-axis I need to show the sectors. I mean, what are the sector where the loan has been given or from where the application was received, and then I need to show, you see this over here, it shows x-axis. So x-axis is common for both. So like, this is combo chart, so it is combination of line chart as well as the stack chart, right? But here I'm going to keep only column and line, no stacking I will be doing. So here it says what is the y-axis value that you want to show for column chart. So that I want to use number of applications received. All right, now the next thing, it says for line y-axis what is the value that you want to show. So for that I want to show the approval rate. All right, let's just see what's wrong has happened. Okay, application rate I need to bring over here. All right, we got it. Now a little bit of formatting over here. Rest of the formatting we will be doing in some time. Let me just adjust the size over here. All right, this is going to be enough. Now the next thing which I need to create is, I'll just quickly set the border so that it will be visible all the time. In effects, visual border, that is it. Now after that, which I want to see is by sector what was the total amount given, and by gender, right? So what I'll do is I'll copy paste this chart itself over here. All right, till this part, and let me do this. Okay, now in this chart itself, instead of making it, let me switch this simple to stacked chart. Okay, and into this what I like to do is approval rate I don't need, and application received, number of applications received is this. Instead what I would need to show is amount length, what was the total amount given, and then in the legends I need to use gender. This is it, right? So it is given over here. Next thing which I am interested in showing is pie chart, which could give me the idea of total decline and approved percentage. So for that what I'm going to do is I'll use this pie chart. All right, and over here I will just say status. Okay, value number of applications,
applications received. All right, so here's what we got. Now it shows me this kind of information. Little bit of formatting which I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove the legend I don't need because it is self-explanatory, and the rest of the things I will just show you in some time. Formatting part. Okay, now here I'm just going to set the border so that it could be possible to distinguish it, right? The next thing which so this is the insight which I wanted to derive from this data, right? Next thing which I need to do is, let me or just okay, so before that I'll quickly create the slicers over here. So this is the new slicer which has been introduced in November version of Power BI. If your Power BI is not up to date, please do that. Okay, so I'm going to utilize this one slicer, and into this all that I need to use is first of all country name. So here I got country name. So now you see 3 columns it is showing. So that's something which I would require to adjust. So for that I will go in visuals, in layouts, and over here it shows 3 rows and 3 columns. So what I need to do is I need to make 1 row and no 3 row is fine, 1 column. All right, this is done. Now after that what I need to do is go back over here, and in the image segment, here in the image segment I need to add a field which contains the image. So here I have country, right? That's what I would require to add over here. So I'm just going to click on this. Sorry, please bear with me. So here, oops, here is self country flag, so that is added. All right, bingo, it is done right over here. All right, so we are done with this. Now the time comes when we start arranging the formats. So I'll start from this chart. Let's start from this one. Okay, so over here what I need to do is I need to application received and approval rate by sector. So I would just rename it a bit. I'm going to say application received. Okay, I think it is sufficient enough, right? It says application received and approval rate by sector. So this looks good to me. What I'll do is I'll go in title and I'll just try to make a little bit of change over here. I'll just put it in capital letter. All right, and then in the title I'm going to make it in the center alignment. Let's make it a little bold. Done. This is done. Then I will make the adjustment for legends. In the legends I'll just show little bit of correction. I'll make it simply says application received. I'm going to make it number of applications received. Number of applications received. Now it says number of applications received. Now in the format tab I'll go in legends. I'll make it text bold, and where I need to show this is at the bottom center. All right, at the bottom center I want to show this. Now the next part is I need to show the labels over here, right, on each of the side. But before that let me make the axis title bold, right? So over here I just need to make it bold, this one over here. Now this is y-axis, x-axis again. I will just go ahead over here and make it bold. This is bold, this is bold. This is done, this is done. Now this part I need to do, which is for secondary axis. Let me collapse this secondary axis, and in the title I will again go and make it bold. So I think we are done over here. Little bit something like this, and let me just bring it down a bit. Okay, we're good with this. Now on this one what I need to do is a amount length by sector and gender. I think it is also very clear, right? So let me just make it by sector and gender. All right, amount length by sector and gender. Now let me just make it in the center alignment, and this legend thing, for the legends I just need to go on visuals. In the legend I can just show that title I don't need to show.
right, and I want to show it at center right over here, right, so that it could give me some space. And data labels, I'm going to enable the data labels. All right, in the data labels I'll just make some changes in the value, and value, let me make white. Is it showing me the value? Yes, now it came up. Okay, the values came up. Now we can see it pretty clear, right? So again, I will just make quick adjustments for the labels and titles also, right? So I'll just go over here, I'll make the title bold, again come back over here, and in the x-axis and y-axis I'm going to make them bold. I'm not doing much of the formatting so that we could be more concerned about the insights. Not concerned exactly, but focused rather, I can say, right? All right, its values are not necessarily needed to be bold. Okay, on x-axis as well, I think I need to bold the title instead of the values. Okay, I think this is done. Right, now comes this chart, right? So over here what I'm going to say is sum of status and applications, right? So let me show applications received. I'll just rename this number of applications received, and approval status. Right, it says number of application receives and received and approval status. Let me see here, approved versus declined ratio. Okay, that is very good, right? So I'm just going to come over here, and in the general title here I'm going to say approved versus declined ratio. That gives a very good sense, isn't it? Now over here in the title itself, let me make it in the center alignment and bold. Okay, now one more thing, you see over here it simply says number of applications which were received and what was the percentage which was approved, right? So that I'm going to do, I'll make a little bit of change where it says approved percentage and decline percentage, right? So what I'll do is I'll come back over here in the data labels. Over here it says, here you see label content, inside that I'm going to choose category percentage of total. All right, this is done. Now inside this value I will look for making it bold. Okay, now the time comes when we do the editing of this slicer. Okay, so in the slicer also what I will do is slicer setting, and more in the images over here it says fill, I'm going to make it fit, which is most recommended one. Then in the call out part, you see this text which are written over here, that is nothing but the call out values, right? So that I'm going to make bold. Center alignment, I think font size is sufficient enough. And one thing which I need to remove is this heading, that must be over here somewhere. Size normal, padding state, buttons not in buttons, in image. I kind of get confused into that part. Okay, so please bear with me. Values, header, labels, it cannot be in the labels. Call out value, slicer setting, is it in the slicer setting? Shape, nope, for selection, or here, let me just yeah, sorry, title is something which I needed to remove. All right, so this is also done. Now the time comes for this one. Okay, so into this what I need to do is I'll just make adjustment in the callout value first of all, center alignment and bold, and font which I want to show is Arial black, right? And the text which is written over here, that I want to put at the bottom. Display units, display decimal, label, I think that's the label. You see these values which are written over here, those are nothing but labels. Currently that is showing at the top. Now I need to show that at bottom. Okay, I'll make it bold also, right? Now let me just make it a little smaller. All right, this is done. Now what I need to do is I need to show it in two decimal places, the value which I have above, right? Call out value is in this transparency. Display unit is this, decimal places I need to show it in two decimal places, or let's just keep it one. That should be fine. Now I need to do the formatting, but before that what I'll do is I'll just change the theme, right? The theme which I had used in my previous dashboard was this one. Yes, I got it. All right, so this is done. Now here I would just like to change the color of the slices, right? Over here, the applications received, no, I think approval status, there is something wrong into this. Applications received, approval status. Okay. Okay, so here it says 1 and 0. So what exactly I need to do is, instead of 1 and 0, I need to write them as approved and declined. So for that I will go in data and I'll create a new column over here. New column which will be named as description. All right, I'm going to say status description. Okay, and here I'm going to say if status equals to 0, then say declined, else it is approved. And done. Now let's just come back over here, and instead of status, wherever I have this approval status, instead of that I'm going to use status description. Okay, now it gives you pretty clear, approved percentage is this, decline percentage is this. Now I need to change this color part. Okay, so for that I will go in slices, declined, I'm going to make it red. Very good. Now for approval I'm going to make it green. I think this green is good. Okay, now this is done. So it says simply overall approval percentage is 49%, decline percentage is 50%. Now on this one also I need to show the data labels. So for that again I select this, go on this format your visuals, right? And over here I have data labels, right? This is showing correctly over here. This is also done. Now what else? Little bit of space I would like to give over here, or that if you're finding it difficult, what you can do is come over here, width, little bit of reduction in the width. Okay, this is done. Now over here what I'll do is, or before that let me do this one. I just want to make it rounded rectangle. Okay, so here in the effects, and I had visual borders, rounded corner. Let me make it little bit of rounding. I think 6 should be fine. Yeah, this much is fine. So now what I'll do is I'll just select this and copy this format, put it over here, and then again from here put it over here. So what has just happened is I did the rounded corner for one chart and just copied the format and pasted it on rest of the chart. So this has done automatically. Now again I would require to make some changes over here, again repeat the changes. So that's not to worry. Approval is green and decline is red, and what I need to show is I need to enable the data labels. Okay, I need to hide the legends, and in the data labels, why it's not showing value, it is
let me make it black. Yes, now I got it, because that was white, hence it was not showing over there. Now this is done. This part is also done. Same thing, I need to come over here and make some adjustment for this also. In the image fit, I had already done. Position is fine. I think the things are good for image. Now I need to do the things for border. Call out values are also fine, right? Labels, I don't need the label over there. Buttons, let's come back in the button, and over here the border is given, right? I would just make it a little thick, and a rounded corner I will do. I need to do that in the rounded corner. Okay, I'm just trying to find that. Where is the fill, shadow, glow, accent bar? Button is done. Label, is it in the, no, that's in shape. Rectangle instead of rounded rectangle. Okay, that is too round. Let me make it this 6. I'll keep it also 6. Now the time comes when we do the formatting for this one. So for this one, again, in the shape here I'm going to choose rounded rectangle, right? And again I will keep this also as 6. You can keep whatever you want. This is something which I'm preferring over here, so that's why I'm keeping that. Now I need to change the color. So you see, in one card I have 3 colors, so I need to select one by one each of them and then make the changes in the color. So again, I select the entire slicer, go in the formatting, and in general, let's say in the effect, here I have the color, background color given, but that's not where we need to make these changes, right? So in the visuals, callouts, or in the layout maybe, just bear with me. Cards is something where we need to see. So up here it asks you where you want to apply the setting. So here is this series which has given. So first I want to apply the setting on applications received. What is the setting? So fill color, I want to change it to this color. Done. This is okay. Now for the next one, which is approved application, I want to make it look little greenish, right? So this is done. And then the next one, which is amount length, that I want to make it look yellowish, right? So this is also done. Super, we are done with this. Now the last part which we need to add is the text box, and that says loan application approval performance. All right, and the formatting which I need to do is just select this. First of all, I'll adjust it to the window label, and let me just make it somewhere around 60. All right, and then I'm going to choose Arial black. All right, center alignment done. Let me just put it over here. Oh, font size I need to make a little smaller. 40, how is 40? Yeah, I think I can still go to 44. No, 44 is a lot. 42 is fine. Yeah, 42 is going to be perfectly fine. Okay, now the next thing which we need to do is add the shadowing on it, right? So that we could match the format, right? So for that, just select that, go in general effect, and over here you have shadow. All right, so we are done almost. Let me just make it a little up. Good, we are done with it, right? So now if you select any country from here, it is going to show me the data for that particular country only. Now what you see over here is labels, data labels, which are showing, that is in white color, that I'm going to just adjust, do a quick adjustment for that. And in the values, I'm going to make it look black. All right, and background I don't need for that. Perfect. Now this is done. So let me see if it is similar to what we had over here. Pretty similar, right? It's just the decimal values, I have only one place. Over here it is showing two place decimal values that you can change. And in over here callouts, and in the callouts decimal values you can change to decimal units, decimal units, no, no, sorry, display units. That was display unit. Okay, now this is done. Right, so if I remove this, this is going to give you the same picture as you had in the previous dashboard which we saw initially. Right, so I just hope that it was simple for you. Now if, let me know into the comment section what are the things that I missed. There is one thing which I can see which I have missed over here, is this label. Let me adjust that also very quickly for you. And in this over here, legends, that I'm going to show at the bottom center. No, I did it wrong. In this one I need to do legend bottom center. Yeah, this is done. Now if you find any other than this, if there is anything else which I have missed over here, do let me know into the comment section, or do let me know what are the things that you think we could have done better. But overall we have made it, and it is giving us pretty well insight out of the data. So if you want to see for Kenya, it shows that approximately 3000 applications were received, out of which 2.19k were approved, and this much of the loan amount which was given. This gives us the distribution of loan amount given to each of the sector. What we see is most maximum amount we have given in the agriculture industry and to the male population. Now while you see the approval rate is over here, the highest approval rate is 68%, and that is in housing. But no, that's here 78%, but overall number of applications which we have given is just 40. Right, so this is how you can derive the insights out of it, right? And you can make more sense of it. If you see that I have miscalculated some of the numbers, do let me know into the comment section. I'll improve that. Now you see this dashboard. If you click on this particular icon, you are going to see the car of that particular brand and a bit detail about it. Now again, if you choose different one, then you're going to see the different one, and this and so on, right? So this is nothing but the new slicer which has been launched by Power BI in the November update, right? So in this video, this is what we are going to be talking about, how to create this kind of dashboard. Now if you want to understand whole detail about this new slicer icon, I highly recommend you to go on this page and go through this article. In my video, I will be focusing on the use case, and I'll show you how you can create that. But this is a quite comprehensive guide. I highly recommend you to go ahead on this page. I'll provide the link in the description section. Go ahead on this and try to refer to this to learn more about the options. Now the video which I'm going to make, that is inspired by this video, right, which is loaded on Power BI Park, right? So I would like to acknowledge his effort in creating this video. Now you're also going to enjoy creating this one, which is about the cars. Right, now let's just quickly start with it. What I have done is I have this data which is about the top 10 supercars, right? So into this you see first one is the brand name, which is the brand that particular supercar belongs to, then the brand logo, which we have the URL, and then car name, which is the brand car's model name, then car's image, car's icon and the little bit of description about the car. So let me give you some idea. So this logo which you see, this will logos and the name which will be coming from brand name as the name over here. Logo is going to come from here. Okay, now you see this particular name, car name, that is nothing but this car name, column C. Then you see this description, this is coming from column F. Now you see this car icon, that is coming from car icon. Okay, and this is something which I have written myself. Okay, so now just let me take you to the new Power BI window over here. All that I have done is I have already imported the data. Now I'm just going to start with creating this slicer, which is the hot topic at this point of time. Now you see in the visualization pane you have this new slicer, right? This is what we are going to learn today. So let's just click on this, and as soon as we have clicked this, I don't require this. Into this there are two things which we want to show. Number one is brand name. So as soon as I click this, the brand name we are going to get over here. Let's just allow it some time till the time it comes, right? So here's what we got. Now you see over here it is giving you the brand name of all of your cars. Okay, here we got all of the cars, 10 cars. Okay, now we can make some modifications into it. What are the modifications that we can do, that I'll show you. But before that, the most exciting thing which you would be willing to know, that is how to add the image. Okay, let me take a pause, and before this let me just make the adjustment over here. I want to increase your excitement a bit more. Okay, now in this one what I am going to do is go in buttons, and let me see if I have title over here. No, I don't have title over here, because this, you see, brand name which is written, that's something which I'm looking for to remove. So in call out, let me see if it is there. Slicer setting, not in here. In the shape, not in here. In the layout, do we have it here? No man, this is not over here as well. All right, so where is that? Go on general and just switch off the title. Okay, that is gone. Now let's come back over here. Please don't get angry on me. Okay, now over here about the callouts values, the text which you see, that is nothing but the callout value. Okay, so over here what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it bold, make it little bigger, right, and put that into the center alignment. And let me see if I can make it little down. Display units is automatically detected, etc. Okay, label, I don't need to show the label, that's all right. Okay, so we are done with making the adjustment over here. Other than that, there are many settings which you can go through. This is the button part which provides you a lot of functionality. So over here it says there are multiple options: default, hover, press, and select, right? So hover means you just hover on this button and it will start performing the function which is linked to it. Okay, and then there is other one, when you know press on that or select on that, then only it will perform its action. So there are multiple things. So I'm going to keep it to default, which is nothing but clicking on this. Okay, padding is I'm going to keep normal. All right, now the time comes when I should quickly fit the image into it, right? So what is the image that I want to add into it? I need to go in image, and over here I need to add the image file. So I'm just going to click on this. Where do I have the image which I want to use into it? That is brand name, and brand logo is something which I need to use into it, right? So here's what I got. Awesome, isn't it? Now there is the technique, image fit technique. So currently it is set to fill. I'm going to change it to fit, because that is something which gives pretty better view, much better view. Okay, now little bit formatting on this text, right? So for that what I'm going to do is, again I'll go back to the callouts, callout values, and bold, that is already made. Let me make it a little bigger. Okay, so this is how it is. All right, now value setting is done. Next thing, let's have a look in the layout. So currently it is showing 3 by 3 grid. All right, 3 rows, 3 columns, right? In fact 4 rows. So what I need to do is I need to keep one column only, and yeah, I need to keep one column only, right? So by default it adjusts the number of rows. Now what I need to do is, currently you see it is scrolling. Now there are other options also.
Let me show you the other options. Overflow, continuous scroll. You see overflow is continuous scroll. Now if I click on paginate, so this is going to give me this kind of button at the bottom. I need to click on this every time, and then it will keep let me go down. So but what I find much useful is continuous scroll. That's something which I like. I will prefer over here. Right now this is done, and after that all that I need to do is I just need to take this and put it right over here. Okay, now let me just make it a little bit of adjustment. All right, now the border thing, I'm going to add the border over here in the settings, effect, and visual border. Is that looking good? No, that's not looking good. I'm not going to keep the border. All right, so let me come back again over here in the effects. I'm going to remove the visual border. Okay, now this border for each of the image, you see the border is set. That's something I'm going to do some bit of adjustment with that particular border. Okay, so again select that, come back over here, and into this buttons borders, and let me make it little thick, and then I can make it rounded corner. Rounded corner is not given over here in this border, right? Because this is something which I was looking in border over here with, this is in button. Now I would require to go in shape, and over here rounded rectangle, and let me make it little less. I don't need to keep it a lot. Now this padding is something which is concerning me. I'm going to make adjustment with this padding part. Now slicer setting. All right, in the layout, rows and columns are given, space between the cards. So you see two cards, this space which you see over here, you can make it less also, right? But what I see is that's sufficient enough. Okay, I am just going to keep it 2 pixel, right? So that's enough. Layout is done, overflow is done. Now the next thing which I was looking for is padding. Let me see if it is there in the properties. Padding over here, and right hand side I'm thinking to increase it a bit, and at left hand side also, right? So this gives me better view, right? Now let me adjust it a bit. Oh God, I don't know why it's not, this is all right. I'll make the adjustment from the downside. All that I'm trying to do is, yeah, I got it from here. Okay, so let me put it again at this side. Okay, so this I am done. Next thing which I need to do is I need to show the description, etc., right? So for that I'm going to use this card. So for this card, into this, first of all what I need to show is the description part. So let me just put the description here. Again, let's come back over here, and over here I need to go, and title is already not showing. Very good. Okay, now over here the text which we are seeing is very huge in the call outs. Let me go and make it 10. That's good enough, right? Now you see over here it's not showing the whole text, so I need to switch on the wrap text. Okay, I will make the font size little bigger, which is 12, right? And the font I'm going to choose is Calibri, right? That gives me good view. That's done. Then this thing, first card description, that's something which I need to remove. Let me see where that I have in the callout itself. I must have a label. Now that is gone, right? So that's done. Next thing which I need to do is remove the border of this. Okay, let me see if I have in general effects, border is already disabled. Now into this one, into the images, not in images, in cards, let me see here the border is, I just need to remove this. That is done. That is also gone. Next thing I need to do is I need to put the car's name. So for that,
over here I need to remove this and car name, right? This is what I got, and let's just go ahead and do the formatting part. I don't know what is the font size that I have kept over here. I'll quickly see right over here and make the same thing. Call out, it is 27 and comic, right? So let me make it this also 20. Oh, luckily. And then I need to make it Comic Sans, bold, and color is purple, right? So this is done, this is also done. Awesome, isn't it? Now the next part is putting the image. Let me copy paste this over here, and into this I'm going to add the image. Alright, in the image part let me switch it on, and from here, but first I need to remove this first car name, okay? And then into this I'm going to add the car icon. Don't use the car image, right? Rather use the car icon. This must be set as this must be set as image URL, right? So let's just go in data, and all the URLs must be set as image URL. Here you see it says unrecognized, and somehow it has worked, but it's always best practice to make that as image URL, right? Image URL. If in the beginning itself if you have struggled to bring the image, then just do this image URL. And that's why it makes sense to stay in the video till the end, right? Because you never know at what point of time what is going to be useful. Alright, so this image URL is over here. Now in the image, what I'll do is from here I need to choose image URL, and from here again I need to come back over here, supercars, car icon, that is done. Yeah, here we got call out value. We don't need any value in the call out. Values I'm just going to switch off. All right, I think this is pretty done, right? Let me make this adjustment a bit. Yeah, this is done. I'm going to keep it till here because I also need to give the header, right? Yeah, this is done. All right, now if you select any car over here, it is going to change. Oops, it's not changing. It is changing the car as well. Okay, I was worried about Honda. Yeah, it is changing the things, right? You see, fantastic. Now in this one I need to do the wrap text again. Come back over here, call out, and in here, why it's not wrapping it up? Ideally it must be wrapping up. Okay, it needed some space. Now this is done. Let me make it center alignment. Is it looking good? No, this is fine. Okay, and bold is already done, right? Now the next part is we need to put our text at the top. Okay, so let me just bring this, and here I'm going to say top 10 super cars. Let me select this, make it bold, and make it bigger, 60. What is, how is that going to look? Yeah, I think it's good enough, right? And bold is already done. Here I'm going to make it Arial black. Okay, can I make it little bigger, little more? 96 is going to be a lot. 88, yeah, that's much better. All right, let me put it at the top, and from here I will like to make it little small. Let me make it 60 so that I could do this adjustment. Yes, now this is done. This is pretty good. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll adjust it a bit because I need to bring a black stripe at the bottom as well, right? So how can I do that? So from here what I'll do is I'll go back over here and I'll just take this box, put it at the bottom side, make it this. From format, in the format itself, style black. Done, right? Now all that we need to do is just scroll from here. All right, this is done. Like you can see, we are done creating that kind of board, right? I need to make it here. Yeah, we are done creating that, and you keep on clicking the button or icon, whatever you want, and then you keep on seeing the car which you are really interested in. Now all that matters is what I would highly encourage you to go ahead and try the slicer part, right? That was the main context of this, right? So for example, over here in the buttons it was given the state default, and if I click on hover, right, and if I hover on this, let me make this, and it's little slow on my system, that's why possibly it's giving this issue, right? So when you hover on this, you see the color or etc, whatever is changing, that's something which matters, right, etc. Now I'm going to keep it default. Okay, now there are many settings which you can change, right? For example, I choose this default, right? And over here you can change the color also. What should happen when you hover on that, right? What should happen when you click on that? Okay, so those kind of things, those kind of adjustments you can make. Of course, I highly encourage you to go through this all and try to practice as much as you can, so that it could give you the better sense of understanding. I just hope that it was useful for you to understand, and just in case if you get any doubt, put that into the comment section. I'll definitely try to help you out, and let me know in what context you used this, what was the use case for this. If I find that very very interesting, I'll try to make another video using the same context. Until then, happy learning. Wish you very very all the best. Good luck.